Hey, timed that exactly right. Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully, everybody's doing well. Feeling well. Man Spider, Executor, Executor. I don't know why my brain froze on that one. Dragoon, Logan, Connie, what's going on? Shush, Travion, what's happening? I hope everybody's doing all right. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good Friday. I hope you're ready for whatever the weekend might bring you. Shout out to Let's Play for the gift sub whenever they happen to be, wherever they happen to be this beautiful day. I'll make sure that or I'll try and let them know that you said that. But you can always message them, send them a little private message, say thank you for that. And thank you guys just in general for donating. By the way, I'm gonna address this now. Don't think it's weird. I'm wearing my really bummy hoodie. I have a hoodie. This hoodie is like my comfort hoodie, and I have had this hoodie for, I think this is another article of clothing that I've had for 30 years. It's a starter hoodie. I've had this hoodie forever. So, but it's bummy. It's slightly oversized. It definitely was more oversized when I was smaller, but it's all like bummy and ripped up and stuff. My sleeves, like, these are my sleeves. I'm always sort of self-conscious, so I don't try to wear this hoodie on too much. And then every time I do wear this hoodie on screen, I'm still super self-conscious about it. So I thought I would just say so. But I was going to say, Logan, since you mentioned Let's Play for the gift sub, just thank you guys in general. Thank you all for the gift subs and stuff. We actually are I think I'm at my highest current sub count. I don't think I've ever been at a higher sub count right now. I think we're over 100, which I don't know. That's one of those things that people really start to pay attention to when they're really doing, when they're trying to do this. So, and I noticed that it was over 100. So I was like, oh, wait, I think we've gotten close, but I don't think we've ever actually been over 100. So thank you. I very much appreciate that. I never knew my name would give people such a hard time. You know why Executor? Because there's Executor, and then there's Executor, and then, and then there's like some people that just spell it differently. Or you could say Zecutor. Those words that start with an X, but it sounds like a Z. You could say Zecutor. So I think that's what locks people up. It's like, oh, okay. I feel like if there was an E at the beginning, it would make sense, but that's not how you want to do it. And then there's the people that start, oh, it's like, remember what was our XXX blood sin, right? So there's the people that start with the X, but they don't actually mean it. So it's like, is it E-cuter? I just played a Deadpool as Deadpool Marvel Rivals. He is wacky. I forgot how expensive Lego sets can get. $130 for the final set for the final battle for the Ocarina of Time. Yeah, which looks awesome. I wouldn't mind actually taking a look at that picture today, seeing what we think of it. Rumored rating: Hi-Fi Rush has apparently been rated for the Switch or Switch 2, as well as mystery Switch console listing, which, to be honest, maybe nothing but a placeholder. Wasn't Hi-Fi Rush already on Switch? I know we were asking for it, but wasn't that already on Switch? I know Bomb Rush came out, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Which I still have to play that game. I also still have to play Hi-Fi Rush, but I think Bomb Rush is the one that I want to play a little bit more, just because of the music. That's really what is selling me. I've heard Hi-Fi Rush has good music for obvious reasons, but I haven't actually heard the music. Whereas I've listened to some Bomb Rush Cyberpunk music, and I kind of want to play that. Don't know why my phone put Final Battle multiple times. Eggs sexuatory. What the hell is that one? The Pokemon spelled executor wrong for one. Wait, okay. I'm now reminded of my old Switch username Roxas, getting me banned from Monster Hunter with Uncle because it was too close. Oh yeah, those are the old days. I forgot you were Roxas, Dragger, and I forgot that. I want Bomb Rush so bad, even on Switch. That's on Switch, right? Isn't Bomb Rush on the Switch? Hi-Fi has really good music. Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush is not on the Switch. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was, and I think it's because Bomb Rush was on the Switch. Roxas is not lame, Executor. We had somebody who had a name similar to that, and he ended up being they ended up being a bit of a troublemaker. So I banned anything that looked like that person's name when I went through like a purge on my Switch friends. So I banned anything that looked like that name. And then for the longest time, we couldn't figure out why Dragoon couldn't get into games with us. And it was because I had banned their name thinking that it was the other person. Just watch episode 1, season 2 of Free Run. Oh, is it up? Is it up already? Oh, no. Well, I have to log back into Crunchyroll at some point anyway. So, brother. It's still such a vibe. And the ending by Millet still doesn't miss. Hi-Fi Rush actually has 2 soundtracks. One is full of copyrighted music, and the other is 100% original and is streamer friendly. Okay, that was one of the games that did that. Hey Sean, so I think if we ever play it on stream, we would just go the streamer music. Roxas is cool, but it caused a mistaken identity issue. Greg is banning Kingdom Hearts 2 for Roxas confirmed. Sora is Roxas rearranged. You know what is my problem right now, Van? Sora automatically triggers the AI conversation in my brain. I need to prep for work. No problem, Connie. Have a good one. Keep us on as long as you want. You're more than welcome to just listen. We talk for a little bit here. Screw Roxas, said Organization 13. Yeah, I can't with the Sora stuff. Did you check out the Resident Evil showcase yesterday? We did. We watched it on stream. Logan, the game looks fine. The actual trailer, the actual showcase is what the problem was. And it's funny because I was watching this morning, I watched Max's reaction. It popped up on my feed. Max Million dude. He reacted to it, and he ended up saying a lot of the same stuff. Like right off the bat, he was annoyed because of all the glitches and stuff in the beginning of the show, and he sort of like turned it off. He's like, "Yeah, this is hard to watch." So I felt good. I felt like, okay, so it's not just me that was so annoyed by it and so distracted by it. I was having a hard time watching it, which eventually it went away. They fixed it and it went away. But then it turned into a bunch of ads for a bunch of different things that didn't really seem completely necessary. Some of the stuff they talked about with the game was kind of interesting, but it all of it felt overshadowed by check out our Porsche that we don't even know if we're going to drive yet. Check out our watches. Check out this concert that's coming. Check out these cool collectible figures. But if you put those collectible figures together, Yeah, the collab at Porsche and Hamilton seemed unnecessary. Resident Advil. No, because now it sounds. Oh wait, because now it sounds like a medical, like a medicine commercial because it's Advil, but they were a pharmaceutical company, weren't they? So that actually does kind of work. What did Miss Takanochi do to you to hate her so much? Hold on, I don't think I get that one. Yeah, it was still like it was a mess of a presentation. It was a mess of a showcase. But the game looks great. The game looks fantastic. Like visually it looked like graphically it looked amazing. Just finished up the new free run episode. It was nice. Somebody else said that too. Somebody else said that they watched it and they still feel the same free run vibe. Who the hell was that? Hold on, go back up here. I think where is the someone? Oh, Gold just watched it. Yeah. I now I have to turn on. I'm logged out of Crunchyroll, and I've just haven't logged back in because I was lazy. But then I was watching Batman TAS, so now I have to log back in. I ended up liking free run. I didn't start out liking it. I thought it was a little depressing, but I had to get past what I thought the show was going to be. Because what I thought, did I ever explain that to you? Did I ever explain why I thought free run was going to be depressing? When I first watched free run, I watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes, and maybe like 4. What I thought was going to happen with the show, and this is why I always say you should keep watching a show long enough to understand what the full premise is going to be. When I was watching it, I thought that the premise was going to be, and I actually think this is a very interesting idea. And tell me if there's ever been any sort of fantasy or sci-fi thing that has ever done this. Because she lives so much longer, or is immortal. I'm not sure how it works in that universe. I thought that the show was going to be every era she meets a group of people. She has adventures, and then she outlives them all. Like, she leaves because she outlives them all. So then I thought the show was going to be that. I thought that we were constantly going to be jumping groups and seeing new groups of people, which to me was setting up like, oh, so I'm just going to be sad every few episodes, right? It's going to be a new era. She's going to meet new people, go on adventures. And then because she's immortal, we're going to have to jump forward in the future. She's going to go away. And then when she comes back, everybody's old and dying. It's like, this is hella depressing. So then I last year at some point, I was like, okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to watch it. And I'm going to really like make sure I understand if that's the premise. I was in a better headspace to watch it. And then I realized relatively quickly, like, oh, no. Okay, so there was the first group, and then it was later in life. And then she stays with that group, like she stays with Fern, and then it's her and Fern, and she. So I was like, okay, this is much better. And once I got past that, and once I got into the real meat of the show, I thought, oh, okay, I see where this is going. All right, this is actually pretty good. So I ended up liking it. But yeah, at first I think it was a lot more my. I thought I had already gotten to the point where I understood the premise of the show, and it turned out I didn't. It turned out I was just at the beginning of the next chapter of her life. And that chapter was the point of the show. Sora Takanochi is a main character in Digimon Adventure. Because you know us and the Digimon talk on the server. I do know that. To Your Eternity does that. You have an immortal fish. You have an immortal being called Fushi. And he lives through different eras, meeting different people. Okay, so that's probably one to avoid for me then, from a depression standpoint. The anime is airing right now, and they're finally in the present day arc. You were thinking it was going to be like that immortal show where time keeps. So yeah, I guess that's To Your Eternity. Is that what it is? I was like that when I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender for the first time. I thought I had the show figured out when I got to books 2 and 3 and realized, oh, this is why people like the show. See, I got that earlier. I definitely got that in season 1 where I thought, oh, this is why everybody likes it. But the first episode, maybe the first 2 episodes, I remembered thinking, am I watching the right show here? Is this the show that everybody said is this amazing experience, like across the board, all the different emotions you could have, you're going to have with the show? Is this the right show? And then I got like 2 or 3 episodes in. I was like, okay, I'm understanding now. I think I see where this is going. Once it became clear to me, which might have been the first or second episode, once it became clear to me that Zuko was being set up for a transformation, I was like, oh, I see this is going to be like the journey through everything. So it's going to start silly, but by the end, I'm going to be crying. Okay, got it. To Your Eternity is a good show, but yeah, feels. Episode 1 of To Your Eternity is pretty much a standalone movie. Is it movie length or is it just a standalone story? It's so good. Sadly, the rest of the series doesn't quite match up to the quality, but it's still very good. I mean, how many times have we seen that before? There's something that the Lodoss War Metroidvania. Deedlit in Wonderland, is that what it's called? Kind of touches on more in the sense that it has been so long that Deedlit is only one alive of the first and second party of people, because high elves being ageless in Sword World. Not movie length, but it's very much movie quality. Episode 1. Avatar: Last Airbender is one of the few shows that don't treat kids like idiots. I forget if it was an hour-long special. Oh, so Gold, maybe the first episode was like a 2-episoder. You've seen that kind of stuff before. Hey, Flash, you're late. We just got started a little bit ago, so no worries. We're only 17 minutes in. Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth. Thank you. What did I say? Wonderland? Wonder Labyrinth. Everything is Wonderland. Wonderland is where Deedlit took place. Wonderland is where Alice went. And Wonderland is where Balan was. But I think only one of those is correct. Hey, Garage. Latimer, what's going on? Trying to help out a 65-year-old with their phone. You're the family tech person. You should get a job doing this stuff. I've heard that so many times in my life. I've set up like people's surround sound systems and whatnot, or do electronics or fix. You should do this as a job. Like, no one's gonna pay me to show up at their house, which I guess people actually do. But do people even have surround sound systems anymore? Is that a thing that people still buy, the 5.1 surround sound? Is that something that people get? I'm here. Balan is Wonderworld. Is the audio gone? Is my audio gone? What happened? Reopening app. Is that me? Is that you? Can you hear me? I don't know. Flash is Wonderland is also. Dead. Is it like Dead Man Wonderland? All right. So I know that I've heard that before. I feel like I've heard that before. I mean, people pay Matt to show up and fix their cable. No. People pay a company to have someone go out and fix their cable, and Matt shows up. That's why whenever people said it to me, they said that I should do it, which, if there was I guess there is a company that gets you to do that. That's Best Buy, the Geek Squad. It's funny. I never had to, so I guess there's a reason for it, but I never tried to work there. I never saw what it would take to work there. Even when I was looking for a part-time job, I never thought I'll go to Best Buy and see what they got. Hang on. What the heck is this? Okay. Pretty decent. It's a pretty decent Metrovania with a Symphony of the Night feel, and the sprites are really detailed. Plus, it's actually pretty brief, less than 5 hours roughly. My problem with it is that it was like $30 or $40, and I was always kind of like, we'll get to it at some point. I don't know if it's on sale. Maybe that's something that we could play if it's not on sale. And is it? I don't need to have any Lodoss War knowledge, right? It went on sale frequently. Yeah, I don't need to. Do I need to have any knowledge for it? So my Sony headphones are doing the hilarious thing of disconnecting repeatedly. Uh-oh. Did you step on your controller? That happened to somebody else. We're the tech support generation. Everyone is now either too old or too young and used to everything working all the time. Yeah, Mercy. I never really thought about the young thing. Like the old thing I always kind of felt like was going to be a thing where the older people are never going to understand what the new technology is unless they're really in the know. But yeah, you're right. The younger people also don't know how to fix any of this stuff because everything works. Or at least it works much better than we were used to. I think I got mine for pretty cheap on Steam. That is actually kind of interesting. Now, one other thing I think might be happening is, and I would love to hear some sort of research or data on this. Are you running into fewer older people having technology issues because we are one of the first generations that paid attention to that stuff. So now we know to pay attention to technology. You know, when I look at it, when I looked at an iPod for the first time, I didn't just go, "What is this thing?" and toss it to the side. I learned how to use it. So whenever I get a new piece of technology, I don't immediately say, "What the heck is this?" and then throw it away. My instinct now, as somebody who grew up with technology, is to say, "How does this work?" And to at least get a base understanding. I don't want to be the generation that says, "I don't even know how to turn that thing on." I want to be the generation that says, "I know how to use it, but I don't know what exactly it does." So I wonder if that's going to be a thing where in the future there are fewer older people confused by technology because we were the generation that grew up knowing you have to understand this technology because it's going to be relevant to your life. God, we really are. My dad used to work in IT, so he knows more than a few things. It helps, but a lot of it is stuff you can figure out from context clues and genre savviness. Nope, they do that. I got them in an airport and thought, this is a trusted audio brand. These should be better than the Raycons in every way. And then this started happening. I'm tech support for my family, and I still don't know a whole lot about computers to begin with. The younger generation are basically struggling to understand the basics of a file system because they're basically raised by iPads, and now they're trying to push AI on them, which is just going to answer their questions anyway. I'll tell you what, this generation of people who just automatically, hopefully it doesn't become this, but a generation of people who automatically just ask AI the questions and it gives them the answers really highlights to me as a kid in math class when the teacher would say you have to show your work. It really makes me understand why that was the case. It's not important enough to just have the answers. It really matters on understanding why the answer is the way it is. So you have to show your work and how you got there. And I know that we've had the internet for most of our lives. So we do have a thing that just answers the question, but there is still the curiosity there. We use half the time we have to find the answer, right? Because how many times have you gone to Google and asked it a question, and outside of the AI answer, you get a Reddit post from 4 years ago that may or may not have been solved. So I do. It really does highlight the idea that you really should probably know why you got to that answer. Even if you can't show all the work, you should understand the answer a little bit. And Chromebooks, more so Chromebook. I hate Chromebooks. I just viscerally can't stand Chromebooks. They're unnecessarily different, if that makes any sense. It's so weird that they're like that. They change the tiniest little things. So no, you don't need to know about Lotus to play Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth, aside from, hey, it's you moments. My mom taught my dad tech stuff. Now he's sending me memes. It's happening. The advent of the modern smartphone and Chromebooks have done immeasurable damage to tech literacy. And Gen AI only makes it worse. Apple effed up computer literacy. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for technology being accessible for everyone, but there is such a thing as making it too easy. We tried to solve the online security issues for older generations and went too far in the other direction. Also, Gen AI hallucinates a lot. I thought it was, we don't want you to just copy from a cheat sheet. That's kind of true, though. Isn't that kind of, Flash, wouldn't that be kind of the same thing? That we want you to show your work to make sure you're not copying from a cheat sheet. We want you to understand the answers so that you're not just getting the answers and moving on. You know, if you don't understand the relationship in 2 + 2 = 4, you're only going to know 2 + 2 = 4. When I say 3 + 3, you're not going to understand it. Whereas if you understand, when you add the same thing to itself, you double it. You can solve any problem. I think we divide as kids. I think the divide as kids, with showing work is we weren't encouraged to show work to learn, which is what they should have done, but punished and lambasted for not doing it. And studies have shown harsh punishment doesn't create better people. It creates better liars to avoid getting caught. I mean, I've said for a long time when it comes to education that I think one of the biggest problems with education is that it hasn't scaled up. It hasn't scaled with our knowledge. And I think it should. I think that we should be changing the way we teach. I think that we should be changing the kinds of lessons that we're giving, and we should be teaching the things that we need to teach in a way that feels more relevant. But it all feels like busy work. It feels like we go to school and we don't, or back when I went to school, it feels like we were being sent to school just to meet some quota, and then that was it. And it's like, okay, but we're not learning in a way that is engaging to us. And as a result, a lot of us don't remember half the stuff that we learned in school, or if not more of the stuff that we learned in school. My dad is tech half literate since he works at a tech job, but my mom, not so much. Yeah, it's fascinating. I'm curious to see what the future holds for old people when it comes to technology. And, provided we make it, I'm curious to see what the technology does. I refuse to consider Gen AI any kind of AI. Procedural AI is legit. Traditional AI, like with robots or what's done in medical field. AI in video games, like fighting games and stuff. There's something there. Gen AI, particularly modern Gen AI solutions, are just the large language models built off of the hard work of others. That's kind of right. It's not even an AI. It's generative theft. In a way. Studies are actually pretty creepy. Show why many have embraced AI even in this bad state. Because why get in trouble for not getting it if you can give them what they ask for for 100% accuracy because of Gen AI? It's not 100% yet, but I think it's close enough for people to say okay. Although I saw a comic the other day, a little 2-panel comic. And it was someone asking their Gen AI phone, if this mushroom was edible. And then the next panel is them dead. And the AI is like, oh, would you like to know if it's poisonous or not? It's like, you didn't understand the answer, so you didn't know what question to ask. It kind of made sense. It's like, yeah, it's edible. You saw that too? Oh my God, wait, we're all the same person. Like, it's edible, but you didn't ask that. You asked, you didn't ask if it was poisonous. You just asked if you could eat it. Explain. At least the American education system, I don't know how it works where I am. Yeah, I have to say American education system. United States education system. I try to move away from saying America when I mean the United States. Even though everybody knows what I'm talking about. Doesn't take into account that everyone has different ways of learning. Yeah, some of us are hands-on and some of us are more visual, but school leans heavily on assuming everyone is a visual learner. School means everyone can learn in the environment of sit here for 7 hours and learn things. It's like, no, not everybody's like that, and not all lessons should be that. Oh my God, that was creepy as hell. I just heard talking, and I forgot that I put rice in my rice cooker, and my rice cooker talks when it's done. You could say that large language models are blabbering databases. Yeah, it is. It's like trying to learn. Ooh, that is kind of interesting. Generative AI is like trying to learn English in a room full of people talking all at the same time. That really kind of is what generative AI is. And eventually they're going to mishear things and misunderstand things. We're living in the beginning of idiocracy. We've been in the beginning of idiocracy for a long time. That sounds like a fancy rice cooker. It's a nice one. I used to have the sort of basic one. You put the thing in, you push the button down from warm to cook, and then when it was done, it goes back up to warm. Now I have one with a whole bunch of different settings. It's got a whole bunch of different things. I can change the cooking time for whether it's white rice or whether it's brown rice, because brown rice is more fibrous, so it cooks longer. I can do a bunch of things with it. Or I should be able to do a bunch of things with it. The problem is the entire thing, except for the keywords on the buttons, is in Korean. So when it speaks in Korean, and I have no idea what it's saying. All I know is it says different things sometimes. it kind of says something when the rice is done, or sometimes when I do it, it says something else. So I'm wondering if it's just like a delightful pleasantry, and it keeps just saying something different. But I have no idea. That's a good title for a video. I have no idea what my rice cooker is telling me. It's not a bad concept for a video. And then I just record the audio of it so that you can hear the different things, and I can just try and figure out what the hell my rice cooker is saying. In my case, I have to repeatedly recite or reconstruct the info given myself. In a room full of people talking, and not all of them are speaking English. From what I remember about high school, turn on K-pop and it'll understand you. Oh, also what I mean is students simply are saying it did what you asked. Why are you mad? Because we as a society don't reward being correct. We only punish being wrong. Yeah, that's kind of true. Imagine it being called stupid America. Hey, idiot, your rice is ready. And that's why it sounds different sometimes, because sometimes it calls me an idiot, sometimes it calls me a dumbass. So, but yeah, it's frightening. You know, it's a little frightening to figure out where we're going as a society when it comes to reliance on AI and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like there are at least some people holding it down. You know, you do have Gen Zers and even younger that are starting to pay attention to things like physical media, and they're starting to pay attention to being a little bit more disconnected, which I think is really important. So I don't know. I can't write off the future generations yet, because there are still some people trying, and a lot of the time that's all it takes. It just takes it to be alive. You know, how many times have we seen things? Okay. How many times have we seen things come back around? You know, a few years later, they're more popular again, or they're more popular than ever. I went to a record store. I was downtown in Philly, and I went to an actual record store. And it was funny because I thought, oh, it's going to be like a couple shelves of records and then a bunch of CDs and a bunch of merch and stuff. And it really was mostly records, albums, vinyl. And in the back, they had some CDs and some shirts and stuff. So I think that there's still life in the idea, and everybody in there was young. That was the one thing. I thought that I was going to go in and it was going to be a bunch of old heads looking for Grateful Dead albums. But no, it was a lot of young people talking about different kinds of music and whatnot, and they were in all different sections. So I have some hope. I have hope that there are still people holding it down the old school way, with the old school values, because that's how you're going to get it. You're going to get old school values moving into a new kind of society, and there has to be some sort of bridge there, and that's what I feel like people are right now. I watched the City of Wolves trailer. Man, it's depressing. Why is it depressing? How can the newly run SNK not afford a real trailer? Is that okay? Hold on. That SNK trailer, it wasn't like AI or something, is it? Because there's a still of Blue Mary, and it looks great. But every time I look at it, oh God, it is. That Blue Mary picture is AI. I didn't want to believe it. When I saw the stills, I thought, no, I don't think it's AI. And then I watched a trailer and thought, oh, it kind of looks like ass. But I guess it's great. It's 100% AI. That is painful. Is it really? That sucks. I don't think society is doomed, but I do think we're going to have some growing pains. It's going to be a couple of decades there where things are rough. At the same time, young people discover old stuff when they try to claim, then try to claim they invented something new. That is kind of annoying. Yeah, I KH, but I don't always think it's malicious. I think some people, it's like music. It's like when you hear a song and you think, oh my God, this song is amazing, and then somebody samples the song. And then you say, "Oh no, I can't believe they sampled their song." And then you find out that the original song was also a sample from a long time ago. I think people just assume that the first thing they heard was the first thing that was there. So I hope that the knowledge of let me make sure that nothing else was there before. But at the same time, I don't think it's hurtful to do that. I don't think it hurts to say, "Oh, I didn't know that was a thing." Can I have some of that hope? That's why you're here, Latimer. You're here to feed off the Okay, no. I'm just gonna say you're here to feed off my hope. I was gonna say something grosser. I'm not the biggest fan of the guy, but I watched Max Dude react to Fatal Fury, and he had the most "I'm so done with this" look on his face the whole time. Yeah, I didn't know that was AI. That's terrible. That's why I heavily regulate my daughter's internet access right now. She may not like it, but she has hobbies she enjoys like karate and go-karting. She'll be fine until we allow her to access it. Yeah. And the sad thing is, Mercy, that when she accesses it, the first thing she'll probably want to do is look up go-karting and karate stuff, but it always does the same thing. It leads down to the rabbit hole of slop. I feel like slop is always at the bottom of the internet rabbit hole. You always end up being led somewhere that is just ultimately kind of worthless, or at least close to it. On a trip with Dad to Lithuania, I saw a record store. I thought, I ain't gonna use any of this stuff. I went in to look. It's fun. It is Flash. There is, and this is what I think a lot of young people are discovering. Actually, this kind of relates to the AI discussion too. There is value in the not only the tactile aspect of it, there is value in grabbing a record or a CD, taking it out, looking at the artwork, putting it in your CD player, pressing play, deciding where you want to listen to, or just listening to the whole thing and then listening to it. There is something about the tactile nature of actually doing it, but there's also something about the decision making of it. One of the things that we that internet and technology and where things are right now, one of the things that they've ruined is the intent of something. When you listen to music, a lot of the time you just put stuff on. It's the idea of when you go home and you turn the TV on and it's just on to be on. There's no intention to enjoy something. There's just an intention to have something on. When you go to listen to stuff, the intention is I'm going to listen to this music, whether it's the whole album or whether it's just one song. That actually does add value to the experience. There is something to be said about that. And it kind of bleeds into the AI discussion because there's value in knowing that somebody created something rather than they gave a bunch of prompts to a system and it spit it out. There's value in knowing that someone sat down and drew that picture and they did it over hours and hours of time. Or they wrote a song and they sung a song and then they performed a song. Or the voice acting, like when you listen to voice acting for voiceover in a commercial. There's something now more relevant about hearing it and knowing that's a human being doing that voice. Even if the human being doesn't care about the product, right? I don't care that the voice that I'm listening to, whether or not they shop at Kohl's. I'm sure it's just a voice recording job, but there's something about the idea of a human being recording that makes it more interesting to listen to. Once I hear that AI voice, I'm done. I'm just uninterested. I can't tell you how many channels I have blocked on YouTube because I go to listen and it's like, oh, let's talk about all of these are the 10 coolest places to visit in Philadelphia. And then I hear that AI voice kick in and I turn it off and I block the channel so I don't ever want them showing up again. I don't want to listen to that. I want to hear somebody talk about why it's interesting. I don't want to hear a voice tell me, place number 4 is the hotel over here, or it's the restaurant on the corner of this and this. It's a great hotel with plenty of atmosphere. I don't want to hear that because that's nothing. That I might as well be reading a brochure written by somebody who never went there. What I need to hear is somebody saying, so the next place we want to check out is this hotel. Is this a hotel with a restaurant at the bottom over on this street? And I got to tell you, it's amazing. Like I went in and I was like, that's what I want to hear when I listen to a video that's about a subject. And it has value because it's not just information. It's value because it's a human being giving me that that's giving me that information. It's a human being that had the experience and is relaying the experience to me. So there's a lot of value in that. And I think that that's what people are starting to come back to. I think that there's, like I said, stuff comes back every few decades. And I think that's what we're getting now. I think we're getting the value of that experience. I guess we're watching SNK like hawks now. I do laugh at how often Gen Z in particular has discovered stuff while making fun of the older gens for their old things. Yeah, it is always kind of funny. But I think that's important. I think that there's a growing pain there that matters. I think it's important to understand when you think something is new, it's probably not new. It might not be new. It might be recycled or upscaled. It could be upscaled. It could be changed to be something different. I'm here for the free parking. You guys hear Tesla is making its self-driving subscription based. When we joked about this, it wasn't us giving Elron. Why I was going to say Elron? Oh, because I'm watching Lord of the Rings videos recently. Elon ideas. Could you imagine you're on the highway and your subscription runs out and the car just drives straight off? just right off the ramp. Or maybe it'll take you home. Maybe you're like, oh, I planned a trip to the beach, but my subscription ran out. So halfway through, the car just drives me back home. It's like, yeah, good luck getting to the beach, a-hole. Is it weird to say I prefer CDs to records? I prefer CDs to records. I think that they're more convenient. I think they sound better. I think they sound more clear. There is to also speak to kind of semi-related, there is a warmth, there is a sound to records, to vinyl that is, you can't really repeat. It's like when you watch an old VHS versus a VHS filter on a video. Sure, it looks kind of the same, but you know that it's not the same. Just looking at it, you can usually tell, oh, this is like a VHS filter. This isn't a real VHS. IRL Greg travel streams talking about the best spots in Philly. Ooh. That's interesting, Cage. I don't do a lot of restauranting or anything. I definitely wouldn't be a restaurateur, as they say, but I do like the idea of nice public spaces, little parks and stuff, because I do pass a lot of little parks that don't ever get talked about. There's one park with a nice big bell. It looks like the Liberty Bell, and I forget what bell it is. I think it's the Centennial Bell or something, or the Bicentennial Bell. But yeah, I never heard anybody talk about it. I walked up to it one day and thought, what the hell is this? And I think it's the Bicentennial Bell. I think it was in 1976. So that would make it the 200-year bell. And then we got another 50 years this year. Process of making so people. One thing I'll say is that if you look up Cajun recipes on YouTube, you can have a peace of mind that an AI can never replicate the Cajun accent because even we can't understand. The process of making art is how people put their own ideas and thoughts into the product and make it interesting and unique. Gen AI doesn't give you that. It doesn't. A couple of guys from the UK that have been vlogging their journey through Michigan for the first time. It's been fascinating to watch, especially because I grew up here. Yeah, it is. I've watched a bunch and the reason I brought up the Philadelphia videos because I've watched those videos where they say check out 10 best spots and upcoming neighborhoods and like up and coming neighborhoods, and I watch all of this stuff and it's like I feel like I never, and I think that's why I fell in love with the city last year. I think I never really paid attention to it in that way. I lived in my neighborhood and then that was kind of it. I had a couple people that I go to and then that was about it. But now that I'm really I was trying to explore a little bit more. And I went out on Wednesday. I was in the city on Wednesday walking around. I do realize, like, wow, there's all these things that you can do. I never thought of Philadelphia as a tourist city, except for the historical area, which is mostly confined into one big area. But I never really thought, like, why would tourists come here if they're not historic buffs, like history buffs? And as I start to walk around, I realize, wow, there's actually a lot of stuff here. There's a lot more culture than I thought was here. There's a bajillion restaurants. I had no idea. Even when I knew that there were a lot of restaurants, I didn't realize there were that many restaurants here. Restaurants and bars and all kinds of things. And I don't know. I just never really paid attention to how much is out there. And maybe that's kind of a Philadelphia thing, but I guess it's also kind of a worldly thing. I never really had access to other places. So I never really had access to how other people live. I've said before that if I were ever like rich, like Richie Rich, I would probably just travel all the time. Like there'd probably be a couple of months in my life where I wouldn't go anywhere, or it would be like, oh, I'm going to spend a month traveling and then I'm going to come home for a month and then I'm going to spend a month traveling again. Like I probably would do that all the time, and I would go to so many different places. Hold on, let me go back up. I unironically wish, I'd watch. I unironically wish self-driving cars was a thing that worked, because I hate driving and don't trust anyone on the road. Self-driving cars I agree. I agree that there's, if you show me a version of self-driving cars that you can prove to me that works, and I think this is one of the big issues with self-driving cars. They were designated to their own roads, because even if I trust a self-driving car, I don't trust the other non-self-driving cars, which means I don't trust my own self-driving car to react properly to an emergency. So there's still too many other people on the road. But if you put me on a road where all of the cars are self-driving cars and there's some sort of communication that they have in order to keep themselves safe, I would trust it 100%. I would say yes, absolutely. And if you say, oh, well, there's still a chance you can get into an accident, there's a significantly higher chance of getting into an accident with a bunch of humans on the road. Human beings are less trustworthy. A road full of humans is less trustworthy to me than a road full of self-driving cars that are able to communicate with each other to keep each other safe. Is it like New York where there are several real authentic pizza places? No, Latimer. It is across, if you're talking about Philadelphia restaurants, it's across the board. There are all kinds of restaurants in Philadelphia, and they're right next to each other. You'll find there's like a dive pasta place that I went to, and I think it's half a block away from a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, which is one of the most expensive steakhouses I've ever been to. And they're right next to each other. Philly, one thing I love about Philly, if there's anything that I really love about Philly, is that when you're in the right area, there is such a blend of different class cultures. There's the dive looking place. What's a dive place? A dive place is like a dirty hole in the wall type place, right? There's the Flash. Imagine two bars, like where you go to drink. There's one bar that everything is glass and it's white, like white trim and everything, like ultra modern. Everything looks nice, and it's all stainless steel, right? You can kind of picture what I mean. And then next to it is a bar that's like a little hole in the wall. The outside looks kind of ratty. You go in, the seats have duct tape on them. Everything's got there's like, if it's not somewhere where they need it to be clean, like if it's not the tabletops or the bar top or something, everything's got a little dirt on it, right? Everything's a little messy. But then they maybe they don't take cards, right? It's an old school place. The thing is, half the time you go to places like that, it's amazing. It's like the atmosphere might not be great, but then they bring you the food, and then you realize, oh, the place looks like crap because they put everything into the food. And it was. I went to a place where even I was like, I like a nice dive place, but I felt like it could have been a little cleaner. There were I'm sitting there looking at a light switch that's covered in, it's like dirt, except for the spot where they hit the switch, so it like wore through the dirt. But then they brought me the food, and it was awesome. It was this bowl. I had a bowl of like cheesy Alfredo rigatoni or something. It was amazing. It was so good. But yeah, the place is hideous. And that's kind of the point. Hold on, we go back up. Trains with extra steps is what you're describing. No, because trains are more elaborate as they're driving. As their destinations, right? When you go to catch a train, you have to be going somewhere very general, and there's a whole big thing to it, right? And there's the cross country trains, and then there's like the local stuff. Even that's a bit more. Whereas if you're going to go to if I need to go to the supermarket, if I need to get in my car and go to the supermarket, I have to get in my car. Excuse me. I have to get in my car and drive to the supermarket. There's no train that goes there. There's no bus that goes there. It's more local. Whereas if I'm going into Center City, I'm going to walk and I'm going to catch the train, or I'm going to catch the bus. So yeah, I mean, if we had a more elaborate rail system, if there was a good trolley system, I think that would be great. I hate that we moved away from trolleys. I hate that we had to move towards buses. Have their uses to go to more specific places, but as general travel, I really wish that trolleys were more of a thing. I love trolleys. I love trolleys more than I love trains. Does that make sense? Is that weird? I barely trust non-self drivers. The issue with that, it would require the government to make even more roads or limit available roads, making regular traffic worse. It depends, because we have bike lanes. I think there are some roads where you could probably allocate the center lanes to self-driving vehicles. We actually already kind of do that. When you get to what's called when you get to like the toll booths and stuff, we have toll lanes that are allocated for people that have things like, they call it Easy Pass. Here it's called Easy Pass, and it's a system that you put a little device on your car, and that links to your account. So then when you go through a toll, you don't have to physically pay them anything. It scans your reader, and then you just go. And there are lanes allocated to that. So I would see if self-driving cars were a bigger thing, I could see them saying, all right, for these, I mean, we have a road in Philly. There's a road that goes through Philadelphia. It's Route 1. Everybody hates driving it. In the city, it's called the Roosevelt Boulevard. It is 12 lanes of traffic split into 4 different sections. The 3, 3, 3, and 3. The 3 on the outsides are for local traffic, and if you're going really far on the boulevard, you want to get into the middle lanes because they're considered the expressway. So there are roads where you could allocate at least one lane to self-driving cars, and if it screws up, we know exactly who's going to screw it up. It's going to be the non-self-driving cars who decide I need to get around, so they're going to go into the self-driving lane. Like, we know who's going to, and that's what bothered me, is like we know who's going to screw it up. Ruth's Chris is so expensive for a steak the size of a quarter. Yeah, I went one time because a family member wanted to go there, and I was with Beth at the time, and we sat down and we looked at the menu and we were like, what do we do here? So we were going to order the cheapest thing on the menu, and the person we were with said, no, just get like a steak or something. Don't worry about the price. So like, okay. So we did that. But even then I didn't get what I wanted because I still felt bad about ordering a $45 steak. Dive place, hole in the wall, off the beaten path. Think a place that, like, you swear has multiple health code violations, but also has some of the best food you eat. Yeah. Since it's Philly, think of Patty's Pub from Always Sunny. Yeah, Patty's, that bar that they're in, even that bar is a little large, but that bar is probably closer to what like a dive bar would look like. When I moved to Europe, it was so weird having multiple very good public transportation options within walking distance. Clean? Were they clean? Because the transit system that we have here, that I sort of side worked at for 22 years, it's a good transportation system in its range and its reach. It's a bad transportation system in the company that runs it. The company that runs it is terrible. And as a result, the system has really suffered. But when it comes to like the comprehensive coverage of the entire system, it's incredible. It's actually really fantastic. The range that our mass transit system has here is terrific. But the company running it is garbage, and they're treating it like garbage. Give me more public more public transit in general. I finish. Government, more trains. How about another poorly maintained road? In many cases, bike lanes have made traffic worse, but have made it safer for bikers. It depends on where you are, because then in Philly, they added bike lanes, and the bike lanes actually do work really well. We have bus lanes here. We have lanes that are specifically for buses and buses only. And in one spot in the city, what they did, because traffic used to be disastrous in Philadelphia, in Center City, Philadelphia, and it still kind of is. But around the historical areas, especially, what they did was, I didn't know they were doing this until like middle of last year. All the areas that had like 2 and 3 lanes, that were 2 or 3 lanes wide, what they did was they shrunk them. They extended the sidewalk and shrunk the streets down to 1 lane in each direction. So they added bigger sidewalk and a bike lane. And in some areas, what they did was they added from the sidewalk, they added, right, so this is the sidewalk here. They added a bike lane, and then they added parking. So cars would park. So then the cars that were parked protect the bike lane. And what they did was they took up 2 lanes. They took 2 lanes out of the traffic away. So it should have made the traffic worse, but now what ends up happening is no one wants to go there because of how bad the traffic could be. So as a result, the traffic's not bad at all. Rarely have I been in the city at a time where there was any sort of traffic jam. There's usually some idiot that gets into the intersection because they want to beat the light, and then the light changes and now they're stuck blocking everything. But there's rarely any massive traffic jams or anything there because everything they did means there are actually fewer cars in the city. Either that or they're moving more freely through. Massachusetts. Oh, wait, hold on. It sounds like Mario Kart World. Massachusetts has that too. One time I accidentally went in the lane and they tried and they kept trying to charge. And at the time I lived in Maine, so I just didn't pay. I just didn't pay me unless someone from Massachusetts government came. You didn't pay until someone asked. Someone came to the house and was like, give me the money. Also, you're thinking of fantasy self-driving cars. Actual self-driving cars don't communicate. They operate on an individual level. That's what I think they should do, though. What I think they should somehow do is there should be like some sort of central communication so that like a localized communication, I mean, so that they can communicate a little bit. VR. Look at VR. When you play like a Quest or something, there are sensors and scanners, but they are confined within the device. Whereas older VR, there's still some VR that uses base stations. They use mounted sensors in different parts of the room, and because of that, it's a much more accurate VR experience. No matter which way you look, no matter which way you go with your VR headset and your controllers, base stations will help you see. So why not have some sort of base stations on poles as you go down self-driving roads, where they can communicate with the base stations, and the base stations can keep track on everything, and they can issue emergency commands if they need to. If they realize that there's an accident up there, they can tell your car half a mile away, there's an accident up there. We're going to turn the car off the road and or we're going to shift into a different lane so that we can get everybody through the accident scene. Right. I think that using base stations too. I think that some sort of base station sensor idea, I think that that's better for self-driving cars, and then the cars should be able to communicate with those base stations. And I think that would ultimately be a much safer self-driving experience. You still have the sensors on the car. You still make it so that those cars can drive away from station censored roads. But when they're on the censored roads, especially the highways, everything would be much safer. The base station network. Well, it's not Bay. BASE. BASE, like base. But base station still kind of works. But yeah, you could have something like that, and then it'd be much safer. Not to bring this up when I live in the U.S. When I lived in the U.S., public transportation is seen as a be careful or you will get robbed or stabbed kind of thing. But here in Europe, it's seen as safe. Nothing will probably happen on your trip, and I can't think of why that is. Because I can tell you exactly why that is, Mercy. Because in the U.S., and for a very long time, mass transit was treated as the thing that you did when you didn't have your life together. It was the thing that you did when you didn't have a lot of money, when you couldn't afford a car, or when something was going wrong. So there's a sense of implied poverty, and there's a stigma around mass transit, and there is. Like if you tell people you take the bus all the time, they say, "Oh, what happened to your car?" Yeah, the buses are for peasants kind of mindset, and as a result, they become shelters for homeless people. There, you get on the train and there's homeless people, and and combine all of this with just a lack of compassion and empathy in American culture completely, in the U.S. culture completely. You know, they get on the bus and they get on the train and they're smoking. Or they're talking really loudly, or they're listening to music on their phone without headphones. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happen, or there's homeless people sleeping, or there's drug addicts leaning on the chairs and stuff. And a lot of that does happen, and it happens on mass transit. But that stigma is never going to go away because we don't make it. We don't make a mass transit system that we can be proud of, and we don't fight all of that stuff. So, yeah, that's where that comes from. I mean, those things are true. And they're really not. Like, if you go to certain areas, you get on a train and it's fine. It's just when you get to a certain point, then you realize, oh, let me get off the train before we go through this area. And it's a shame, but it is true. If you would have to modify every road for self-driving cars, wouldn't it be better to just set up a rail system instead? No, because the roads are already there. The streets are already there. It's just a matter of setting up different signage and technology. But isn't that true just in general? Again, we look at this stuff and we think that it's not possible because we look at it like it has to happen overnight. But none of this happened overnight. We didn't build a billion miles of road, or however much road there is. We didn't do all of that overnight. We didn't build highways overnight. We didn't build trains overnight when we had trains. None of that stuff gets done immediately. But if we want to get there in 20 years, you probably have to start now. And you only have to start with the main things. Again, the self-driving cars would still have sensors, and they would work off-road or off of the censored roads. But you make the highways the first answer. You go to the major highways and you put sensors on them and you make sure that they can work. Or you do it the other way. You start with side streets and you try to make sure that all of that stuff works. You don't stop making technology, and the AI bros will hate that or love that I say stuff like this. You don't stop making technology because it's difficult and because it doesn't work at first. You figure it out. All of that stuff, when you talk about you mentioned the bullet trains, just rail system in general. You try. You have to try. And then when you come across a problem, you have to say, all right, how do we solve the problem? You don't say, well, it's going to be difficult. This might take a year. Well, we're not going to do it then. No, you don't do that. You have to make this stuff. The car itself was a trial and error device. It's a vehicle that you sit on, and thousands and thousands of times it takes liquefied fuel and blows it up in your engine. It sounds like a horrible thing, but you have to make it work better. You have to make sure, first of all, you don't die. And then you have to improve on it. You have to make it more reliable. You have to make it more efficient. Like, you have to do all of that stuff, but it doesn't just automatically happen. There's also the mindset of mass transit being for city folk. So a lot of racist a-holes use that as a way to be afraid of minorities who use public transit since it's cheaper than owning a car in a big city. God, you're not wrong there. And now U.S. transportation is one of the worst in the world. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should be the United States should have a vast transportation network as impressive as its bank accounts. And it doesn't. And it's a shame. The IKEA founder kept taking the bus to work. Now we're getting a different roadblock. Doing that would turn into a public project. Of course it is. Yeah, with government involvement. Of course it is. And our government hates spending money. Of course they do. No, they don't. No, they don't. Hold on. No, they don't. No, they don't hate spending money. They only hate spending money when it benefits the people. They love spending money. Look at the military. They love spending money. They just hate spending money when we get something out of it. They were made through trial and error, of course. Do you think, though, because America is a lot more rural than Europe, there will be a higher cost of public transportation, but that shouldn't be an issue for the richest country in the world. There's a lot more rural space in the United States, but there is also a lot more developed area. The developed area is gigantic. Sometimes I really don't think that people understand just how big the United States is. It is, even I'm impressed sometimes at how gigantic it is. So the idea that, yes, there are whole states that there's basically just nothing. And there are areas, but in those areas where they have populations in the entire state that are equal to populations in some cities. There are cities that have more people than some whole states have because they're just empty and there's just nothing there. from a geographic, and it's not even like, oh, we didn't build cool things there. From a geographical standpoint, there's just nothing there. It's all mountains or it's all plains, and it's just boring. Or it's a desert. I mean, we have frozen plains and we have deserts. I'm surprised we don't have a rainforest. It's kind of amazing. As a government employee, they don't hate spending money. That money is just meant to go elsewhere. The cell phone was invented in 1973. And if somebody would have said, oh my God, this is terrible. This is why I have to carry a battery around. No, not forever, but for now, probably. And you did, and people did. Remember old cell phones had like a battery pack that you carried with it, which I think was based off of a military design. Just can't wait till people stop asking for flying cars. They're called planes, and most people can barely drive cars, only dealing with XY axis. You really want to add elevation into the equation. I mean, even Nintendo couldn't do it with Zelda. Our bank accounts, KH, their bank accounts. Let's there you go. I'll accept that correction and say their bank accounts. The interstate was a public project, and they did that no problem. Railroads were a public project. That's why public project is literally public project isn't this massive thing. It's just the name of it. It's just what you call it. Besides, building a infrastructure isn't difficult. You just ask Isabel to make that infrastructure, and then you pay the money, and then the next day it's done. It's really not difficult. Yeah, they love wasting it, not spending it. I thought that part was implied. It needs to be said. That's a great idea, Uncle. Unfortunately, due to budgeting, profit margins, and they need to pay a CEO another $1 billion a year. We can't make things better or safer for public transportation. As someone who's passed through places like Alabama and Mississippi and Indiana and stuff, aside from like their one city, it's absolute waste of space. Yeah, there's just this country is larger than anybody thinks, and I think this country is larger than most people that live here realize. We don't think of it as impossible. We think of the fact that our government no longer likes to do projects of that scale, sadly. No, I think a lot of people think it's impossible. Or because that's what some people are saying here, that it's just so much work it's not worth doing. It's like, no, it's worth doing. Doing all of that work to make self-driving cars that don't need some sort of grok AI, but doing the work to make a self-driving car would actually be incredible. Imagine eliminating drunk driving fatalities. Imagine you can go and you can get hammered and you can get in your car and you can push the button that says home, and at no point in any of that do you kill a family in a car because you were driving drunk. Imagine just removing that. Imagine removing, I'm sick. I have to get to the hospital and it's going to cost me $1,000. Well, I can just get in my self-driving car. My car can take me. You know, and maybe there's a way to flag it so that it's an emergency, and then the emergency will contact the emergency services, and they'll let the hospital know that you're coming, and they can look for your vehicle, and you can do all of that from the touchpad on your car. Like, I feel like there's a lot of benefits here, but they don't want to do it. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to do it because it's hard work and it costs a lot of money. It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're just not. And this I think is my biggest problem with this. This is why I defend these kinds of projects. We don't want to do it because it's hard work and it costs a lot of money. Well, I guess we're just not worth it then. You know, and this is why I talk about, like, or I think that the government doesn't care, because they don't. Because if they cared, they would put money into these public projects, because these public projects save lives. And I'm not saying they should have done it 50 years ago. We didn't have that technology 50 years ago, but we have that technology now, and we're going to have that technology moving forward. So let's stop dragging our feet on making our lives better, so that we can put more money in other people's pockets, and we can make sure that the military has gold-plated stealth bombers or whatever the frick they're spending all that money on. Sorry. I get kind of heated when I talk about that stuff. This is true. The city in Maine I lived in was... Oh, you lived in Bangor, Maine? It's third largest city, and the population... was in Bangor. It's third largest city, and the population was Bangor, Maine is only 32,000 people. I thought that was like 1 million. I thought that was the big city in Maine. There's that many people in a city block of New York and LA. Yeah, I thought Bangor was a major city. I thought it was like probably at least 500,000, but I didn't know it was as low as 32,000. I'd be fascinated to live somewhere that has that. I would be fascinated to live somewhere that only has like 5,000 people in it total. Someone cut me off from above. I might actually crash out. Well, how big is the U.S.? Can I get lost in my backyard? Oh, there's a Finnish joke that those park rangers in Finland spend 90% of their time to find Finnish metal bands from forests because they want those forest picks for albums. I followed a Swedish streamer. Damn, what the hell was her name? Not Loya. It was a Swedish streamer that I followed, and one of the days I logged in to check and see what was going on. She was talking about how she was apologizing if there's any noise because in the woods near her house there was a rave that was going on for like a week or something. And what? Is that a thing? I think it was her that I was watching. I was like, is that a thing? That they just go into the woods and have raves and the raves last for a week at a time? She's like, yeah, that kind of happens. Like, holy crap. That's kind of awesome. I kind of like that. Not only does the family not die, if there is one, it's just the drunk guy dying of alcohol. Like, that's so much better. That's such a better, like, I know that sounds terrible, but that's such a better thing than these horrible things that happen. I think the mixing is because when you look at where we are, and especially in the U.S., where we see where our money is going and what our wealthy entrepreneurs are spending money on, it's not likely to happen, which makes it feel impossible. It's not about being hard work. It isn't, but that isn't one of the things individuals can feel powerless to do. That isn't one of the things people things individuals can feel powerless to do. Yeah, I don't know. I worry about. And then of course there's the idea that people don't think it's impossible, but they're made to think it's impossible. And I get that lesson from the number one favorite thing that the government always says when this sort of stuff happens is, right? Okay, that was supposed to be is. Oh, there's just no money in the budget for it. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The problem is that some people believe that. And the amount of times I've had discussions with people and I just have to stop having the discussion because I realize that they're drinking the Kool-Aid, as they say. Oh, there's no money for that. Who's going to pay for that? You know, who's going to pay for these benefits to children's health care? Who's going to pay for any of that stuff? How about the government? How about the government that has bajillions of dollars? They don't not have money. They just don't want to give the money they have to us to do things. But there's people that have fallen into that trap where you ask for free health care for children, or you say that there should be more community centers in the area, and they say, well, there's just no money for that. Yes, there is. There are billions and billions of dollars to do that stuff. They just don't want to give it to you. What was it, $117 million to fix the water in Flint, Michigan? That went on forever, and I don't think it's fixed yet. $117 million. No, I don't have $117 million. No, you guys probably don't have $117 million. If you do, can I borrow some? On a no-interest loan that I never have to pay back. But you know who has $117 million? The government that spends twice that on a plane. You can probably go with half of one less plane and fix the drinking water somewhere. Or you can do any of that stuff. It just bothers me. But some people get sucked into that. They're just like, there's no money. They convince themselves that there's no money. It's less I'm against the idea of self-driving cars on their own merits. It's more I do not trust the megacorps to do it right because they'll cheap out of every safety precaution. Yes. If there's any concern that I have about self-driving cars, it's probably that. It's that they're going to cheap out on it. Nah, I need that gold plane. But a gold plane would be so heavy. I don't think you could realistically make a plane made out of gold. I think it's just too heavy. Obligatory banger joke. Yeah, it's a banger city. Oh, the biggest city in Maine is Portland. You don't have a Portland. There's one of those on the other side of the country. I think projects are worth doing and worth the work. And even then, Portland as of last year only has a population of 69,000. No, it should be 69,000. Mercy. Maybe I'll have to go there and make it 69,420. There's a specialized unit in Europe dedicated to just keep folk and black metal bands out of the woods. They're just called rangers. we call them forest rangers. It isn't in the budget. Don't you make the budget? Can I see your plan of spending? Look at the time. It's above your pay grade. I'm going to rest on my yacht, hopes and prayers. Jumps away in his golden parachute. I mean, there is a budget. They do release it every year, and it is public. It is a matter of public record, but no one looks at it because it's huge. Yeah, it's pocket change to the U.S. where there is zero excuse for that even being a problem, and yet I think it's still a problem. And this was like 15 years ago that it happened. I would trust self-driving cars in Europe, more in Europe, since they have regulations worth a damn. Yeah, and it always just kind of bothers me. I which I think it should, but I don't know. I've had weird sort of social beliefs for a long time. I never really understand. I think it's just evil. I think when you look at the people in power and how they treat everybody and what they don't give us, I think it's just plain old evil. It has to be. Logically, it just doesn't make any sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense to treat your population.
Aw, you've got a friend request incoming.
Thank you, Jet Black. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think it makes any sense. I think that if you have a population that you're taking care of, I think making sure that population is safe and healthy and taken care of is the best way to get the best results out of that society. I think that if you have 300 million people under your care, if you make sure that that as best as you possibly can, they have good lives, they're safe, they're healthy, and they have every opportunity they can to pursue the life that they want to, I think that ultimately you end up with a better society that comes up with better ideas, better technology, and just makes the entire civilization better. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's kind of how it works. And so the idea that you would crap on the people as a crap on the population, it means that you're just doing it because you want to, because you think it's fun or you enjoy it, or you just plain old don't care. Because if you cared about your quality of life and you cared about I'm treating them badly because I want to have the best life for myself, wouldn't the best life be to make sure that everybody's taken care of and everybody comes? Was it a rising tide raises all ships? Wouldn't it make more sense to just make sure that everybody's happy and has the best opportunities? Sure, there's going to be some people that fall through the cracks, and sure, there's going to be some people that completely refuse the system. They don't trust it, or they're lazy asses and they don't want to do anything. But eventually that weeds out. And what you're left with are a bunch of people that really want to try because they have the opportunity to do so, and because we place value on trying. It's kind of a little twist on what you said earlier, where we place more value on succeeding than we do on trying to succeed. That population will revolt sooner or later. The one that's treated like crap. Oh, they always will. They always will. They'll either revolt directly, or they'll revolt, which I think is what's happening now. They'll revolt by just not engaging anymore. They're just going to say, "Oh, we're just not going to do it. We're not going to engage in right? Consumerism is out of control. Prices are out of control. Cost of living is out of control. So you know what a lot of people are doing? I'm just not going to engage in it anymore. They don't go out and buy all the newest things. They keep the stuff that they have for as long as they can, or they fix it, or they learn how to go without it. And it's just going to keep getting worse because they make it worse. The Twitch Mobile has the bit donate button next to the send message. So every other time I send a message, it pops up the bits menu. Like, you want to spend some bits? Well, I mean, do you? Just give me a rail system in California. I don't want to spend 4 hours on the highway with the worst drivers. Like, just give us a rail system. Just give us some sort of transportation system. Or in many cases, one of the things that I always want is walkable neighborhoods. How about you just give me a reason to not have to leave my neighborhood, which is kind of wild, but you're still going to want to go out and do things. But how about I don't have to get in my car and drive somewhere every time I want a gallon of milk? We're still talking real life? Of course we are. Everything, Latimer, everything we talk about is important. What's happening in this country is revolting on state levels, and the states are making those changes, and the government is panicking because they feel that slip in control. I mean, this is. I've had this thought for a while, and I think a lot of people have had this thought for a while. This is starting. It feels like the very early, and this is not doomsaying. This is just like if it was ever going to happen, I feel like this is how it would start. It's starting to sound like there are groups of people that want to separate from the United States and then just break up into a bunch of different nations, right? There are these clusters of states that, I mean, we've already seen the thing where there's some people that want Texas to be its own country, and people have joked about California being its own thing. It is starting to feel like there are these clusters of states that are like, yeah, you know what? Why don't we just become a thing? And we'll just do that. And I imagine this sort of future, I wouldn't say dystopian because dystopian automatically means bad, but imagine a future where the United States is no more and it is actually broken up into a handful of other countries, and it looks a lot more like Europe, where, you know, Europe has countries that are smaller than most of our states. So what if the United States at some point stopped being the United States and it started being some sort of united coalition of individual countries formed of prior states? Texas has wanted to be its own country since it became part of the U.S. Yeah, I keep hearing California wants to break up into several pieces. I think it's because Northern California and Southern California financially are very different. So they kind of feel like they're feeding off each other in the wrong way, I think, or something like that. Not to mention above California, I think it's Oregon and in Washington. Oregon is a lot of nothing. There's parts of Oregon that are a lot of nothing, and then there's parts of California that are a lot of nothing. So they, at one point, there was a petition there was a movement to try and get that considered its own state, and they were going to call it Jefferson. That was going to be the state, but that ended up never happening. Jefferson, if you ever look it up, look up Jefferson, United States, and you'll see the proposed state. There's a lot of geographical problems. Like, it's surrounded by mountains. It's hard to get ports in there. Like, it's real kind of weird. Isn't Texas part of the Bible Thumper nationalist region? It's known as that. Yes, it is known as that. Another issue is most liberal states are currently being punished by the guy. Yeah, so I won't even finish that. I'll read it, but then yeah. So you have this division that's sort of happening, and it's super interesting because it's either nothing's going to come of it, or you're sitting on the cusp of what will be a very different set of nations. The United 50 countries basically means Russia swoops in and beats our asses. Well, not 50 countries. I thought that at first, where every state would be its own country, but most states don't have the ability to support themselves. The more logical thing that would happen is states would merge together and become countries. Like New England, for instance. New England is the first 6 states. All of those states are actually really small. That's, what is it? Hold on. Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, Connecticut. What's the last one? There's 6 of them, right? It's not New York. No, not Maryland's further down. This is the the northeast corner. Massachusetts, thank you, Massachusetts. That would probably be one state. That's one state. There's a lot of coastline. There's a lot of connection to Canada. There's a lot of interstate trading that you can do there. Environmentally, it's all pretty much similar. It's a lot of trees and everything, and then it's not a warm weather place, so there's stuff that they can do and stuff that they can't do. But that's why you trade with other countries. That's why you have these treaties and stuff. But it would actually make more sense, rather than that be 6 separate countries, for that to be one country. New York can probably be its own thing. where I live in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, in this area at least, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware kind of make up a grouping themselves. There's a lot of intercommerce and intertravel between them, partially because we're so close. Like Western PA probably doesn't care about us. But then even Western PA, you could probably split Western PA down the middle and then have that be part with Ohio. Like there's a way to do it where you'd probably end up with like 15 countries altogether in the size in the space of the United States, which sounds like a lot, but again, go to Europe where they have there are, if you drive for 4 hours, you might go through a country. I think we should include territories as states, so they have representation in the government. Agreed. There are 5 U.S. territories that should be considered states, and they're not. I think we're going to get to a point where states just do their own thing, and the federal government becomes more of a figurehead, kind of like the Vatican. That's a possibility. I'd like to not be part of another major historical moment in my life. I'm kind of tired. Yeah. Atomic. I'm not looking forward to reading a history book that just reads like my my feed, right? This is the story of my life, and it's just a history book and all of the dramatic things that happen. I don't feel like having to read history books year by year because there's just too much information. How did that song go again in Animaniacs? Oh, I don't know it. I know the country song, but I don't know the song itself. United States, Canada, India, Mexico, Haiti, Peru. Oof. I think that's right? United States, Canada, India, Panama, Mexico, Haiti, Peru. Was that it? Is that the first line? I think I got that right. Government needs to be held more accountable. History book. Do you mean wiki? Oh, yes. History page. History websites. History site. You're not wrong on driving through a country in one day. I did that last year in Estonia. Like you can probably drive through a country in Europe by accident, right? You could take a wrong turn and all of a sudden the language changes on the signs. And then by the time you realize, I need to figure out where to go, you're in another country. Like I feel like that's is that an exaggeration? I feel like that's entirely possible. They updated that song with newer countries. Did they really? I had it right. Yeah, I can't believe I got that right. Yeah, I mean, it's if the future's gonna be whatever it's gonna be. I hope I'm alive to see it all. I'm gonna be alive to see it all. But we just have no idea where it's going, and it's so fascinating right now. Yeah, the Rob Paulson song. Oh, Rob Paulson sung it at a con. You can. A lot of the EU doesn't require any passports, and you just kind of see the signs change language. Oh man, it's like, all right, we're just driving. All right. What the hell is a lace stop? I can drive to the other end of the country, come back, and still catch the end of the stream. Like, that's wild to me. That's wild that you can do that. And that's why I say that. I think a lot of people, even in the U.S., but especially outside the U.S., I think a lot of people just don't realize how big it is. There's just vast areas of nothing. Currently playing RE8. This game has too many houses. Resident Evil usually just has one house. It's crazy. I thought we were going in the Mad Max direction. Now we're going to the Terminator timeline. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to the Terminator. You know what my problem is with the Terminator timeline? People assume we're going to the Terminator timeline off of the AI that we have now. It's like, no, it's going to get better. The AI is going to get better. But if the AI we have now tried to do a Terminator, I think it would end up blowing itself up. Or it would drop a bunch of bombs, but all the bombs are just they're just gender reveals that were supposed to go to parties, right? It's a bunch of blue and pink bombs blowing up everywhere. Like, I think the AI that we have is too stupid. Sorry, AI, if you're listening right now. Oof, dodge that bullet. Now you now legally have to prove it. I'm gonna have my AI GF, and you can't stop me. Yeah, which Terminator timeline? There are several. Oh, your AI girlfriend is gonna stop me. I was gonna make a joke that she might have batteries, but she might have batteries. We can't get to the Terminator timeline. We don't have the infrastructure in the U.S. to build the robots in the first place. This game has a whole village full of them. Oh wait, here goes that. I was gonna give you the rim shot noise, but here comes the delay. I'm pushing the button. 3, 2, 1. Of course, now it didn't delay. Oh wait, I had a Stream Deck update. It might be working better now. Animaniacs has some good songs. Can I say this? I hate Balatro. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Finish. You hate Balatro because it's bad and you hate it? Or you hate Balatro like you hate pizza because it's so good you want to eat all of it? Oh, hold on. It's going to do the thing. What? Yeah, look. Did it again. It's still funny to me, though. Last year I went to Scotland with an out-of-date passport and no one noticed. Suck it, Charles. If it's Terminator 3, then yeah, she might. If we have Terminator with the current AI, all we need to do is ask them if there's a seahorse emote. It would be easier victory in human history. Just ask the robots to eat spaghetti. They'll just get it completely wrong. We got 3 to 6 years till AI Terminators. The most we have now are drones in the UK-Russia war. It sounds like a skill issue. Balatro taught me all the poker terms. I still have to play Balatro. I still don't have it. I don't think we had any sort of discussions. I think the closest we had to a discussion was that like Dave Filoni took over the creative decisions at Lucasfilm, or it's Dave Filoni and I forget who the other person is, but they're basically taking over Lucasfilm. Kathleen Kennedy stepped down, but I don't know what that's going to be. I feel like Dave Filoni's been in charge of creative decisions for a while now, so I'm curious to know how much this is going to impact all of Star Wars. It will be interesting. It will be interesting to have Filoni up there, sort of naysaying a lot of things and red lighting things and then green lighting other things. I'll be curious to know what happens. It is kind of interesting though now, because if something comes up that we just don't like, it is going to be Dave Filoni's fault. Or we'll view it that way. Star Wars is over. Time for the 30 videos blaming the new guy. I do like the Clone Wars series, but is he creative? Is he creative head material? We'll see. I think so. I think that he's more likely to have a direction on where he wants things to go. So if there's anything that I want from Filoni, it's more focus on the creative direction. If you're going to do Old Republic stuff, then I want there to be a focus on that. I want there to be a very streamlined path to what we're going to get and how we're going to get it, and if it is relevant to anything else. That's what I would really want from Filoni. And I feel like I'm more confident that I would get that from him than probably from anybody else. So there's nothing left to do but to see, but I haven't caught the last few Star Wars projects, and not because I didn't want to. I just don't have Disney Plus right now, so I do want to go back and I want to see some of that stuff. He might push Ahsoka more. He might push Ahsoka more. I imagine he's going to push the Mandalorians further ahead. Right now you have Bo-Katan, who is leading the charge. She's trying to rally the Mandalorians once again, and I'm assuming that she's going to take them back to Mandalore. So I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years we get a full Mandalorian project outside of the actual, The Mandalorian, but the Mandalorians, let's say that. I feel like at some point we're going to get the Mandalorians, and it's going to be about rebuilding the Mandalorians on Mandalore. Dealing with whatever fallout, whatever last of the groups there might be from Death Watch. So I would like to see something like that, and I feel like that could come from Filoni. But that'll take years. That'll take a long time. Unless this change has been coming for a while and we didn't know about it, so there is already a bunch of changes in the works. Dave's been a creative head for every animated series, as well as worked on the older Fox X-Men and the reasons those movies were even half good, as well as games and Marvel overhead. Jet Li made a health channel on YouTube. Okay. I hope no more of the Acolyte type disasters. Acolyte wasn't the worst thing, but it was an era of Star Wars that is relatively new. I don't know how much because that was High Republic era, right? We just don't know enough about that era. And the show had some fundamental problems. There were some problems with the show. There were some weird things, and it was just kind of like, why would you do that? I don't understand why you did that. People say Kennedy killed Star Wars. Ignore she was an executive producer on The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith, as well as executive producer on E.T. and Goonies, and producer for Jurassic Park, as well, handpicked by George, and the reason we got everything else. Here's the problem, Lilac. The kind of people that think that Kathleen Kennedy killed Star Wars, I don't particularly think she was great for Star Wars, but I don't think that she killed it. The kind of people that think that she killed it also don't like those movies. There's still this cult of Star Wars fans that thinks that the prequels were terrible from day one and that they had no redeeming qualities whatsoever. And it's weird to me. Like there's still Star Wars fans that refuse to even watch them or won't ever watch them again or won't do anything that has anything to do with them. They won't watch anything it's so weird to me. It's weird to me because I love those movies. I didn't think that they were bad movies at all. I thought that the second one was a little blah. But it's funny because I've come around on the second one, especially after seeing Clone Wars, because the second movie is basically Clone Wars Zero. It's like the introduction movie to the Clone Wars show. So that one makes sense to me, but those movies were not terrible. And yet there's still this cluster of people that go, ugh, the prequels, which is just wild to me. But that group is shrinking. Every time there's a poll about which era you like the most, I've seen that poll where the sequel trilogy wins. I've actually seen polls where the prequel trilogy, where the prequel trilogy is held in higher regard because it did more things and it's more. It almost feels more relevant now to modern Star Wars. OG Star Wars fans hate the prequels. Prequel fans hate the sequels. OG Star Wars fans that hate the prequels also hate the sequels. So that's why I put it in quotes, because if you hate the prequels and you hate everything that came after the prequels, I don't understand if you're still a Star Wars fan or not. You are a fan of the OG movies, but you're probably not a fan of Star Wars as a whole. Unless they also like the Old Republic. Maybe they like the Old Republic stuff. I like Phantom Menace and Revenge. I thought the prequels were okay. It made the galaxy feel more alive, mainly because of the huge leap in technology. Yeah, I mean, people cited that, Mercy. They said, oh, why does everything feel more advanced in the prequel movies than it does in the sequel movies? It's like, well, because the sequel movies were a grassroots military effort. They were not the characters you follow in the sequels, in the OG movies. That was not an established civilization. That was a grassroots military rebellion. What did you think it was going to look like? You know, and then as you get further, you start to see developed areas. Even Cloud City was a more developed area, but that was also still technologically under a lot of places because it was a sort of secret mining facility. It was supposed to be like that. But these other good civilized places exist. It's just you didn't see them. Clone Wars Clone Wars is awesome. The movie Attack of the Clones. Executor, you have to say Attack of the Clones because Clone Wars is the show. Kennedy has one of many problems with the current Star Wars, but the heads are the core reasons. I don't think she should have all the power. Wasn't the worst, but sounds like a fancy way of saying bad. But I think Revenge of the Sith is one of the best ones. I still say outside of I still say to me it's Empire Strikes Back and then it's Revenge of the Sith. I still think that the third movie that the episode 3 was better than the other two. It was more relevant than the other two. OG folks like Vader doing Vader things. Yeah, finish. OG folks like Vader doing Vader things until Vader did those things on Kenobi, and he was a vicious murderer, and they loved that. It made me laugh that people didn't like that stuff. They were like, "Oh, he's too violent in Kenobi." It's like he wandered down the hallway in Rogue One and was tearing people in half, and everybody loved it. Everybody loved Vader. Oh my God, it's Vader, right? And he's killing everybody. And we said, oh my God, the Vader hallway scene. And then he's ultra violent in Kenobi, and everybody said, oh, that was a bit too much. What are you talking about? That's who the guy has been this whole time. No one no one had the balls to show it, and now they did. Now that he was dragging people through the streets and then stabbing them. Like, it was, if you guys have never seen Kenobi, Vader was highly violent in that show, and it bothered some people, but it's Darth Vader. He's supposed to be like this. He's supposed to be this character. I grew up on the prequels. Thought it was boring. Oh no. Then as a teenager, I watched the original and thought, why is the budget movie from 30 years before so much better? I can find things I like in every movie, even the sequels. The sequels had some stuff that I enjoyed. I've always said that one of my biggest problems. I didn't like some of the character directions in the sequels. I liked a lot of what happened. I just didn't like the lack of connectivity. I didn't like the fact that every movie was doing its own thing, because I don't think Star Wars ever felt like that. Even the shows had a lot of standalone episodes, but the heart of all of those shows were always the 3 and 4 and 5 episode arcs. That was always way more interesting in the show. I like Robot Chicken Star Wars specials. The third being my all-time favorite. So let me get this straight. They were fine with Anakin killing kids and freezing a man in a living hell, but when Kenobi shows why the rebellion fear him, they hate it. Yeah, they did. There was a cluster of people that said that they didn't like that he was so violent in the show. But it's Darth Vader. He's violent. Just because they dress it up and make it look differently doesn't mean that he didn't murder a room full of children. I feel like that's a good litmus test for whether someone's good or evil. The issue is Anakin has been built up to be sympathetic, and Kenobi shows that Vader isn't really anymore at this point in his life. Yeah, he's not Anakin anymore, and that's sort of and I did value it for that. And mind you, I'm somebody that didn't like the idea of Kenobi at first. When they announced the show and they said what it was going to be, I thought, I kind of don't like that. I kind of like the idea that he went to live on Tatooine and lived a life of seclusion until it was time for Luke to do his thing. I thought that was fine. So then you had this other story, and it almost felt unnecessary. But I started to think, you know what? I guess he might have done some things. It probably shouldn't have anything to do with Vader. I think I would have been happier with Kenobi if it was Kenobi doing stuff on Tatooine. If he was fighting the criminal gangs and he was fighting monsters and creatures and stuff, and it turned like, this is how he gained the reputation as an outlier, so nobody messes with him. Like, I think that would have been a more interesting story. And we get the stories of how he protects Luke. You know, we get the stories of Luke goes out there, because Luke was always very adventurous. So maybe we go out there and Luke gets into a speeder crash, but somehow he's okay, and he never really knows what happened. And it turns out that it was Kenobi, and it was Kenobi watching over him the whole time, which is what he was doing there in the first place, was just to watch over him. So when they brought in all this other stuff and they brought the Inquisitors, I'm like, it's okay, but I probably just need to see it. And when I saw it, I thought it was fine. There were a lot of things that I didn't like about it. I didn't like the Leia stuff. I didn't like bringing any of that. I thought it was a pretty bad chase through the forest. The fact that she was running away from them and she was getting away, I was kind of like, I don't really like that. There was a lot of stuff I would have changed. The Reva stuff I didn't really think was... Obi-Wan. I'm sorry. Yeah, Obi-Wan. No. It was called Kenobi. Yeah, I didn't like a lot of that stuff, but I did like a lot of the things they did. And I liked what they did with Vader in that. I loved all of the Vader stuff. In the end when he... I cried. I cried when he split open his mask and it was the other way. It was the other side of the mask that was broken. And he tells him, like, you didn't kill him, I did. And it starts to become that, like, oh, that's why he sort of says that in the in episode 4 is that because Vader is the one that said that to him. Vader is the one that flat out, Kenobi was feeling guilty about it the whole time, and then Vader is the one that told him, this isn't your fault. This is my fault. This is the fault of the person that came before this, so it's not your fault. And I like that. Yeah, I am not your failure. Oh my God, I'm tearing up a little bit just thinking about it. That forest chase was dumb. You know what I'd love to have seen? A Star Wars where if Leia is left with her uncle and Luke. I've said that before if you swapped them. What would it have been like if you had swapped Luke and Leia? If the what the hell was their name? The Organas? If the Organas wanted, right, because they take Leia. Oh, we've always wanted a little girl. What if they always wanted a little boy? What if they wanted Luke, and then Leia is the one that went to Tatooine? Isn't that basically the sequel movies? That's actually one of the comic lines in Legends. My conclusion to that, Dragoon, is I think outside of the Leia and there would probably still be a thing there. I think we get the same exact story, because at their core, I think both of them were very much the same. They were adventure seekers that wanted to help people that were suffering, and when they found a way to help people that were suffering, they did it as fast and as well as they could. They were both the same kind of person. It's just Luke was confined to this world where he didn't have the ability to do anything, and Leia was in a world where as she got older, she could do stuff. So in her teens, that did kind of sound wrong, Finish. That did kind of sound wrong. In her teens, she started to fight. She started to fight back. We see a little bit of it in Kenobi when she was younger, but we saw her in Rebels, like after all this, before the rebellion, she was already doing stuff. So if you had flipped them and the kids went to the opposite places, I think you still end up with the same thing. I think you still end up with a prince that's running away with stolen plants, and he is helped by a force-wielding girl from Tatooine who eventually learns all of this stuff and kind of opens her eyes to it. I think that we get the same thing. Leia goes on to become a Jedi, and I think she actually doesn't have the resistance to her anger that Luke had, as she couldn't come to terms with Vader being her father. She kills Vader and Sidious and takes the. This is like a fantasy, like a comic idea. Yeah. That's what I think, because fault them if you want. I like the sequels show that Leia was just as capable of the Force, but was never given a chance. So what if it was the other way around? What if she met Obi-Wan first? What if Luke never experienced the Jedi or the Force in any way whatsoever? I think that you end up with the same story. It's just reversed. The biggest difference being that Leia falls in love with Han Solo, but then she can't be with him because the Jedi teachings are stupid. Can you remember when Leia said in episode 6, she's always kind of knew Luke was her brother, and then I remember what happened in 5. Maybe the writing wasn't stellar in the originals either. I mean, there was just that one thing. We wanted a little sewer boy. Van Kessel. Isn't that what they did with Rey? That's what I said. They did that with the sequels, or at least tried to. Sort of. I mean, Rey does kind of feel like Luke in some ways, right? She's the one on the planet, and it wasn't Tatooine. I forget what planet it was. And then she meets somebody who opens up the doors for her, but the whole situation was different. So you end up with Rey and Kylo making out. Jakku, thank you. But also earlier, I was saying on the Vader violence. My brother reminded me what was the very first thing we ever saw Vader doing in all of Star Wars? Choking somebody out. He choked somebody out who may or may not have died. Yeah, like the first time we ever see Vader, he gets onto the ship after the stormtroopers very efficiently blast all of the rebels. I'm gonna say it again. And then he shows up and he's asking for the plans and he's choking somebody out. Like, he's violent. It's not a violence that we were used to. We kind of made a joke about it where, I find your lack of faith disturbing. Like, that's a funny thing. Somebody's bad mouthing the Force, and Vader starts to choke him out. But did we all not just acknowledge that he was about to kill somebody in the middle of what is effectively a board meeting? This is not somebody that gives a damn about people. I hate that the meme became canon. The stormtroopers were told not to hit the main cat. Oh, we've had that. We've done that before, Lilac. I've done the whole thing. I've done the whole thing because I've said it before and I'll say it again. There is no evidence in the original movies that the stormtroopers were ever bad shots. It just became a joke. It became a joke, and it's a funny joke. I still say it. I do it from time to time. But realistically, if you go through the original movies, there is zero evidence that the stormtroopers are bad shots. They only actually lost a handful of fights, and half the time there was some sort of circumstance behind them losing the fight. I think the only fight that they legitimately understood the entire risk and lost was the second Death Star. The second Death Star is the only one, because in the first Death Star, there were 30 ships and they were decimating them. And it wasn't until the 19-year-old space wizard, who nobody knew was there, was able to do it. But without Luke being there, they win easily. And they crush that battle. The Empire crushes that battle. They won every fight in The Empire Strikes Back. And in return, the only thing they lost was Endor and the base on Endor, which, again, was from a secondary fighting force or a third fighting force that they were not aware of. And the Death Star actually being blown up was actually the good guys doing a good thing. It was the good guys winning. They flew into the Death Star, they blew it up, and they escaped. And there was no shenanigans whatsoever. Nothing unusual happened. They just straight up won. It's the only fight, I think, in the entire original trilogy that the Rebels just straight up win. Not just him. He also crushed the throat of the Rebel on the tail. Well, that's the one I was thinking of, Lilac. I was thinking of the one where he's asking for the plans. That's the first guy that he kills. The guy in the boardroom that he tries to kill was later. But the first thing we see Vader do, he steps through the doorway after the stormtroopers blow everybody to smithereens, and then he's choking out the guy. That's the guy that he throws against the wall. The reason I said that he might be dead was because when he throws him against the wall, the guy, it's not like a loose corpse. He kind of like catches himself on the wall and falls down. And then I think when they get him up, you see him help himself get up. When the stormtroopers go to drag his body away, I think he's the one that you can see put his foot down so that he stands up. Yeah, if not for the Ewoks, Han, Leia, and the Rebel troopers would have failed to take the shield generator. And if you think it's ridiculous that they lost to my favorite line from all of that is whenever people talk about this stuff, if you think that it's ridiculous that the Ewoks were able to stop the Empire, remember they stopped the Rebels too. They caught the Rebels. The only reason that they helped was because they had their golden idol with them. Side chat one. What is this? Huh? Oh, wait. What am I looking at here? This is like 26 seconds.
It's them.
Blast them. Get back to the show. Yeah, look. That scene right there that you posted, Ronan. It's them. Blast them. They got shot one time and then they ran. Clearly they were supposed to do this. I don't want to play too much because I don't want the audio to get me in trouble. I think that's become the Vader divide. If you were an OG trilogy fan, Vader was evil but flawed. If you love the prequels, Anakin was a hero who lost his way and still died doing the right thing. There's an expectation to still see that Anakin within Vader. I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's like the era of people that see the good in him, and then everybody else sees him that he's a monster. They saw them just as a primitive creature and not a threat. I don't like it when franchises do this, but there are games that show that the Empire didn't automatically fall apart after the Death Star, after the death of Palpatine. That should have been a movie, in my opinion. Yeah, it would have been nice if there was something, but later, because that's where Mercy. That's like you're talking about like what the hell was it called? Project Cinder. You're talking about like Project Cinder and stuff. In Star Wars, in Star Wars Rebels, they shown at the stormtroopers. Oh, they shown that the stormtroopers can shoot very well. It's just the helmet that's holding them back. The sound low key like a meme because of auto. I know, but I don't want to play it too much. Oh yeah, several troopers versus a solo character, and they run. They were supposed to do that. What I find interesting is for the first Death Star, the top 3 pilots on the trench run were all originally from Tatooine, who did the Beggar's Canyon run. It does kind of make sense. You're going to take the guys that probably know how to do this better. If not for the Ewoks, they wouldn't have taken out the chicken walkers. Chewie wouldn't have Tarzan swung into one of the other walkers and couldn't use that to lure the imps out of the generator. Meanwhile, Han and Leia were about to be blasted by an army of stormtroopers outside the generator door. Not to mention, if you go back even before then, she would have been captured, but one of the Ewoks got on a speeder and drove it away. So then they chased them. And now they were left with just one that she was able to take down. You can't convince me that the Empire didn't know the Ewoks existed. They literally parked over their planet and building bases there. So the Empire underestimated. Yeah, the Empire would underestimate the Ewoks. They wouldn't not think they were there. You have to show Vader when he's at his darkest because that makes his redemption all the better. Like, it's important. You need to understand why no one else sees the good in Vader. And the way you do that is you make him horrible. And they did. And I think they did, which is amazing, Mercy, that you still need to make Vader horrible after he murdered a room full of children. And we can't even be sure that it was just one room. I think it's safe to even just assume that there was probably more than one room full of children that he cut down. He was a horrible person. Imagine losing to a bunch of primitive Care Bears. Ronan, Care Bears that can't even stare. What's the point? If they don't have things on their bellies and can Care Bear stare at you, they're like losers. Hey, General. General, we're just talking Star Wars. We're just talking some Star Wars nonsense. Over half us adults are below a 6th grade reading level. You see that clone trooper gun a kid down? How many did Vader cut that? Yeah, like they were terrible. He was a terrible person. He said he killed children Tusken Raiders back in episode 2. The problem is, Mr. Z, Tusken Raiders barely register as people in the world of Star Wars. That is another thing that never really kind of gets spoken about, and I kind of understand. I sort of understand why, but I do feel like there should be some highlight to it, is that the Empire is actually hella racist. If you look at the Empire, there aren't any non-humans there. You know, the only non-human I think that was an Imperial was Thrawn. Thrawn was the only non-human, right? Because everybody else was a bounty hunter. They would hire the bounty hunter. When you talk about like, Bosk and everybody, they were bounty hunters. Argue is that Anakin killed the kids, but in doing so, spared them from becoming Sith. Oh. I really hope that's not the logic that they're using. Playing through Fusion right now, made it to our favorite ear-piercing boss fight. Ewok traps were meant for giant monsters that live in the mountains that would constantly come down and eat them. Okay, I actually never knew that, so I'm kind of glad that I know why the Ewoks had these giant traps already built. Space Nazis are racist? Say it ain't so. They do mention in canon that the Empire is very human-centric. Yeah, so yeah, the Star Wars Lost Stars manga goes into how racist they are. Like, it is something that people don't really talk about. Their OT always saw Vader do was kill people and try to corrupt Luke right until the end. PT made him more sympathetic, but also feels like it might have some people not think of Vader as violent or as brutal. It's true. You excited for the Mandalorian movie? Oh, so are we making Ridley scream? Are we making Ridley scream an alert or not? Ooh, Stone. That's a rough one. Stone. I don't know. Am I excited for the Mandalorian movie? I don't know anything about it. I don't like that it's... I don't think we need the Mandalorian, because I think it's Mandalorian and Grogu. I don't really think we need a Mandalorian movie. I would rather have the Mandalorian's movie. I would rather have a story about Mandalore in its current state. I just made a horrible realization. Hold on. Let me look something up here. Because I think I just made a horrible realization and a connection that I am kind of mad that I'm making right now. Mandalorian. Oh, Mandalore planet. Uh-oh. Hang on. I need to find a picture to make sure that what I'm thinking of is what I'm thinking of, because otherwise, I'm probably thinking of the wrong thing. I need a picture of Mandalore from The Mandalorian. Hang on. I know this is weird watching me look for this stuff. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me see this picture. No, okay, that's not a good picture. You're gonna understand why in a second. Is Mandalore Viros? Is Mandalore the planet that Samus lands on in Metroid Prime 4? Because what is the surface of Mandalore covered in right now? It is covered in green glass. Is Mandalore, does Samus land? No, not just glass, green energy. I think Samus lands on Mandalore because according to the Mandalorian, Mandalore is covered in green crystals. Oh, no. Yeah, look at this picture that Lilac posted. Oh, no. I think Samus is on Mandalore. Oh, no. Samus is a Mandalorian confirmed. Explains why she doesn't like to take the helmet off much. Oh, no. Is Samus a Mandalorian? Oh, no. Miles is going to be in The Mandalorian and Grogu. Oh, no. You know, you can get some popcorn if you go out to the concession stand and buy some. Try it out. Oh, no. Let's explain by how much Bison is on. This is starting to be concerning. I think I'm starting to be a little concerned about this. This is all fitting much more than I would really want it to. Oh, that's funny. Stone. I'm thinking the same thing. Is Samus a Mandalorian? Before Nintendo hears you. It sues Disney. Man Spider. If there was some magic sentence I could say that would get Nintendo to sue Disney, I would say that word in a heartbeat, because my God, I would love to watch two juggernauts go at it. This would dwarf the Diddy trial in massive ways. Nintendo versus Disney, that would have its own volume of one of those history books we were talking about. Since I assume you saw like Johnny's review on Prime 4, he praised and pointed out its flaws without ever making me feel like enjoying the game was wrong. Nintendo would get eaten by Disney. I don't think Nintendo versus Disney in a lawsuit. Who wins? Oh, that's going to be like Goku versus Frieza. That's a tough one. I wonder if Nintendo could beat Disney. I wonder if Nintendo could just say like, no, Nintendo beat Paramount. I mean, it's Paramount, but yeah, I don't know, man. You know, that Universal Studios talking. Disney 100% wins. U.S. law, Disney wins easy. Yeah, and like I could probably beat Paramount in a lawsuit. Yeah, that'd be interesting, but oh no, I don't like the realization that Samus is a Mandalorian. But you're right, that is a good YouTube video. Don't all right, nobody make we got to cancel stream so I can make a YouTube video. Only was Nintendo could beat Disney with with Universal's help. I don't want to lose the Mario company. Don't let them clash. Don't mess with the mouse and come out. You don't mess with the mouse and come out unscathed. Nintendo beat Paramount when they were one of the biggest studios. Oh, before the fall. Okay, so there is precedent for Nintendo taking on. Not to mention Nintendo is also growing right now. Like the Nintendo video game company fighting Disney. No, I think that they lose. But give Nintendo a few years. I mean, Nintendo already is kind of a multimedia company. If Nintendo made 5 new shows about their franchises, I think everybody would watch them. But as they grow as a multimedia company, their reach is gonna grow. You know, it's not like Nintendo hasn't made $1 billion movie. They've definitely done that already, and it's the second movie's gonna be another $1 billion. The Zelda movie's gonna be probably $1 billion maker. So as they grow and as their influence grows, I do think that Nintendo, maybe 5-10 years down the line, I think that they might be the next Disney. I think it's entirely possible. And the only reason I don't think they are at this point is because they haven't wanted to be, which is probably the most arrogant thing somebody like Nintendo could say about Nintendo. But I think that the reason that they're not as big as Disney is because they just haven't wanted to be. They haven't tried. They've had shows that have had varying amounts of success, but from a merchandising standpoint, everything is gold practically. Does Disney have? Oh yeah, does Disney have prep time? Yeah, wait. No, Disney doesn't get prep time because prep time is Batman's thing, so that's Warner Brothers. Oh wait, but that might be Disney soon. No, Netflix. Netflix wanted to buy Warner Brothers. I think Nintendo wants to grow into other stuff, but they also don't care to be what Disney is. They just want more options. But just because they don't care doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Oh no, look at it. Yeah, look at the helmets. Oh, Samus. More proof that Samus is a Mandalorian. And that Veros and Metro Prime 4 is Mandalore. It is. Oh, so wait. So since Star Wars happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, it could actually make sense that Veros is Mandalore just thousands and thousands and thousands of years later. And it was never fixed. So it's full of green energy. Or maybe Veros got the idea from Mandalore. Oh, she's more Space Marine? I don't know. Although, Ronan, a Samus-themed Space Marine outfit would be kind of dope. There's got to be one. Is there one of those already? Let me see here. Samus Space Marine armor. Ooh, I mean, people have done it in the games. Oh, and there's a sick one that somebody painted. Yo, some of these are awesome. Wait. Ronan, look up Samus Space Marine armor. There's a bunch of people that have painted their Space Marines to look like Samus. They look kind of amazing. They actually do look amazing. Mando helmets are very a lot, but the visor creates a T in some way. Some are wider, others more sharp. When you talk about that, John said this in the video, and I kind of laughed at it. The idea that only that Silex can only see out of the line. I always just assumed that they were, Samus has a actual view of the outside, but I always kind of imagine that there's a UI and stuff, so it kind of makes up for all of that. You would have to paint a Samus Marine yourself. Yeah, look, Ronan, try it out. Look up Samus Space Marine armor and see if you get the same results, because that's what I have. I have a bunch of results of people that have painted their Space Marine as Samus, and it actually looks really incredible. If I'm being completely honest with you, this looks like I would buy one of these if I could. Even Dark Samus gets it. Oh, and I checked I looked up yesterday because we went over to Linky's and I made a comment about Samus having toes and everybody thought I was just making a joke. I looked it up. No, Samus, Dark Samus, I mean. Dark Samus, in the amiibo, it's shoes. It's not little pointy toes. It looks like Samus's footwear, but it's Dark Samus. So the Dark Samus with toes, that's the first time I've ever seen that. Even in Metroid Prime 3, I don't think Dark Samus has toes. I didn't know that was a thing. Look at side chat. Yeah, that looks exactly like that helmet. Hold on. It's based on her Smash design, which is based on Prime 3. So in Prime 3, I'm going to try to go to Florida once this year. In Prime 3, does she have toes? Does Dark Samus have toes, or is it just the pointy feet like shoes? You say that wanting a Mando movie, but the fandom would be like, I don't want that. Dave Filoni is the new Kathleen Kennedy. Oh yeah, they will. That would make Samus a descendant of the Federation troops because Samus isn't on Veros anymore by the end. Uncle starting his feet arc. Samus Space Marines are one thing. What about Samus Gundam? Well, I have a Samus mech in Armor Core. My one of my mechs in Armor Core was painted like Samus. I did the Samus paint job, and then I created a Metroid icon that sits on it. Hold on, Samus Gundam. Let's see, Samus Gundam. Ooh, oh, some of these are okay. So these are the pictures that popped up when I searched Samus Gundam. They're not Gundams painted like Samus. They look like kit bashes painted to look like Samus. So they don't look like a regular, like it's not like an RX 7800 with a Samus paint job. It looks like a kit bash, like a merging of a bunch of parts, and it's made to look like Samus. Zaku head, Ariel body. Yeah, that is Ariel's body. Yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me look. Yeah, that does look like Ariel's body. The thigh covers look a little bit different, but a lot of the other stuff looks the same. And I don't like the gun. This one that I'm looking at, I don't like the gun. Something like the Doomslayer mechs. I know they're Samus Evas. Hold on. Samus Evas. I should just be searching this stuff here. I should search it on camera. Actually, here, hold on. Yeah, why don't we do that? Hold on. I'm going to move this window over here. Get rid of that. There we go. And then, I got to plug this in here. Hang on. You see that? Yeah. So it's like this one here. This is kind of dope. I like this, but I don't like the gun because it's obviously not green. And I don't like the black shoes because it makes it look like she's wearing heels. It makes it look like she's wearing shoes over the armor. Yeah, so I'm not a fan. Like, this is better. I don't like the head as much, but I do think that this is better, and at least the feet are all the same color, and the gun is green, ish. See, I love the heels. I don't like the heels on the armor. There's this one, which I think is the back of this one. Yeah, so this is the back of this one. I mean, this is probably the best looking one. This might be the one right here. I wonder what all of these parts are, because I would build this. The fifth one is the fifth one is the one you say. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, like that looks dope. And then there's a picture of the back of it on here too. Yeah, this one I think is the sickest one. Kit Bash found on Facebook. Ew. This one looks amazing too. I like the action pose. The silver parts are kind of interesting, but I do like the action pose. See, here we go with the heels again. I don't like when this is a different color. I'm going to try and recreate it in Gundam Breaker. Ooh, Gundam Breaker 4. That might be the place to do it if you've got as many parts as you want. Yeah, some of these are really, really cool. You know what? There is actually one of these that I wanted to do. I wanted to do a kit bash it's the big greenish one. What's the big green Gundam? Large green Gundam. I'll know it when I hear it. Kshatriya? No, not the Big Zam. Kshatriya? This thing. So there's this thing here. There's this one. I wanted to merge it, and then there's another one that has the feet that I would want to have. I thought that you could make these into Emerald Weapon from Final Fantasy VII. There's another one that has the bottom half that's right, and I kind of wanted to buy them and see, like, for my first kit bash, I was gonna make a real big Quebly. Quebly is the Quebly one. Let me see here. I have to be careful. Quebly. So yeah, so like this is that one, but I don't like the way it looks. I think the other one looks better. I think that and it's not green, so I feel like there's work that I would have to do. I have to remember what the legs came from for the other mech, but yeah, I thought like, oh, this would be sick if you could make Emerald Weapon out of Gundams. And you start with the other one. You start with the Kshatriya, or however you pronounce it. That one looks like Diamond Web. See, yeah, I would probably. Oh my God, yeah, Ronan. And then use the top half. Yeah, okay. Closest thing to Emerald Weapon is what is it called? Niu Zell. Hold on. Niu Zell. Let's see. Oh wait, yeah. So this might be. Yeah, look at this. That's very Emerald Weapon-y. That'll work. Still not the right color, but yeah, and then it's got no legs. And there goes one sort of propped up there. Yeah, I could see that. I think I still like the other one. I should get Gundam Breaker 4. Neo ZL. Neuziel? Is it Neu? Neu. I wish I had another DW Gundam. You know which Gundam I wish they had? I wish the multiplayer one was awesome. Neuziel. Okay. Literally Emerald Weapon in the bottom left of that search. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, right here. Yeah. Yeah, there's a Gundam that has legs like this. There's a Gundam that has its bottom and its propulsion. It's not legs, but it's wide like that. So I would have to bash it with something else. But this right here looks exactly like the Kshatriya one. I think this looks exactly like it. It's just it doesn't have another hole. I would have to drill another hole. Is it the Zeong? Zeong. Yes. Yeah, this is something like that. Yeah, here we go. Like, look at these legs. You'd have to paint them, which means you'd have to paint the whole thing. But look at these legs and then put the Kshatriya top on it. I think you end up with something that kind of looks like Emerald Weapon. And I think it would be sick to make that. My favorite one had a tiger paint job on it. Is it here? Let's see if we can find it. Is it a Zeong or is it a different one? Actually, is there an Emerald Weapon? That's kind of funny. Is there just an Emerald Weapon Gundam? Maybe this is all pointless. Weapon. No, you see, it's different pictures. Here goes the Kshatriya. So now this with the bottom half of the Zeong. Come on, that's sick. Actually, how about this? Look at these legs. It's me 2026. I'm assuming you can kit bash in Gundam Breaker. Does Gundam Breaker have kit accurate parts? Could I build something in Gundam Breaker and then go and buy the necessary Gundams and then build that thing in real life? Because that is kind of amazing. You can look up Azieru. No, wait. Zieru. Forgot the Z. This one? Ooh, what a funky looking one. What series is this from? That's funky looking. I like this one a little bit better. Oh, wait, this is sick. Wait, hold on. I like this one. Wait, this is fire right here. I like this. What is this from? Breakers love kit bashing, and it does. Okay. Alpha Azeru is basically at the top of things that are never getting to scale kit. Was this from Char's Counterattack? I saw Char's Counterattack. I only saw it once. I just not remember it. Yeah, I know I saw Char's Counterattack. I must just not remember it. Like the green one from Iron Blooded Orphans. Green. Let's see. Green. Iron. I didn't finish Iron Blooded Orphans. I was enjoying it, but for some reason, I just didn't finish it. Oh, no. Is that this guy? He's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Very Zaku-ish. Oh, I do like that, though. I do love these character designs for sure. It might be from Char's Counterattack books. You can look up Gundam Breaker 4 builds. Let's see. Gundam Breaker 4 builds. There you go. This is what the streams will be from now on. It'll just be us looking up stuff on Google. Is there a particular one I should look up? Let's see. Maybe somebody has done a Metroid one. Let me see here. Gundam Breaker 4 Metroid. Here we go. Here we go. Right? That looks like an early RX. That looks like pre-78. Digma Azieru is from a card game. Okay. It just started but saw the movie. Yeah, some of these are cool. Oh, look. It's Silex. You got more representation here than in okay. That's the aerial midsection. I know that. I know these pointy Lara Croft boobs anywhere, or boob singular. That's Ariel's design. Yeah, some of these are actually really cool. I kind of like that. It looks like an RGM 79. Let me see here. RGM. I'll do this on my thingy. RGM 79. Could you load up? Why is that so slow? Yeah, okay, that's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah. Probably the head is probably a GM. The arms I think are Death Scythe. That was for this one. The legs don't look familiar. That's not Ariel's legs though. I don't know where these legs came from to have this sort of. I do like this though. I do like the sort of light green piping almost. And then you got it here too. The gun is funky, but I feel like there's no right gun to use if you're going to build a Samus. My main Gundam uses the head of an S Gundam, body of Burning Gundam, right arm of a Star Burning Gundam, left arm of Victory, legs of Force Impule, backpack of Dual Gundam, and the weapons from being the Twin Buster Rifle and the GNX 3 GN Beam Saber. Those are these RX legs? 78? Yeah, they are actually RX legs. That's right. The shaping right here. This doesn't feel familiar. For the RX 78s at least, this doesn't feel familiar. So I don't know where this is from. Have you seen this Super Fumina Gundam? No. The legs are of Tri-Burning. These bottom half. This feels like a 78, but this doesn't. Check side tab for 2 of my Gundam Breaker. Oh, here we go. Of course, there's a modified new Gundam. All right, you got the new Gundam back on there. I like that second one. I do like that second one a lot. I like the first one too, to be honest with you. I bet an Optimus Prime Gundam looks insane. See, a Voltron Gundam, I think, would be amazing. Here, let's just leave it here. Voltron. We're probably more likely to find it here. Ooh, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Wait, this is awesome. Oh, look at it. It looks so good. Oh, wait. What the heck is this? Come on. Close that. Ah, that looks good. View image. Open image. That actually looks really good. That actually looks incredible. Oh, the hands are not that side. They're actually Master Gundam. The new Gundam one is my current one, and it took so much tinkering. We got Tryon 3 for a nearly official Voltron Gundam. Well, there is a Voltron Gunpla, but I guess they don't make it anymore, and it's hilariously expensive. It is unfortunately ridiculously expensive. Here, Gunpla. Let's go Gunpla. Voltron. This is one of my. I would love it. Look at this. This is just too good. It's just incredible. But I don't think they sell it anymore. God, I would be building this now. If I had this now, I would just be building it right now. Like we'd either be streaming it or I just wouldn't be streaming. This is so good. It's so gorgeous to look at. Oh, this is a custom that somebody did. So there are, I guess that's a good idea. If you just paint it Voltron colors, I think it still gets the point across, because this one's kind of sick right here. I feel like Mega Man X. Yeah, I feel like Mega Man X's Gundams would probably be a lot cooler. Can you buy the parts and build it? Check SideChat 1 for all the pick listings. And let me see how this. Okay, so is that what that is? When I see all of that. Wait, so that Voltron one that I was looking at. Hold on. Is that what that is? Hold on. Where was it? Didn't I click one of these pictures? Was it this one? Open tab. No. Go. I want to go to the page. No. Hang on. I'm going to see if I can find it. We opened one of these Voltrons we opened up had a bunch of stats next to it. Is that what it was? Was that the breakdown of everything that's in it? Was it this one? We literally just looked it up. I don't remember which one of these I clicked. And it took me to a Reddit thingy. Toy Fair. Where is the one that I just opened? It could be that build. If that build is from. Oh, was it? Could it have been Gundam Breakers? Oh, wait. Yeah. It was the Gundam Breakers Voltron picture that I was looking at. Here we go. This one. Okay, so is that what this stuff is? Oh, Bazero, in Discord. You have to put it in Discord. Is that what this is? Riku Tryon face. It's got all of these. Visor full, beam cannon left, beam cannon right. So is that what this is? This is the breakdown of the parts that you would use for all of the bodies. But yeah, it's in the game stats, each of the parts being used. Okay. Yeah, those are the those are builder parts to add detail. Okay. All right. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's dope as a custom. If it's a Bandai kit, it will eventually go back into print. I don't know that it's been. If you guys find the Voltron Gunpla kit, I need you to send me a picture of it right away, because I will probably buy it. Oh, I put the parts breakdown in side chat. Hold on. Side chat 1. Is that this one? Oh, it's this one. Here we go. Okay, so yeah. So then this has in there, it's Good Smile. It's Good Smile. Yeah, so then this has the breakdown. That's not bad. I might have to do that. How much is Gundam Breaker right now? Maybe we'll play Gundam Breaker all day today. I wonder if there's other images. So there's a YouTube video also. Oh yeah, there's a YouTube video that's straight up how to Voltron. Okay. What is Gundam? Let me ask you, what is Gundam Breaker as a game? Like, what kind of game is it? Is it a action combat game? Is it a strategy game? Like, I don't know what kind of game it is. I know it as you make Gundams, you build Gunpla, and you fight them or something, but Breaker 4 goes on sale a lot. I love it on Switch, and it runs pretty perfectly. Action combat? Okay, so it's not an adventure game? I'm being annoying. All right, so it's action combat. I'm gonna open up my Steam and take a look at it. Action combat story is you're playing an MMO with friends and build your Gundam and do missions with them. Okay, so that's sort of, it's a sports simulator. Okay, kind of like Dot Hack. I never played Dot Hack. I saw them in the store all the time. I just never played it. So let's see, Gundam. $43.9. Okay, so it's still a full price game still on sale. But it's on sale. Wait, hold on. $52.99. The deluxe edition is on sale for $43.99. For $43.19. The game on its own is $60, and Ultimate Edition is $100. Okay. It also has built-in diorama mode too. All right. I'm probably not going to get it. What I am going to do, hey Heath, what's the next SUV playthrough? No idea yet. No idea. We're not entirely sure. We haven't had a meetup in a little while, and I don't know if we're going to meet up this Sunday or next Sunday. So no idea yet. To be honest, I'm not even entirely sure who's playing the next game. But I'm going to take a quick break because I got to run to the restroom. And when I come back, we'll talk a little bit more about Gundams and Gunpla. And I got back to I'm going to finish my, what's it called? The Armor Core one, so that I could jump into another Gunpla. But give me a few minutes, and I will be right back. Raisin Brain. Let's see some Gunpla Side Chat 1 if you're curious. Steam credits cheaper. I also recommend Gundam Breaker 4 if you can get it for sale on Steam. Yeah, it's on sale right now, but it's still 43 and change, so. Sorry, I'm just looking at more Voltron stuff here. Okay. Check Side Chat 1 for a sample of my Gunpla. I want looking at Ludes. Well, you're gone. I wasn't looking at Ludes. Okay. Or you were looking at Ludes, you swear. Side Chat 1 for some of these. Okay, so yeah. So these are, that's another one there. And yeah. Okay. Let me see what the gameplay looks like here. Okay. I mean, you know, just looks like Armored Core to me. It's just like, I don't know. It looks like this Gundam game just looks like Armored Core we have at home. I don't know. Doesn't. All right. I figure we would get back to Metroid Prime today, but I don't know. I'm not sure what we want to do, or if we're gonna. What do you think we should do? Do you think we should? Oh, yeah. I figured that was just training mode. Not to mention, Dragon, I kind of like that the training mode mat, like the ground in the training mode looks like a build mat when you build Gunpla. So I don't know if that's I feel like that's the generic grid floor, but because of those mats where you build Gunpla, it almost looks more like that. I kind of wish it had the lines that a lot of those mats always have. We want you to buy Gundam Breaker 4, but I don't know. $43 is still better. Well, 43. Okay, so 43 is the that's the price of the deluxe edition. The deluxe edition is 90, but that's the only thing that's on sale. The base game is not on sale. When is a Mystic Quest SGB playthrough? That's going to take a lot of convincing. That would take a lot of convincing. Also, while Campaign is Saturday morning cartoon, it's also good. This is nice Saturday morning cartoon energy. So it doesn't feel super serious or anything. I think we should take over the world. The game is a little cheaper. Oh, wait, the game's cheaper on Switch. Okay. Is it the kind of game that I would want on PC? Or is it the kind of, like, with mouse and keyboard? Or is it the kind of thing that would be fine on a controller? Like, is that something like Mario? Remember, like Mario Maker, people said, "Oh, it would have been a lot easier if there was some sort of mouse controls or something." Like Mario Maker with the stylus and stuff was always a lot better than Mario Maker without it. So, is Gundam Breaker the type of game where I would say, I really kind of wish I had a mouse and controller to specifically to build? I feel like the action is a fine controller game, but specifically to do the building, I'm curious if that would be better to have mouse and controller. Controller, most certainly. It's 100% a controller game. So if that's the case, I feel like it would just be better to buy on the Switch. Is it on sale on the Switch? Is the Switch version on sale? Hang on. Not Nintendo. Nintendo Switch Gundam Breaker 4. Gundam Breaker 4 for the Nintendo Switch. Come on, Nintendo, load up. Yeah, it's me. Right now, it still says 60. Version. And it doesn't seem to be a version. So it's not on sale on the Switch. And, there's no crossplay. Ooh, there's no crossplay. See, I feel like that might be better to do on Steam anyway. Also, it's probably, if you're going to have a custom builder game, it's probably better to have it on PC because there might be mods and stuff that you want to use. Oh, the deluxe edition is on sale? It didn't pop up. Hold on. Nintendo Switch Gundam Breaker 4. I should probably say Switch 2. Should I say Switch 2? For Nintendo Switch. So let me see. See, it's just the basic one. Let me scroll down and see if there's something for a deluxe version. Hey, it's 6.9 gig file size. So that one's regular. View DLC. Gunbreaker Deluxe Edition bonus. These are all just the DLC stuff. Okay, so hold on. So let's go back. Gundam Breaker Deluxe. Deluxe Edition bonus. Oh, Deluxe Edition 40. Okay. Oh, it's actually cheaper. It's cheaper. It's actually cheaper than Steam. This one is $39.59. And then like off of and it's normally $90. This one's cheaper. Okay. Maybe the Switch version is the one that I'll get. How does it work, by the way? Does it function well? Even the PC version is 15-ish gigs. Yeah, this is 7 gigs. That's not bad. I mean, it's, Nintendo and their wizardry that they do. Pitt, what's going on? It has been a while, Pitt. Welcome. You don't see it too much on my Gunpla. Oh, but you can age the parts, add line. Oh, that's normal. That's Armored Core did that too. They had all of that stuff on there. You can make it super shiny, or you can make it all rusted and stuff. It runs perfectly on Switch. Ain't bad. Does it run? Yeah, I just need it to run well. I just need it to run and be fine. It seems that you got mostly Steam players here. Yeah, that's the other thing, Ba, is that everybody here seems to be a Steam player. So if I was going to buy it and with the intention of probably playing with you guys, I would have to buy the Steam version. It does suck that there's no crossplay. Okay. Also for the future, go to the top of the page where it says digital. Oh, you click the digital thing and there's a deluxe tab. Okay, I had to just search. I just searched for it separately. You have the Switch. Dragon, I thought you had the Steam version. I actually thought you had the Steam version. Okay. To add to the MMO quality, there is a multiplayer element with clans and such. I mean, and here's the thing. I would probably only do that stuff with you guys because I played Armored Core online and I ended up really not enjoying it. I worry that online Armored Core is a bunch of like hardcore players. I don't want to say tryhards because tryhard is more derogatory, but it is going to be a bunch of people that really are into the game that are yelling at you for, it's like, right. It's like when you get past Diamond in Marvel Rivals, and now this is a bunch of people that are good at the game and they're yelling at you every time you aren't. No, it does not have crossplay. It doesn't have crossplay, unfortunately. So yeah, like I'd want to have it in a capacity where I can play with you guys, but at the same time, I don't know how much that'll be outside of stream. Right? On stream, we would have it as community days, but and I'm also, I'm always kind of like, do I want to have a community day game? But it seems like you guys, like a bunch of you have it. So yeah, Breaker multiplayer is co-op. Oh, I like that. I like online co-op. I think that's a lot of fun. Too good for this rank, not good enough for one rank up. Wait, what? That's why I can tell you how it runs on Switch. All the clips and those photos are from the Switch version. You can see it runs nice and smooth. Yeah, I did when I was watching that. It was very smooth. I'm concerned, Dragoon, because it was very smooth, but you're also in the training area where the game's not trying to load a bunch of backgrounds. That's what my issue is. Oh, am I talking? Wait, hold on. Now I'm confused. I got lost, Pitt. Yeah, I got distracted too. Yeah, Gundam Breaker is co-op for the most part. I got it on PS5. Oh, you have it on PS5 and Switch. Okay. So, yeah, like I feel like PS5 is where I would probably want it the most, but Switch is the Switch, right? It's right there and it feels good. Let me boot up a mission. Sigh. You don't have to. Let's be confused together. Yeah, you don't have to. I was just saying like that the training thing isn't really a reference for how good the game runs because the training thing is not representative of what it's like to be in the game. God, it sucks because now you're making me want to play mech stuff, which I've been kind of feeling. You know what game I have to go back to? I think at some point. Speaking of SGB, since somebody asked about it earlier, I have to start practicing Titanfall 2 for the day that comes when I do play that on SGB. So I do have to start practicing that game. I have to defend my Gundam, baby. No, I think for the most part, Gundam games that I've seen work pretty well. I like that one that was the multiplayer game. What the hell was the multiplayer game that crashed and burned on like last year or the year before. It was basically CS:GO with Gundams. I love that game, man. It was so good. Yeah, I still need to decide my first playthrough. It might end up being Titanfall 2, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I think I overthink it, and I've actually talked to Gundam Evolution. Thank you. It was Gundam Evolution. I actually talked to the guys about my first playthrough and like what it would be, and I talked about my ideas and stuff, and I said like I'm pretty sure I'm just overthinking it, and they're like, yeah, you're just overthinking it. Oh, what about SmackDown Sunday Virtual on? Ooh, I like that. Multiplayer that crashed and burned describes like 90% of multiplayer games. Well, the Gundam one specifically. Gundam Evolution was 2 years ago. Yeah, it was a while ago though. I love that game. For the little bit that game was active, I was having a really good time playing it. I hated that all of the cool Gundams were locked behind a paywall and you had to buy stuff for them. But damn, they were cool. Since COVID, anything could be 2 years ago. Yeah, last week, my sense of time is just completely screwed up, to be honest with you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do today. I don't know. Do we have any other topics? Do you want to have a day where Fridays used to be the only talk days. We used to have just streams like this. So I just don't think there's anything else, and I don't want to be rambling about nothing, even though I normally do that. But I'm curious if I want to play. Do I want to play more Metroid Prime today, or do we want to play something? I wish there was Smash Bros with mechs so that we could do that. Finally on break, Flip. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we Dave Filoni being the new head. Oh, we Flip. I'm sorry, Flip. I kind of thought you might have been listening to some of that. No, we already did that. Well, yeah, I mean, we started talking about it. There's just really not much to talk about until Filoni actually does something in the position of power. But who is the other person, by the way, Flip? It's Filoni's going to be like the creative head, and then someone else is going to be the business head or something. Who is the other person that it's going to be? Let's talk about Batman TAS. I'm not ready to talk about Batman TAS yet. I feel like talking about TAS needs to be, we go through each episode. So it's going to end up not being a reaction stream, but probably just me talking about Batman and us talking about it together. Oh, there's an Xbox 360 version of Virtual On if that marketplace is still up. I think it is. That would actually be very helpful if it is. Retro emulation handhelds. I have a few more episodes. And I'll have watched them up. For TAS, I'm going through TAS again now. I'm realizing now that I always thought that I had missed a lot of TAS, and so far I'm about 15 episodes in, and I have seen every episode. Some of them I don't remember as well as others, but I've seen every episode. I think probably by the end is where I'll get to episodes where I don't remember seeing, or I think I might have never seen. But so far I remember seeing everything that I've watched. Lin Wayne, what? Hold on. Lin Wayne Brennan? Is that Lin Wayne Brennan? Lil Wayne? I don't know how I'm saying that first one. Brennan's the last part. I know that. The 360 shop died a few years ago. Oh, did they finally shut it down? Did they finally just completely shut it down? You can play Iron Saga. Iron Saga. Mobile game? Is that an anime, girl? I don't know. It looks like AI artwork to me. Lil Wayne. After the Legend of Zelda movies, theatrical and home entertainment release periods, it will be streamed exclusively on Netflix. For The Legend of Zelda? 2 more clips. The stage I chose is weird, but you can see it running with several Gunpla on screen. Okay. I'll have to check that out later because I don't want to see it. Ew, AI art. I know. It does kind of look, it looks kind of funky. Like here, this is the picture I was looking at. I was like, I don't know. Anime girls and mechs, huh? Yeah, AI art. Yeah, you're kind of right about that, Pitt. The art aspect probably needs to be put into quotes. What's wrong with art of Allen Iverson? Oh, think you're looking at the wrong game. Iron Saga. I mean, this says Iron Saga. Look at it. This says Iron Saga. Is that not the same game? Right? Iron Saga? I don't know. There's a bunch of anime characters with mechs. Iron Saga Versus? Is that what I'm supposed to be looking for? Oh, is that this? So I guess this is just the mechs. No, wait, that's not it. Is this it? Thank you for getting the Iverson joke. Nah, we got. I'm from Philly. We know who AI is. This is the one. Hey, it's Mazinger, and this guy. This person's here too. This robot is also here. I'm assuming this is related to the other game. I'm assuming that the other game is the game, and then this is the mech fighter extension of that game. Iron Saga Versus. Is that Huckbane? Huckle? Isn't that the guy on the raft with the guy named Jim? What was the other picture I was looking at? This one. Yeah, I don't know what that is. No, unrelated. I put 3 Gunpla in the side chat. A first is my main. Second is my fast Gundam. A third is for fun. First is your main. Second is your fast Gundam. And third, the third one is killing me. What was that mech game? Did that mech game ever come out where you could do all the crazy stuff and you could put like anime, like kind of like you did with the anime girl heads? Was it Mecha Break? Did that ever come out? Or is that one of those? It's in 0.9 mode forever. Mecha Break. It is out. Okay. Oh wait, was this an anime girls with mechs too? I didn't know that that's what the game was going to be. Oh wait, I don't think it's popular though. Uh-oh. Oh, it's pay to win? Yeah, it doesn't look as popular. The first article that came up is Mecha Break has lost 60% of its players in a week. User scores sink. So, I mean, losing a lot of players after the first week is sometimes common, but 60% and then the user scores are terrible means that they ran into a problem. It was probably awesome at the start and then they ran into an issue. No, it was called Mecha Break. I remember watching the trailers thinking this was awesome. The Year of Mechas was 2 years ago, and it's still going. Yeah, to an extent. It's not. It definitely isn't as intense, Stone. But yeah, Year of the Mech never really happened. You know what it is, Stone? I didn't really get through as much as I wanted to. There was a lot more stuff that I wanted to get through with Year of the Mech, and what ended up happening was a lot of the stuff is just not available. I planned on going through all of Macross, and Macross is impossible to find. I think all of it's on Amazon now, or one of the services. But you can't really find Macross, especially if you I found the original, right? Do you remember Love? And then that was it. Oh, and I found Macross Plus somewhere. But then all of the other Macross stuff, it felt like it was like impossible to find. And then it turns out that there was a whole thing with all the licensing. It was I watched a bunch of YouTube videos about it. It's all over the place. But then I found the only things I found that I was able to watch were early Gundam stuff. It was hard for me to find some of the later Gundam stuff. Crunchyroll had some things, but not other things, and not some of the stuff that I wanted. I watched this show, this 3-part thing called Megazone 2-3. That was a lot of fun. And there was another thing that I thought that was more mech related. And then when I watched it, it didn't feel like it was mech related, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, and what was the show? I got to like episode 19 of 24, and then I just never finished it. It wasn't a Gundam show. It was. It wasn't. Hold on. I'm going to see, because I have a name in my head, and I don't think that's what it was. Yeah, Megazone. Megazone was fantastic. Was it this? Was this a mech show? No, this wasn't a mech show. This isn't the show, but I had the name Violet Evergarden in my head. But it wasn't that. But there was an anime that had mechs and kids that were supposed to be driving them, but then the kids, there were some like mansion or something that the kids all ended up in, and that I was expecting that to be like 2 episodes, and it ended up being like 8 episodes, if not more. And I don't remember what the heck it was called, but I got far in it and I thought it was good, and I just never cared to finish it. And I don't remember what it was. Yeah, you're not narrowing it down as much as you think. No, not Evangelion. No, definitely not Evangelion. The kids had to pilot the mechs in pairs. They had to pilot the mechs in pairs. And, but I think there was one kid that was able to do it on his own. Xenoblade 2? No, not Xenoblade 2. They fight like giant aliens. I think they do. I think there's a point where Darling in the Franxx. Thank you. That's what it is. Darling in the Pacific Rim. It did make me think of Pacific Rim. Darling in the Franxx. Thought it was great. Got to like episode 19. Never finished the show. Never finished it. And I don't know why. I'm seeing memes of folks already hating on Filoni. We're so back. Yeah. Maybe that's why I didn't finish it, because I heard that the ending wasn't great. Because I know why I didn't finish it. And I kind of just told you. Once they got to the mansion or whatever the heck it was that they were in, and it felt more about all of their relationships together, I stopped being interested in it. I wanted it to be more about the mech stuff, and I didn't think it was. And before everybody jumps and says Gundam, for all of its character interaction and emotional stuff, Gundam never lost sight of the fact that cool mechs and fights are really what we're here for. I feel like the Gundam stuff that I watched, most of it was still telling you, by the way, the mechs are still cool. We're still all in giant robots. There's still war going on, but when we talk about the psychological responses that the kids are having, it's more about the war and less about the interpersonal relationships, but we're still fighting with giant robots. And I feel like Darling in the Franxx started to get away from that, and I started to be more bored. I started to think, this is fine, but I really would like to go. I'm watching a show about giant robots. I would really like to see some giant robots. And it didn't really feel like that. So I got bored. And then I just didn't care what was going to happen later. Hooker was like, social links. Ew. The mechs are a sex metaphor. I mean, anything when you merge two people always kind of feels like a sex metaphor. Except for Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim didn't feel that way because it started with the two brothers. But the idea of Steven Universe, right? The fusions in Steven Universe. That was a sex and intimacy metaphor if I've ever seen one. It was blatantly there. The Gundam YouTube channel rotates some shows on there. Oh, Gundam is about how to kill teenagers. Gundam balances things out so it doesn't feel like a teen romance drama. It feels like teen romance drama or it feels like teen emotional drama in a mech. And then, and then when you get to like Evangelion was a nice blend of it, but Evangelion was a good blend of mech stuff and kids' emotional stuff. The problem with Evangelion was that the kids' emotional stuff was so drastic to the kids. Like the stuff that was happening to the kids in Evangelion was so terrible that it's like, time-wise, there's a balance here, but the emotional state was not imbalanced. The stuff that they were going through was terrible. not to mention the religious overtones of the actual mech stuff. It was just I don't think I've ever felt as bad for characters in a fictional piece of media than I did for the kids in Evangelion. I feel terrible for them. Guts is probably the only time I feel worse about what happens to a person in a show. In Berserk, like Guts is probably the only one that I'm like, wow, he had it rough. And then the kids were like, Jesus, jeez. I want you to look at how they pilot. Oh yeah. You're right. When they pilot the mechs and Darling and the Franxx, and they kind of like lay down, and yeah, you're right. Cause they, yeah. You're right. That is blatantly that. If you give a 12 episode recommendation, how does a mech monster extermination workplace comedy? Are you talking about, no, you're not talking about Kaiju number 8. Mecha monster. Are you talking about Kaiju number 8? Yeah. Cause that was, if you're talking about Kaiju number 8, it was awesome. It was very, very good. I would like more of that, please. And I'll be honest, Kaiju number 8, I was enjoying up until like episode 8 or 9, and then I was really loving it. Once we got to like that, it was around that episode where they cleaned up the big thing, and where what's his face, did his thing in front of everybody. That was where I was like, oh my god, this is awesome. I wish we would have gotten here sooner. Bullbuster? No, I have not. I've not watched Bullbuster. Oh, wait, there's a second season of Kaiju number 8? I don't think I ever finished it then. Or I never went back. Hey, Trios! I went through all of Berserk last year. I went through... For Berserk, I went through the original 97 show. That was my experience with the original show. I watched the 3 movies, which are like the remake of it's like the remake of the 97 show. The 97 anime, by the way, the 97 Berserk is probably my favorite anime that I've ever watched. The best anime I've ever watched. It's definitely one of the top 5. I kind of flip it back and forth because it's either Berserk or, and this is going to be a weird one if you guys have never heard me say this before, Devil is a Part-Timer. I think Devil is a Part-Timer is probably my favorite anime series next to Berserk. And they kind of go back and forth. It really kind of feels like my mood. If I want something a bit sadder and grimmer, Berserk. If I want something more lighthearted, Devil is a Part-Timer. But those two they're probably my top 2 favorite shows of all time for anime. It has to be Paranoia Agent and Trigun for sure. Gundam feels like a realistic relationship strain during an actual war rather than, man, look at these horny teens in our mech. Yeah, like somebody made those mechs so that the kids have to get into them that way. And then they cast teenagers, which is a whole separate set of problems. Secret Boss, what's going on? I want to watch Berserk and Evangelion, but I'm not ready to watch them. I know I'm not ready to watch them. Berserk 97 is a tough watch. It's just brutal. But I do think that 97 is the way to watch that. I'll be honest with you. The 3 Berserk movies that are supposed to shorten the series and then fill in some of the gaps, I actually don't like it. From an animation point, I can't stand it. The modern Berserk stuff I can't stand. I think that the traditional animation was much better. The only thing I will say though is, and I don't mean to spoil this for you, the end of Berserk 97 is a massive cliffhanger. It is a cliffhanger to end all cliffhangers. It is in the middle of something that when it ends and the credits roll and you realize there's no more episodes, you're going to say, what the hell? There's no way it ends right there. I just heard a horn beep. The movies, what they did was they got to the same point, but the movies actually finished the point. They've actually finished that sequence. 1 season. That's it. Original Berserk, you get 25 episodes, I think it was. It was either 24 or 25. There is no more of that show. They did a season 2, but it was the more modern animation style, and I didn't really like it too much. I finally ended up watching it, and I wasn't really a big fan of it. I didn't read the books. I didn't read the manga. But, yeah, you're going to get to the end of 97 and think there is no way that's where it ends. And I'm telling you now, 30 years later, that's exactly where it ends. It ends there. You don't get any resolution. And that's why you just read the manga. But it's so good. It's the only reason it's a problem is because it's so good and you want more. I wanted another 25 episodes. But it's Berserk for a reason. The guy, guts goes through it in that show. But it's just brutal that it ends that way. I also don't like how it starts. I also don't like how the movies start. The anime starts in the future, like later on, and then it jumps back, and then that's where the rest of the series takes place. The modern anime, like the remake with the movies and stuff, doesn't actually do that. It doesn't do the beginning part. It just does. It starts right in the past, and it doesn't do the beginning part, which is a bummer because it cuts out my favorite scene. I think it's my absolute favorite scene, and it's something that I always wanted a tattoo of. So maybe one day I will actually do that. For anybody that's watched it, it's the scene in the bar right at the beginning of the series when they're bullying the girl, and then Guts shows up, and then the guy comes at him from behind, so he turns around and he draws his sword. But the sword, it's like him like this, and then the camera pans up, and it's the entire length of the sword coming down on the guy. And it's such a fantastic scene. It's such a I was 1 a.m. I was watching that show, and loudly at 1 a.m. I went, God damn. Oh God, he just splits the guy. It's so good. Do I have many tattoos? No, just the 2 on my hands and 1 on my leg. With like the Puerto Rican flag and my nickname on it. But yeah, I don't have any other tattoos. I would love tattoos. If I had the money and the disposable income to have more tattoos, I would love to have more tattoos. Gunbuster. I have not watched it, but I have it. I actually have Gunbuster on Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it yet. His assistant is taking over the mantle. So is it still going? Wait, so that's good. Oh, the author died for Berserk. Yeah, I would love to have more tattoos. It's expensive. It's expensive to get good, decent tattoos. I want video game tattoos. I don't have any video game tattoos, which is such a bummer. I don't want to spoil this anime from 30 years ago. Honestly, Heath, like yes, that's always kind of funny where I don't want to spoil an anime from 30 years ago. The problem is there's only been one other version of that anime. So like they redid the series and the ending is different. So you don't want to, and you definitely don't want to know what's going on. Like I can't really explain the scene because that's the thing. I'm explaining that it's in the middle of a cliffhanger, but I'm not really telling you what's going on. And with Berserk, if you have not seen Berserk, I'm going to tell you right now, if you think you know how the show is going to end, you probably don't. I think that the ending of Berserk, the 97 series, I think there's no way you're going to think that this is where it's going to end or it's going to end the way it does. But you are going to be surprised. Let's be real. A good chunk of us either weren't alive or were toddlers when it came out. Well, that's mean. It's not incorrect, but it's mean. I knew the ending before I watched it, and the ending still rocked me. Maybe 30 years ago, but I'm 26, and I haven't watched it yet, so it can apply. Yes, if you ever get a chance to, I highly recommend that you go and watch. If you can watch the 97 Berserk, I highly recommend that you go and watch that. If you can only watch the 3 movies, it's fine, but try and watch the 97 one. I just think it's better. Even if some stuff is dragged out a little bit more. But I actually think the dragging out of some of the stuff actually makes more sense. I only have 2 video game tattoos, and that's the Cash The Cash from Conquer and Max from Sam and Max. You got just Max, though? It's like getting just Pinky and no brain. I saw Berserk featured in top 10 most annoying endings video I found when I was 12. Yeah, it was, jarring endings. I forgot. No, it's probably annoying. It's probably going to be annoying. It could be jarring. I mean, jarring is definitely the right word for it, but it's also annoying because there isn't more of it. And bear in mind, this is 97, right? This is 97 to maybe early 2000s since, it took time for people to get access to that stuff. So we don't have a huge manga culture over here. We can't go to Borders and buy manga. So when people said, oh, well, just finish the books, like go and read the books so that you can get more story, we didn't have them. We couldn't go and get that stuff. Don't show a 12-year-old Berserk. Yeah. To be honest, I'm pretty done with anime at this point. Oh, that's a bummer. It's a shame. There's a lot of great anime out there. And even if you're done with modern anime, you can still just go back. I sincerely doubt that everybody watched all the old anime. So if you're not vibing with modern anime, just go back and watch the old stuff. Oh, that's what it is? Wait, wait, hold on, Flash. Did you read it? Did you read what the problem was with the I bought volume 1 of Berserk at a Barnes & Noble. Nowadays, you mean? Because nowadays they have them. Nowadays they have the big... Do you ever see the big hardback volumes of Berserk? I know it will be hella depressing to read them, but I kind of want them. Manga's too difficult for me anyway. There's just too much of it. It's just too much, especially when I want to go back and watch and read the old stuff. Like it's just too much. I was gonna buy Overlord. I was gonna start buying the Overlord manga, but there's just so many of them, and each of the books are so expensive. I mean, it's expensive for a book, considering you have to buy 40 of them. But the Overlord manga, I was like, oh, I kind of want to read that. I feel like they'll go more into the like the political landscape around the area, which is very interesting. I think Overlord has a very interesting sort of political conflicts going on, but you don't really get any of that. I also saw the movie and was kind of disappointed in the movie a little bit. I watched Berserk movie when I was 12. It wasn't the best idea. Yeah, so the movie, it's like 3 movies, and the movies are all the original series made into a movie form. So if you watch the original series, you'll get most of the story correct, but then the 3-movie remake adds more to the end of the series. The series, the 3 movies don't end at the same spot that the anime does, that the series does. It ends slightly after, but I can't tell you why it's different. I should try reading books. Manga's definitely too difficult for me, like how comic books and word books kind of are now. I should try reading books. Books I can read, but not often. I can't read very often. I keep up physically with Chainsaw Man, Laid Back Camp, Bocce the Rock, and Witch Hat Atelier. Are there box sets for those? Maybe. I didn't actually look for that. They weren't at the Barnes and Nobles when I was looking. Read volume 1 of Chainsaw Man and loved it. The Overlord manga only goes to a certain point. Oh, and then it stops. Okay. At least the full anime adaptation exists now. If you want to read manga legally, the manga streaming app. Yeah, Ryan told me that too. Ryan told me once too that if I wanted to get into manga, the apps are probably like the best way that I can do that. I used to read a lot, trying my best to get back into it. I was never a big reader. It's the time commitment. You know, I could sit down and I can play a video game. It's the time commitment and it's the engagement commitment. Or it's the engagement. Because I can sit down and play an RPG and I can play it for 12 hours a day. You give me some good story, there's some good combat and everything, and I can do it for 12 hours a day. Books, when I read them, it's rare for me to even want to read a book, but I think most of the books that I've tried to read, I did read. I think what's a book that I started to read and I just couldn't finish it? I tried to read The Great Gatsby one time because it's supposed to be this amazing thing, and I just got bored. However relevant this book is, I tried to read 1984 and I don't know. I was so uninterested, and maybe it was because it didn't feel like sci-fi fantasy. It felt like right? It felt like a deconstruction of modern day society to read 1984. I probably should have read it prior to the society we have now. Pitt, thank you so much. Have a good one. I'll see you around. I actually own 2 of the Gundam The Origin released in that format. Just say those volumes are big. What if I told you I got a book about lesbian necromancers exploring a haunted castle in space? Lesbian necromancers. I'm listening, but I feel like what's going to happen isn't as interesting as the premise. Gatsby's really good if you read it understanding that every single word in it is about how the rich are just the worst. When it comes to novels, reading Christine and It. Saw the movies. I didn't see the new It. I only saw the old It. I'll put pictures of those 2 inside chat. One entry grade RX 78-2 for scale. Oh, wow. Gundam The Origin Deluxe. Holy. Here's the thing. I love DBZ and Bleach, and as younger, always have a special place in my heart for them. But when I go back to watch them, they don't do much for me. So just kind of done with anime. Why force myself to watch something I don't like? I mean, the question is always going to be, why don't you like it? I mean, are you not getting as much out of it because A, you have more responsibility, so you feel like there's stuff that there's other stuff that you should be doing, and B, you've already seen them. So how would you feel about watching something new? A new DBZ or like a modern Bleach or something, or just stuff that's kind of like that. I'd be curious to know what you would think if you watched like a My Hero Academia, where that's got a lot of fighting and it's very sort of shonen style show. So yeah, because there's anime that I watched, and when I go back and watch it, I just don't feel the same thing. But I don't feel the same thing because I've already seen it all. So there's probably like Dragon Ball, for instance. I can't sit and watch Dragon Ball. I can go on YouTube and watch fights from Dragon Ball all day long. Initial D. I tried to go back through Initial D. And you know what? I don't like it. I think Initial D is amazing. And I thought it was amazing the first time I went through it. I can put on all of the races from Initial D. I can sit there and watch video after video of all of the races being played out. But I like them so much that all of the other stuff where they're talking and Itsuki's being annoying and Takumi wants to talk to Natsuki, I think that was her name, right? All of that stuff is just uninteresting to me. But not because it's bad, it's just because I've already seen it. And I already know what's going to happen, and I already know where it's going. But the races are awesome, and I can watch that all day long. I think the Overlord manga stops at a point because the artist and the author company had disagreements and agreed to part ways, but it does end at the end of an arc. Oh, so it does end. Like it not an end, but it stops at an ending point. Is it Dragoon? Is it past the show? I mean, I'm assuming it's past the show, but is it like really far past the show? Do they ever get to, just tell me this, Dragoon. Just tell me this. Do we ever really start to deal with the slain theocracy in Overlord? Because if there was any place that I really, really wanted to see, it was the slain theocracy. And I think we got references to it in the movie. And I feel like they were gonna do more with the theocracy later, but we never really talk about it. They don't go there. They don't go to the land, I think. And that's only a third of the series. Oh, those Gundam Origin books. Those Gundam Origin books. Want to get one of the Final Destination novels. It's just a general Final Destination novels are just choose your own adventure books. Ice-T, what's going on? If I'm not as chatty as I usually am, I'm using the stream as background noise while I play something. Oh, we're distracting you. This is a distraction from the game you're playing. I don't say to keep an open mind because you never know what will get you hooked again. Yeah, but don't force yourself to like new stuff. Yeah, don't bother. If we were all about forcing each other to like new things, we'd still be bashing Dragoon for Super Metroid. Einthor just increased in price due to RAM shortage. Oh, you dodged a bullet. The manga's before the show. Oh, really? Oh, okay. So I was right to ask that question. I've tried newer anime and I get no enjoyment from. I figure at some point I just have to accept I don't like it, and it's just, yeah, that's true. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, only by $10 to $30. Okay. Hey, Experiment. The light novels are dealing with that, and we haven't had conflict fully yet because that's going to be part of the last novel. But the light novels are where the anime is getting material. Oh, okay. If we're going to say my manga collection, put it in stream topics. Stream topics. I got a nice little collection there. Got a nice little collection. I actually have a manga in my house. I actually have. There is an episode, apart from Bleeding. Oh my God. Experiment, you could probably deal with that. Yeah, how are you feeling? Oh wait, Experiment, you got your thing removed today, right? You got the scaffolding taken off your leg. I'm gonna call it scaffolding because it's funnier. How about a book about revolutionary wizards who get superpowers from eating metal and are trying to take down the Dark Lord after he killed the Chosen One? Revolutionary wizards who get they're wizards, don't they already have superpowers? You're not talking about Eat Man, right? Eat Man was an anime from, I think, the mid 80s. Oh, I believe the manga stops when he conquered Riestes. Oh wow. Okay. So wait, so the show is further ahead. I think I'm on mission 4 of God of War 2018. It's so good. Metalwork's gone. Yeah, you got the scaffolding removed. And it's great. I do have more responsibilities. I just enjoy other forms of entertainment more. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I mean, Heath, what I'll tell you is a lot of the time there are a lot of games that I play that I just don't feel like I'm interested anymore. And a lot of the time it's because I either want to play something else that I already know or I just don't feel like playing anything. Like, I haven't really played Final Fantasy 14 in a few days. I did sign up for a month. I don't know if AGM is here, but I did sign up for the month of Final Fantasy, for a month of Final Fantasy 14, but I haven't really played it because I'm either watching Batman or now I'm going to start finishing my Gunpla, or at least I'm going to try and get through 2 more Gunplas. I figure if I plan on one every month or so, that'll give me enough time to sort of ease my way through them so I don't feel like I have to plow through making a Gunpla. Most anime fans give me so much shit when I mentioned it drop. No, I think that sometimes, Heath, you know why I don't bother you for that? Why I wouldn't bother you and give you a hard time because you're not really feeling like an anime fan anymore. Because I, for the most part, am not a live action fan anymore. When I see something in live action, it's not likely that I'm interested in it. I feel like it's not going to be as wacky and whimsical as I need it to be. And even CG stuff, like the Disney stuff, for instance, doesn't really count as live action, right? Disney Lion King is not a live action movie. It's an animated movie. It's meant to look realistic, but it's not. It's an animated movie. But even that, I don't really feel like watching it. I want to watch anime. I want to watch animation. No, it's secret. Live action in general. Not even just live action adaptations. I have no interest in watching anything on modern television. No doctor shows or which I think doctor shows are like a conspiracy just to make people not want to go to the hospital. But if you tell me it's live action, I probably just don't care. In fact, a live action adaptation would be more likely to make me want to watch it than a straight up original live action show. I just don't care. And there's shows that I was kind of interested in, right? Lucifer. I got a bunch of clips from Lucifer. I kind of wanted to watch that. I used to watch stuff. I used to be crazy for TV. House, Bones. I would watch Bones all the time. I used to love all of that stuff. And slowly but surely, I just don't care about live action shows. It's just not interesting to me. I don't know. I can't connect I can't connect with what's happening as much as I can with an anime. Let me go back up here. I can't remember the last time I sat and watched a whole series. Maybe like the Marvel stuff. The Marvel things that I watch, that's probably the closest I get. But Marvel, they're not exactly down to earth. It's live action, but it's not exactly down to earth. And yeah, and Heath, you're saying you like animation, but anime specifically you don't like, just in general. And there's a lot, and I understand. I think that there's a lot of practices that happen in anime that I think anime fans don't understand. I think the top thing that I think people don't understand about anime that non-anime fans feel is it really seems like a lot of nothing. A lot of shows don't really feel like anything is happening. You know, when you talk about a Dragon Ball Z and stuff, the fights are really great, but there's so many giant gaps in between, and a lot of the time people have trouble connecting with it, and they just don't care. So there ends up being a lot of stuff that they just don't like. So that's why I get it. When people say that they just don't like anime in general, even whether they did and they don't now or they never did, I fully understand, because anime has these practices that they just always kind of do. Not to mention we're in the U.S. and the U.S. has treated animation like kid stuff. Problem with modern TV is like 33% reality BS, 33% same old doctor show with no real changes, and 33% propaganda. Oh, that's a good word, propaganda. Ryan, there's a show that I think was just nominated for an award, or it won an award, and it's Noah Wyle, I think, in the hospital setting. The Pit. I think the show was called The Pit. And I saw scenes from that show. They tried to, right? YouTube tried to recommend them to me. So I watched one or two scenes. I didn't realize that's a modern show. I thought that was like late stage ER or something. I didn't realize that it was a brand new show. And I thought, oh my God, it really is just the same stuff, isn't it? It's a portrayal of the worst hospitals in the world. I always used to say, what was the one in ER, Chicago General? Was that the hospital they went to? I used to always say, if I ever get sick, please don't take me to any one of these hospitals, because I have no idea what I'm going to deal with. I'm going to be sitting in the emergency room waiting for some help, and they're going to roll in a person who's got a bomb inside them. And that's going to be like a normal day for that hospital. Don't ever send me to any of those hospitals. If I'm dying and you got to send me to the hospital from ER, probably just let me die. Metalworkers remove. I'm going to read Experiment's comment here about what's going on. Removing the larger bullet-sized holes, going down to the bone. Oh no! And they hit vessels on the way out. Oh my God, that sounds painful. Got taken out with pliers. So I had to change the dressing and keep them pressurized on the flight home. Just waiting. Oh my God! And then you got on a flight, Experiment. That's probably the worst part of it. Just waiting for a taxi now to get me home from the airport. So I mean, hopefully you got a few days where you don't have to do much of anything. But it's painkiller time. Good news. Overlord is good news for Overlord. The author finally updated on the final novel. He apologized because he's been busy with writing to update people and wrote more than he expected. Many worried the long silence meant he lost interest in this series, which is always a terrifying possibility. What's this? I don't understand discarding entire mediums. It's discarding entire mediums. F all room to work with. It's not intentional, first of all. It's not intentional for me to say I don't like live action shows at all. I didn't set out to do that. It's just the live action format has a lot of limitations, and a lot of the time those limitations play themselves out in the story. You know, we don't have characters doing these things because it's live action and we can't have the characters doing these things. One Piece. I love the live action One Piece. I thought it was fantastic. I actually think that the Netflix show is terrific. It's a great portrayal of One Piece. But one of my favorite things in the show that ever happens is when Zoro gets pissed off. His face he gets the really long face, the teeth get jagged, and he starts screaming. He's always screaming at Luffy. I love when that happens. I don't know why. It just makes me laugh. It cracks me up when he does that. But in live action, that's considered a limitation. And so like his face doesn't change. He doesn't get angry. But ironically, in the live action, for some reason, they kind of went one step further, and I don't think he really yells at Luffy at all. He doesn't, like, you could still have him yelling at Luffy and not have his face transform. But the face transformations, especially when you're talking about anime, the face transformations are part of the emotion of all of it. That's how the characters emote. And that's funny. So when you remove it, it doesn't kind of work for me. I do kind of, and obviously this is a live action adaptation of an anime, so there's a very specific reason. But what ends up happening when I do try and watch something live action is I end up feeling the same way. I end up feeling like everything is very it's calmer. Does that make sense? It feels calmer. It feels more toned down. Everything feels more toned down than it could be. And as a result, they make the shows that way. They make the shows where there's more toned down emotions because you don't have everybody blowing up the way they should be, like the way they do in an anime or something. So it's more just like what I like to see, and the fact that live action doesn't usually convey that. Because when live action does convey it to a good extent, I do enjoy it. Again, the live action One Piece, which again, it's not fully live action, but it does work. Yeah, it's probably more accurate to say I don't like modern television shows, but the modern television shows that I don't like are primarily live action. When they try animation, I'm usually willing to give it a try, but I end up not liking that either. So the big gestures like wave. Yeah, like he could still do the big gestures. He could still freak out. He could still yell. But I feel like because it was too cartoony, they just don't do any of it. And now as a result, I get a version of Zoro that I don't like as much as I do in the anime. I think the anime Zoro is much more interesting. He's funny. It's hilarious. Oh, anime I just don't like. And the fan base is super toxic. But to be fair, you don't have to interact with them. That is also one reason, Heath, that I got out of anime. The years and years and years back, I was big into anime, and then I got out of it. And that was why. It was because, you know when it was around? It was around the anime fans are going to know what I'm going to say here. The Sword Art Online era. It was right around the Sword Art Online era where people who weren't fans of a thing, I noticed, really started to get more toxic towards people who were fans of the thing. You could not tell people that you liked Sword Art. And they would yell at you, or they would insult you, or they would make fun of you, or they would shun you. And it got to the point where I just said, I'm just not going to engage in anime anymore. And it wasn't until later where I said, oh, I can engage in anime and just not tell anybody. I can watch shows. I just don't have to talk to people about it, it sucked though, because I like talking to people about the stuff that I like. I think that that's fun. But yeah, that was around the era where I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I watched my late 90s, 2000 shows. The most recent one was Cobra Kai. I mean, I won't insult you or yell at you for liking SAO, but I will silently judge your taste. To be fair, the only stuff I liked from Sword Art was the first half of the first season, before he had to go back in, and before they made what was her name? Before they made her the damsel in distress. I thought that she was great when she was a badass fighter, and then they made her the damsel in distress that very literally needed to be rescued. That Asuna. Couldn't stand it. They did that. And I watched the gun one. It was called Sword Art, but it was like the later one where they all had guns or something. It was okay. It was fine. Like I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. I never needed to watch it again. Gun Gale. Yeah, I watched that. I thought it was fine. I liked that the P90 was her gun. It was like P-chan, and like I thought that was fun. I think guns are kind of like, outside of the whole morality of all the whole of them. I think guns are actually pretty cool. So I like that show. I thought it was fine, but I never had the urge to go back and watch it. But yeah, that's really what I like from Sword Art. Even today, you're still not allowed to like certain anime because it makes you a tourist. Yeah. Gun Gale online spinoff, it sounds like. Well, it was definitely Gun Gale. It was she had a little pink P90 that she would fight with. Oh, Gun Gale video game for PS4 is pretty cool. I would say the toxic fans is a major issue. It's going to be hard to avoid in just about anything nowadays. The funny thing is, did I watch the second season? I don't think I watched the second season. Gun Gale Online, that's what it was called. I don't think I watched the second season, though. What can I say? I'm stubborn to kill. Oh, somebody asked earlier if we were just going to be talking all day. Probably. I think the plan was going to be to play either Metroid Prime 2 or do like a multiplayer game if we wanted to play Smash or something. But I feel like it's already 3:00 here, so I feel like this is probably just going to be a talking stream today, which is great because we haven't had one of those in a while. It's more if you're only watching the super mainstream popular stuff and not digging any deeper into anything else. It's like, oh, I'm such a big comic book nerd, a comic book fan, but in reality, all you watch is MCU. Okay. Yes, I do think that is what triggers anime fans more than anything else. But there are some fans that will call you a tourist because of the show that you like. I've watched a lot of anime. Not as much as some people, way more than a lot of other people. I've watched a ton of anime. But if I tell somebody that I watched Sword Art Online and I didn't hate it, they're going to immediately call me a tourist. Anybody who is toxic is immediately going to call me a tourist, or they're going to say that I have terrible taste. Regardless of the fact that I have a broad sense of anime, but because I liked one that they don't like, I'm all of a sudden not a real anime fan. There are people that do that. You're right. We don't like the posers. We don't like the people who say they love anime and they watch 2 shows, or the people that say they love they love Marvel and the people who specifically say that they're comic book fans and then all they know is MCU movies. We do get annoyed with that. That is definitely an annoying thing because now you sound like a poser and it gets on my nerves. Oh, I love watching anime. What do you watch? Pokemon. What else? Nothing else. So you don't like anime. You just like Pokemon, which is fine. It's totally fine. But you do come across as a poser when you're saying you love anime and you've only watched 1 anime. Yeah, if you only like 2 anime, I don't see anything wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. But the problem starts to become when you get into anime circles and you tell everybody that you love anime and you love all types of anime and then you only watch 2 shows. That's where people get annoying. But the really toxic people, no matter what your anime experience is, the really toxic people, they're going to attack you when you like something that they don't, or when you don't like something that they do. They're going to do that. Those are the people that you really have to avoid. Those are the ones that are really a problem. I mean, Ryan is a very deep in the anime world. And Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and guess you've had people call you a fake fan of anime because you like something or you don't like something. It's like, okay, maybe you are familiar with everything and you just don't like it, or you like it. There's nothing wrong with it. Hold on, come back up. Talking about live action TV stuff. Haven't watched a cable TV in like 10 years unless it's basketball or football. Yeah, and then those people that scream that shit are tourists themselves. The other problem is that the internet has made it so that it's not enough to like something. You have to show how smart. Yeah, you're right. Noth. Oh, you like Marvel? Name 5 characters that aren't in movies. It's like, no, I don't care. Who are you that I have to prove myself to? I mostly just like for people to say the things that they really are a fan of so that it's better to talk to them about it. You know, when you come up and you tell me that you're an anime fan, I want to talk to you about anime. I want to know if you've seen Berserk. I want to know what you think of Initial D. I want to know what you think of modern anime. I want to know what your favorite isekai is, or what isekai you hate the most. Do you even like isekai or not? I want to know all of that stuff. So then when you tell me that, oh, you only ever watch Pokemon, it's not that you're wrong for only liking Pokemon. It's that I feel like you misrepresented yourself, and now I can't have a conversation with you anymore. I can't really, and I run into that with video games all the time. The amount of times I tell people, and this is why I actually don't really, there's a lot of people that I don't tell that I play video games. And the reason is for the sheer amount of times that I've said I play video games, and then I try to talk to them about video games, and what I find out is that they played a Call of Duty game 10 years ago. and they don't follow it. So there is this drive to want to do that thing, like name 5 games or whatever. But my version is just, oh, okay, have you played the new Final Fantasy? No. Have you, well, what kind of games do you play? I don't really play them now. I used to play them. All right, but you said that you play video games currently. So I was trying to have a conversation with you, and I'm having the wrong conversation. So I end up just not telling people. I couldn't care what someone likes in media, so long as you're enjoying it and no one's being harmed or harassed. I ain't got an issue. Name 5. Okay, hold on. Name 5 non-movie Marvel characters. Hold on. So let me name 5 non-movie characters. Millie the Model. Let's see. Let's pick a different franchise. Oh wait, can I name cartoons? I was gonna say Lilandra and Deken from the Shi'ar Empire, but they were in the X-Men 92 cartoon. Let's see here. That was his name. Onslaught. We got Onslaught. We got X-Man, who is alternate universe Nathan Gray. Cartoons are fair game. Let's see. Give me a couple more. Trickster. Right? We can go Trickster. And one more. Let's see here. Oh wait, what am I doing? I can do Carrie Kelly. Carrie Kelly's an easy one. Optimus Prime, Godzilla. Oh wait, we can go comic books. Wait, you're right. Transformers, G.I. Joe. They were in a movie together, I believe. Yogi's Treasure Hunt. There are dozens of us. You could probably name 5 different versions of Captain America and make that quota. I mean, you can make that quota with characters that have held the Thor's hammer, right? Wasn't that only 6? Stingray. How about Firefly, right? From Batman. Firefly never got his just due, which I do think Firefly deserves some recognition there. But yeah, you got some characters you can do. I was kind of curious to see if you could even do it. G.I. Joe and Gem 7. I guess that's Gem and the Holograms. Gem and the Holograms are in the same universe. Are G.I. Joe and Gem in the same universe? Gem is excitement. Ooh, Gem. I wouldn't think that's as easy for a non-comic fan. But mind you, I got a lot of that from the cartoons. I think comic exclusive characters is very difficult. Oh, I forgot Rom the Space Knight. How could I possibly forget? But to play devil, that it's called the Pokemon anime, much like the game labeling point from yesterday. It's still true, even if it's not as true as it could be to say. No, Dragon. What I mean is that if you only like one show, you're probably not a broad anime fan. You're probably a fan of just that show. So it is actually a misnomer to say I'm an anime fan. And again, it's fine. You can be a fan of whatever you want to be. I just don't like it because when I try and have a conversation with you about anime, you're not going to have any idea what I'm talking about. And I'm going to be like a one-sided conversation, which I don't do anymore. If I realize at some point that I'm having a one-sided conversation, I kind of just shut down and move on. I just don't talk about it. A slapstick movie? I thought there was already one of those. Isn't G.I. Joe going to cross over with they already did. I think G.I. Joe and Transformers had a crossover a long time ago. Technically, the Pokemon anime is made of several shows going on for a long time. Yeah, I'd rather just enjoy my stuff in isolation. I don't need anyone to see. That's my problem, Heath, is that I like having people to chat with about this stuff. I don't want to enjoy it in isolation. I can watch this show and enjoy it completely and never talk about it, but I really don't want to. I want to talk about it. I want to say I want to give my fan theories. I want to hear other people's fan theories. I want to talk about what could possibly happen, or if it's something that's ongoing, what we think is going to happen next. Evangelion, I've said this before, if I was around during the height of Evangelion, I would have been the guy every week that had a video out talking about what I think is going on. Without a doubt. Lost is the same thing. Lost is probably one of the, Game of Thrones and Walking Dead are the last two shows where I was really into for live action. But back in like the Lost days, I would have been every week. What do we think is going to happen? What do we think is going? Maybe at watch parties or something. Like I would have done all of that stuff because I love that. I love talking about that stuff with people. It's so entertaining. I'm a streamer. I'm a streamer that's going on the 4th hour of just talking about stuff. Of course I like to talk. Godzilla crossover is next Godzilla crossover is Romeo and Juliet. So instead of the poison, they're going to die via overkill. Who's Juliet though? Is Juliet Mothra? Oh, it was teased at the end of Rise of the Beast. Oh, but then Transformers bombed, so no crossover. I find that other fans are the worst things about enjoying a series. Toxic fans are the worst things about enjoying a series, but other fans who know how to engage in shows, I think we're really good. I mean, think about us here, Heath. We haven't really had any anime fights. We've had disagreements about what we like and don't like. Star Wars, right? Star Wars is a hotbed for toxic fans, but we've had plenty of talks about it and we don't get really heated or anything. You have to be open to having a discussion, but if you're not, you're not. I want to make that clear. I'm not trying to tell you to, but but I love it. I love talking about the stuff with people who are capable of talking about this stuff. Because there are some people who they cannot have a nuanced conversation. To answer your question, too many modern anime feel like only commercials for the manga, which, I mean, even old anime kind of does that. So why not just read the manga? Favorite isekai is Digimon Adventure because it's totally speed, lover. Game's not over. What were the other questions? I don't remember what the other questions were. To that point, though, Bazero, old animes did that too, and I think that Berserk was kind of like that, but I think Berserk was supposed to have a second season. If there's any anime that I ever watched that I enjoyed and I immediately thought at the end, oh, the point is for you to go and buy the manga. Like, it doesn't feel like there was ever going to be a second season. It feels like or a second movie, I should say. The entire point was to get you to start reading the manga. Can you guess? Hold on, let me see. An anime movie that at the end feels blatantly obvious that the point is for you to start buying the manga. Do you have a movie? Because I have one, and it actually kind of ruined the movie for me because I was enjoying the movie. And then when I got to the end, I said, oh, well, that's the whole freaking point, is for me to go and buy the books, and I don't want to do that. Later Flash, have a good one. Ratchet and Clank. It worked on me. I read Berserk twice in a summer. I had a coworker who threatened to break my Switch. Yes, if I brought it to work, because he was one of those PC Master Race guys that's insane. That's insane that you would do that. Yeah, I'd say most older anime were just adverts for the manga. We got a lot more artist interpretation these days from anime, from things like Free Run than we used to make the anime feel more fresh and valuable on its own merits. Just bring up how many shows and games make you a fan of a thing and just not a fan of a specific thing. I don't think it's shows or I don't think it's anything like that. I think it has to do with, do you like the medium? Some people don't really care for anime. They just like a show that it happens to be an anime. Transformers fans. Let's go back to OG 80 something mid 80s Transformers. There are a lot of people that claim to be huge Transformers fans and don't claim to be anime fans. But early Transformers was anime. So it's less about how many projects and more about, do you like the actual thing? I like anime. When I see that there's a project, or you tell me that there's a story or a show I should watch, and I see that it's an anime, just being an anime makes me more interested in it. There might be people who love everything Pokemon and they watch every Pokemon show, but any other type of anime, they might not just, they look at it and they just say, no, I'm not into this because it's not Pokemon. Those people are not anime fans. They're Pokemon fans. Yeah, but older shows were older movies especially, I think were definitely like that. Kiki's Delivery Service. If you've ever watched Kiki's Delivery Service, I was very much enjoying that movie. I thought it was a lot of fun. And the premise of the movie is that you have to be in training for a year in service of wherever you live, in service of people, in order to become a witch, right? I think that's what it was. It was a witch. I thought the movie was going to be like things that happened throughout the year. No, it's her first adventure, and at the end of the movie, she basically says, "Oh, we're going to have so many adventures here." And it was immediately obvious that the point was, this is the first story, go buy the rest of the books. It doesn't feel like it was going into another movie. It doesn't feel like it was going into a show. It feels like this is the movie, enjoy, go buy the books. Not an anime, but a cartoon that tried advertising the thing poorly was Captain N. Captain N was simultaneously about and not about Nintendo in every possible way. It's about Nintendo because of all the characters, but the characterizations of them and the representations of them were so bad, it had nothing to do with the games. That Simon Belmont, that Mega Man, that Kid Icarus, none of that had to do with the games at all. It wasn't even close. Metroid, right? Mother Brain teamed up with Eggplant Wizard and King Hippo and Dr. Wily. None of that had anything to do with anything. It's just one movie in a series of books that are like a mile long. If we got a Captain N game, what would it be like? Smash Bros. If we got a Captain N game, it would be an action platformer, or it would be something like that, but it would be Smash Bros. It would be just who's going to get in, what world are they going to go to? And that's how you would introduce new characters, is that you would have different worlds that they've Disney Infinity. If Captain N was a video game, it would be Disney Infinity. I had a coworker who said only like Bleach and DBZ. You're not a real anime fan. I was like, yeah, I didn't say I was. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're a fan of those two things, but you don't like other anime, you're probably just a fan of those two things. Captain Infinity. Hold on. I gotta give you that. I can't even give you the rim shot noise. I gotta give you that. Captain Infinity is exactly it. F it. Bring back Green Mega Man for new game. Like, you get stuff like Free Run, Dungeon Meshi, and others that are treated with love, and then you get those 50 light novel manga adaptations in a year that feel like there's no creative spark and are 100% made as a corporate mandate. I have trouble engaging with any show that has more than like 4 words in its name. All of those jokes that we made, right? My husband watches anime and it caused me to transform into an anime girl maid thing, right? Anything like I'm immediately turned off of a show once that happens. It feels like slop. It feels like a slop name for you to call something like that. So I don't think that there's any show that I like that has a long name like that. Yeah, why is your title a sentence? I don't think there's a single show that I like that has one of those goofy names. There's a couple that I thought were okay. I enjoy them, but I'll probably never go back and watch them. What is it, like Chilling in My 30s with Overpowered, all of that stuff. I think there were a couple of those that I watched and I'm like, okay, it's fine. It's the same exact story over and over again, but okay. I got isekai'd into not Dragon Quest, but now these buxom babes are totally into me, and my overpowered gift ability lets me one-shot all enemies. I mean, they're all that show. Like, half of them are that show. And like I said, there's some of them that I actually like. There's some of them that I actually do think is kind of fun, but they're kind of the same show. One of my rules for filtering anime is the title actually a title, or is it a description of the premise, right? Right? If I drink a soda, I want to drink a soda. I don't want to drink a brown bubbly liquid that feels fizzy on my tongue but is so overly sweet I don't need coffee anymore. Like, if that's the name of the drink, I don't want it. The long names do better back east. Yeah, I guess they have realistic names back in Japan. Like, in Japan they don't have those goofy names, right? There's no way that's the name of those shows in Japan. Kiki's Delivery Service is more special requests kind of thing. because Miyazaki wanted to make one. It wasn't supposed to sell you on the manga per se, especially because the U.S. never got those for years. But yeah, it really. Oh, they do. Oh, they are called that stuff over there. I guess the language makes it more simple, but they are called that. Oh, they're the light novel titles. Silver runs in fear of a title that's a full paragraph with yeah, and you're right. It's never just a sentence, it's a run-on sentence. That goes way too long. To the fan point, what if I like Transformers but only the OG show and hate everything after, but I live for that OG run? Then you're probably not even a Transformers fan. You're probably a fan of just that show. Like the Star Wars fans that we were talking about. The fans that think that the OG movies were perfect and then they don't want to engage in anything else Star Wars, they're probably not a fan of the entire world of Star Wars. They're just a fan of those movies. And they're a fan of whatever fan fiction they wrote about those movies, but they're probably not Star Wars fans anymore. And to be fair, sometimes the fan base can change, right? The thing that you're a fan of, like anime. Let's look at anime. You can get to a point where you say, oh, I love anime, but anime in the last 10 years has all gotten bad, so I only like old anime. Give me an isekai into the future robot world and not just Dragon Quest. Is that the name of the show, Ryan? Is that going to be the name of the show? I will go to bat for Banished from the Hero's Party, though, as a comfy story that actually explores the consequences of its world. Banished from the Hero's Party is not too bad. That's not a whole sentence. That's just banished from the Hero's Party. Fine. We're good there. You don't want to go to food dish that's a tortilla with meat and cheese and other things with a sound emitting music. I love Batman, but I don't read the comics. Yeah, so you like Batman, the animated, and you like the live or maybe the live action, or you like that. You don't like the comic book Batman. What if I like the OG show and the Bay movies? What if I like the OG show and the Bay movies, but nothing else? Then you're probably a Transformers fan. You can at least appreciate different iterations of Transformers, even if there's some that you don't like. Like Transformers, there might be shows that you like and don't like. Then you're probably a Transformers fan. Oh, I like everything but the comics. Oh, so you just have a problem with the comics, yeah. Which might be a different issue, or you just don't like the way the comics work. I've said before, I like comics. I think comics are amazing, but there's just so much of them. It's hard for me to be a comic book fan. I can't muster the strength that it takes to be a comic book fan. I don't hate comic books. I just don't read them. I'd read more Western comics if they weren't so damned expensive. Yeah, like if there was more content and they were a little easier to get. Well, they're easy to get now. So the level up to fan is 2 pieces of media. Do I think the level up to fan is 2 pieces of media? Are you open to more interpretations? I don't think there's a number. I think that's what you're doing, is that you're trying to find a number, and I don't think there's a number. I think the concept is, are you open to more interpretations? If you like 2 shows out of 10 because you watched all 10 of them, but you only like 2 of them, that's fine. But if you watched 2 shows out of 10 and you said, I refuse to watch the other ones, I'm happy with my 2, I don't want to watch anything else. That to me sounds like you like those 2 shows, but you don't particularly care about where the rest of the franchise goes. So in that regard, like a Transformers, for instance, I probably wouldn't say that you're a hardcore Transformers fan. You just like the things that you watched, and then that was it. And then you have no interest. Like I'm an anime fan. You give me a lot of different types of anime, and I want to watch it. I want to experience it because I want to see. I could be an anime fan that just likes action shows, and I don't like watching the comedy or anything like that. But you give me any action show, and I'll give it a try. Like it's less about what you already like and more about what you're willing to engage in. And I think that's what makes a fan. I think if you're really going to define fans, then I think usually it just comes down to what you're willing to engage in. A hardcore Gundam fan, for instance, will be willing to try anything Gundam as long as it's within their wheelhouse, as long as it's within their medium. Because no matter how much book fans, let's say book fans, people who love to read, no matter how much you're a fan of books, if somebody, and you like stories and everything, a lot of book fans won't play a video game. if you like reading fantasy books, and I tell you, hardcore Gundam fan here, if you like reading fantasy books, like high fantasy, and I tell you that my favorite high fantasy story that I've ever read in my life is Final Fantasy Tactics. Some people will say, all right, I'll give it a try. I think a lot of people will say, no, I don't like playing video games, or I don't like playing strategy video games. So they're just not going to experience that story because they're not fans of those mediums. So I do think that the medium has to matter, but I feel like a real fan of something wants to engage in that property. And they want to try it out. And I think I think that they're also willing to try out different versions of that medium. Again, if you're stuck on live action or you're stuck on animation, that's fine. But I think when there's different interpretations of things or different ideas about something, I think that fans will they'll at least want to look into it. Doesn't mean you have to like it, but you're at least going to want to see it. You could be a fan of the Witcher books but have no inclination to play the game. Yeah, you could be a hardcore Witcher fan and have all the books and think, I don't really care to play the games though, because you don't like playing video games. In Japan, they prefer the longer titles because it makes it clear what they're getting into before they dedicate the time and money. And I can understand that because, yeah, you can't really get demos as right. But actually, no, you can. You can get demos as a book. Wasn't that was kind of like what Shonen Jump was? Didn't Shonen Jump used to have snippets of stories? And then you could get a Shonen Jump and read it and say, oh, I like where this is going. I'm going to go and buy the manga now. They had stuff like that. I'm not a real Gundam fan because I've only watched all of Mobile Suit Zeta and War in the Pocket. No, wait, no. There's more. I just finished playing Gundam Breaker 4. Gunbreaker 4? I'm starting to get it. The game got better for me once I got a second sword in my hand. Uh-oh. I'm just curious because I agree with you. It's more complicated, but it's interesting to think about how we do it. Because as you said, for OG and Bay, you said you're a Transformers fan. If you're willing to watch more, if you're willing to watch more Bayformers, if you're willing to watch some of the other stuff, but if you've never watched it and you have no inclination to do so, then it's hard for me to imagine that you're an overall fan. It sounds more like you just like those things that you like, and then that's it. You don't want to do anything else. The back of the book is where the summary goes. The light novel titles being stupid long was a trend because they originally were published on a site that didn't give description. Oh, so the titles were the descriptions. That's what it is. It was in a place where there were no descriptions. Interesting. Only watched so far, but yeah. Also, if you want to catch up on the OG series, the trilogy movies on Gundam. So no. For Gundam, to split off here, for Gundam, what I've watched is, I think I watched everything Universal Century. I watched everything Universal Century, which is Gundam 1, Gundam 2, Char's Counterattack, and Zeta, Double Zeta, and Unicorn. I think Unicorn isn't always added, but when I watched Unicorn, I was like, no, this is the next thing this is very clearly in Universal Century. Am I getting that right? Universal Century? I only learned this stuff a little while ago. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I watched everything Universal Century. GB4 kind of reminds me of Space Marines too. It's not high budget, so it can't go as hard as Space Marines. Unicorn is counted as UC. See, when I was asking about UC, Universal Century, people said that it was those shows. It was the other stuff. So what did I say? Gundam 1, Gundam 2, Zeta, Double Zeta, Charge Counterattack, and that was all anybody said. And then I watched Unicorn, because some people said that Unicorn was kind of related, and I'm like, no, Unicorn's not kind of related. It is related. Unicorn is the next thing that's happening. I don't understand why that felt confusing, and people said that it kind of was and it kind of wasn't. OG, Zeta, Double Zeta, and Counterattack. Oh, that's why, because they were all the original creator, and then Unicorn was somebody else. F91 and Victory are UC, and by the original creator, but I consider them their own things. Like Unicorn, I like Unicorn as kind of like Unicorn I felt like was the end of Universal Century, and then everything kind of splits off. What is F91 and Victory? Why are they different? Again, where they are written, they don't think of the long names as that. The titles are often just bad too, on top of being overly long. I think what makes them bad is that they're overly long, right? If you if you're, ejected from the Devil's Army, right? I got rejected from the Devil's Army because of my my level 4 skills, but they didn't know I have maxed out conversation. Like it's something like that. Like it'll be something like that. But then if you just go ahead and you call rejected from the Devil's Army, I think people would say, oh, that sounds much more interesting. That sounds cool. Like, I feel like there's a way to do it, but I think sometimes the length of the names is kind of ridiculous, and I think that that's the problem. Unfortunately, the bad titles sell. I mean, that's why we're in, I won't do it. Again, where they are written, I don't think of the long names as that. That's why I was asking. That's why I was asking if the names are as long in Japan, and people said, yeah, they are pretty much that long. It's just the language kind of shortens it a little bit, but it's still kind of long. Kind of like you can split Star Wars into Republic time and Empire time. We tend to look at the long names as stupid because we view it strictly through a Western lens. But I don't know. I do wonder now, if the long names came from not getting good descriptions of the shows in Japan, is that still a problem that they're suffering from? Because now we have the internet. Yeah, even in Japan, fans of the series would just shorten it to a few characters and still get the series point across. Not only that, because we do that here too, but the problem is if that all started because of poor descriptions, we're not really there anymore. We're not really, even Japan, even as somebody who's not in Japan, I have to imagine that Japan's not really there anymore because you can just look these things up. You don't rely on the name of a show to tell you everything about the show. Now, when you hear that there's a show and they say it's called, Cooking Dragon, you don't have to question, are we cooking a dragon? Is it a dragon who cooks? We don't have to question that. You just go online and you look it up. And you say, what's the show about? Oh, it's about a dragon who cooks food for humans. Okay, good. There you go. That's it. That's my show. I don't need the show to be a dragon lost his body, so now he's a human, but he cooks for people. I don't need that to be the name of the show. You can call it Dragon Chef, and I can look up a description and say, oh, he is a dragon chef. He is a dragon who transformed into a human, and he cooks for people. And that's good. And then nobody realizes that one of the reasons the food is so good is because he uses dragon fire to cook. When he goes to light the oven, he doesn't light it with fire, with a match. He lights it with dragon fire. And then it makes a dragon fire stove. And now all the food that he makes is amazing, but that's the secret that he doesn't keep. And I am somehow inadvertently, not meaning to, kind of want to watch this show. No, Greg, there is merely more dust on the book. Oh, the show is called Dragon is Cooking for 40 Humans. Okay. People shorten the names of shows, movies, and stuff all the time. Yeah, Simpsons Hit and Run is called Char. Uh-oh. Don't tell Shadowheart. She's going to want to play it. The Federation versus Zeon stuff is early UC time with the early TV shows and OVAs. Unicorn to me marks the beginning of mid UC time, which includes Unicorn, Gundam, NT, and Hathaway movies, which are coming out still. So did Hathaway? I mean, Hathaway's been a thing. Some of that stuff was hard. This is where I had a problem with Gundam on Crunchyroll, where this is where I started to run into things that I couldn't find. Like I think I found Hathaway, but I couldn't find NT. And there's another one that goes by numbers. It's not F91, but there's another show that went by numbers, and I couldn't find that show either. Then there's late UC, few decades after Hathaway stuff, which includes F91 and Victory Gundam as far as TV anime and movies are concerned. And Hathaway was the spinoff, right? Hathaway is what happens if Char doesn't kill Hathaway, kill the guy that was going to be there. Isn't that what it is, right? Is Hathaway relevant? I thought Hathaway was like, oh, this is a sort of side story. It's not a spinoff. Okay. I thought Hathaway was a spinoff if Char, because didn't Char kill that guy and take his place? I thought Hathaway was what happens if that didn't happen. And this guy actually went to go to the place. Speaking of, thinking of watching Digimon? Oh, Hathaway didn't die. He lived through Char's counter. Okay, then I'll probably need to watch it again because I thought he did. Yeah, Char kills a lot of people. Listen, they had it coming. Listen. I know that Char killed a lot of people. All right, but it's his fault for it's their fault for not being part of the Zeon people. If they were with Zeon from the beginning, we'd all be fine. Char screwed it up. I don't know. I don't remember too much of it, but don't expect Hathaway stuff to have anything to do with Unicorn. No, yeah, the Hathaway movies are based on novels that were written before Unicorn. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been a while. I only watched them once, so I don't really remember the details too much. All right, so give me 1 second here. What time is it? 3:27. Trying to think if we want to. Nah, I think this is it. I think we're just gonna do this for today. Probably end up call it a little early. What time? We've been live for 4 hours. 4 hours. It's like a shorter stream today. Yeah, because I don't think I have anything else. Hang on 1 second here. Hang on. Oh, here goes the Iron Saga versus Official. Thanks, Stone. So I got that video there, and then I got some of this other stuff. Oh, there goes your manga. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I have one manga. I have one manga in my house, and it is a very early JoJo manga. It's in Japanese. I don't know what it is. I bought it for a few bucks way back in the day, and I think I had the gist of it at the time, but I have a very old volume of JoJo manga. Want to play Prime 2? Probably not. I don't think so, because I'm probably not going to go much longer, because I am getting a little bit hungry, and it's Friday, so I figure we would make it, cut a little bit short. I don't know. Fridays are going to end up. You think Fridays are going to turn back into the non-game all stream day or all talk day? In other anime stuff, it's odd seeing Oshinoko and JJK airing in the same season with new episodes when their endings were pretty atrocious. Hold on, let me look up Oshinoko, because I feel like I watched a show that sounds like that name. No, okay, it's not this. No, wait, did I watch this? Why do I think I watched this? No, I don't think I watched this. Hold on, what's the premise of the show? Japanese manga series, Swim Dark Side Entertainment. The manga, it's about the manga. Give me the. It follows a doctor and his recently deceased patient who are reborn as twins to a famous. No, okay, I definitely never saw this. I watched a show that sounds like that name, but I definitely didn't see this show. Yeah, so Marcos, it is kind of Return of the Silver Lining. We are kind of back. I still have all of my assets from it. Hold on, I still have everything set up here? There. Oh, I do still have it all. We'll have to come back to that maybe. I have to change it up. I have to make it look a little more snazzy. Yeah, I prefer the all talk streams. I saw one Gundam series as a kid. I remember enjoying it, but I don't remember what it's called for the life of me. Yeah, I wouldn't even know. Like I wouldn't have any idea what you saw. That's a good question. Do you remember what the main Gundam? Let me ask you this: did the Gundams have big feathery wings? Because we might be talking about Gundam Wing here. I feel like there's a few Gundam shows that if you're not a hardcore anime or mech fan and you watch them, it's probably because of Endless Waltz. It's probably because of a sort of like what do they call it? Osmosis. Where you're just kind of adjacent to everything. Yeah. Did they look like they had big giant wings? Or did they look like was it like individual human characters that did martial arts and stuff? Because one of those is Gundam Wing Endless Waltz, and one of those is G Gundam. Pop culture osmosis, yeah. G Gundam because it's just wacky Street Fighter nonsense and giant robots. Yeah. So like, and the reason those are going to be the popular choices is because depending on where you lived, they were the ones that everybody had access to. They were the ones that Adult Swim, right? A lot of people watch Gundam because of Adult Swim, and it was always like that. It was always like the big ones with wings and the big size on them. I vaguely remember something about them having symbols on their hands. Toonami, thank you. Not Adult Swim. A Toonami. Yeah, G Gundam and Wing were Toonami. My bad. Wait, wasn't the nighttime stuff on wasn't the nighttime stuff on Toonami? Didn't they call that Adult Swim? Wasn't that the same thing? Yeah, they're saying G. G is the one with the symbols on the hands. It was on Toonami. I do remember that. Then it's probably G. And that's why I always go to the ones that were on Toonami, because a lot of anime fans or fans of stuff, when they saw it, it was probably through Toonami, which is great. Oh, Toonami's Midnight Run. Oh, Toonami existed before Adult Swim. Midnight Run was the uncensored anime. Okay. Yeah, because that's where Ryan, I think they would show Demon City Shinjuku during all of that. Yeah, if what you remember was a Gundam show, yeah, it's probably G. It's probably G Gundam. So what's the logic behind? Wait, hold on. So wait, I always thought Toonami was Toonami and it was the nighttime stuff, and then at the end it was Adult Swim. So what's the difference? Toonami was on. Were they both on Cartoon Network? What was the difference between the two? And which one had the robot? Which one had the robot that would fly around in the ship during the commercials and stuff? The main Gundam I saw as it was in the afternoon was SD Gundam. I didn't even know that was a thing that was on. Like, I knew it was a thing, but I didn't know there was a show that was on in the U.S. CJ, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate that. Toonami had the robot. Adult Swim didn't come out until 2001 or so on Cartoon Network. Toonami was the one with the robot. It aired around 4. Okay, yeah. So the one that I'm thinking of was the one at night. That's the one that everybody used to talk about, and that was yeah, that's interesting. Toonami, I don't remember being in the daytime. I only remember it being at night, and I think it's because I'm remembering Adult Swim. Toonami and Midnight Run both had the robot. Midnight Run was just when they aired the uncensored stuff. SD Gundam Force, yeah, very much a kid show. Yeah, I didn't know that was ever on, and it wasn't on in my area, as far as I know. I mean, we're also talking about a different era. You know, when I talk about kids' cartoons being on, I'm probably talking about pre-98. Then I had no idea. I didn't know. All right, so that's the difference. I always called it Adult Swim. All right. Yeah, see, I wasn't around. Well, I was around for that era in the fact that I existed, but 4 to 6 p.m., I was probably watching something else, or, I mean, I was probably coming back from school or smoking something, or I was watching something else, or I was watching anime that I got from somewhere else, or rewatching all the anime movies, because there was a phase where I was watching Ninja Scroll every day. It was either Ninja Scroll or Ghost in the Shell, and I did that every day for months at a time. Or Akira. I ended up watching Akira a bunch of times. But I'll admit, Akira back in the day was kind of confusing. And then I started like branching out a little bit, and I started watching different things. And, you know, there were things that I watched that my friends didn't watch. I love Project A-ko. I was a huge Project A-ko fan, and my friend didn't really care for it. So it was just me watching that stuff. Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi Universe. Like, I was a big fan of that stuff, but my friends, they wanted to watch like the action and stuff. And we got a kick out of that. We watched a lot of that stuff, but I also wanted to watch some other stuff. And so I would end up watching that stuff on my own. Akira is just part of like 1,000 page manga. Is that the problem? Yeah. Cause Akira, the movie was very confusing. It's a lot of, even now I watch it and I'm like, it's like Total Recall, Ryan. It's like when you go back and you watch the original Total Recall, and I'm sitting there thinking, I think I understand what's going on here. And then, I don't know, something will happen and I'll say, no, I don't anymore. My favorite part of Akira is definitely when Smithers gets shot. I think that's a lot of fun. But I may have been watching a different version of the movie. I've only ever seen the Ghost in the Shell live action movie. Ghost in the Shell is another one where you're pretty sure you know what's going on. And I think I've gotten the hang of Ghost in the Shell, the anime. I think I was much better with that. But there were a bunch of times where it's like, I think I understand what's going on. Am I sure I understand what's going on? That being said, the original Ghost in the Shell anime, don't watch the 2.0 version where they, for some reason, went through and they CG'd a whole bunch of stuff. Don't watch that version of the show. It's on YouTube. Don't watch it. Watch the original version of Ghost in the Shell anime movie. Fantastic. Fantastic movie. Toonami lineup was Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, G Gundam, Gundam Wing, Hamtaro, SD Gundam, and Card Captor Sakura. Literally all of that Gundam show was the symbols on their hands, and I don't remember what the point of the symbol was. Yeah, or how important they were. There's a new Ghost in the Shell anime coming this year that more closely follows the manga from Science Saru. The original 95 Ghost in the Shell is fantastic. The Matrix basically ripped it off wholesale. You don't like or hate Ghost in the Shell? It was fine. I think it was awesome. I think visually it was terrific. I liked what was going on once I understood. The only stuff I really didn't understand was like the Puppet Master stuff, which I think was done a little bit too vague. But ultimately, that movie was terrific. It didn't have all of that Scarlett Johansson and another body stuff. All of that was thrown in there because they had to explain why it's future Japan and the Japanese character is a white woman is really the only way. So they kind of had to throw all of that stuff in there. But thematically, it actually did work. When you understand what's going on in Ghost in the Shell, having a non-Japanese looking person actually really worked well for the story. I think that they did a good job in making Scarlett Johansson the character, but it also just felt unnecessary because if you just cast a Japanese person, you don't have to deal with all of that other stuff. But it did all work for the story. I thought it was fine. Yeah, I also didn't hate the live action. Yeah, I thought the live action version was fine. I didn't think it was as good as the anime, but I thought it was fine. I mean, that's the origin of Scarlett Johansson plays everything, right? Isn't the live action Ghost in the Shell, isn't that the origin of Scarlett Johansson plays right? Scarlett Johansson plays a Japanese woman in a movie. I have yet to watch that. Battle Angel Alita. I loved the anime, and I have yet to watch that live action movie. I really have to sit down and find a way to watch it. You should watch Amazing Digital Circus. I watched the first episode. I thought it was incredible. I didn't even realize there was a whole series, and now that I know there's a whole series, I still just haven't gone to watch it. But the first episode was fantastic for Digital Circus. Back when I was a teenager, our low-effort cosplay du jour was just Laughing Man from Standalone Complex. Then Death Note came out, and our low-effort was just L. It sure was. There's seven episodes at the moment. Okay, so I'll take some time to go and watch that. I hate it because I don't know how many episodes there's going to be, but I guess still got Oshinoko. What the hell was when we were talking about Oshinoko, I was trying to think of another show that had a similar name, and I don't remember. Was it Oremo? Oremo? No, it wasn't this, but I actually did like this show. I was told that this was a creepy show to watch, and I actually didn't hate this show. Actually, it might have been this show. Oremo. The 7 episodes, 8 in March. They're the Digital Circus episodes are coming out really slowly. Okay, so I can catch up. With them. Yeah, I didn't the incest one. Yes, but the lighter one, it wasn't really an incest show. I don't know. I didn't really. Maybe I need to watch it again, but I didn't really get. Like, I got that the brother-sister character had a close relationship, but I don't know. It felt like a cutesy sort of brother-sister relationship. I didn't really get any romantic aspects of it. And that's probably just because how I've viewed those relationships watching anime. I always thought that it was just like a really close relationship. I never got anything sexual out of it. When it comes to, and I don't mean like I personally got like, you know, a stiff for it. I just mean that I never really took it. Oremo. Am I supposed to watch Oremo and think that there is some sort of sexual tension going on? I never really felt that between the brother-sister character. I don't know. I didn't really put that together. So the creator of Owl House, fantastic show, by the way. Owl House was amazing. Everybody should watch Owl House. Doing a show with the company that does amazing digital circus. Awesome. What's this? It's better if you feel this way. According to my wife, the romance comes out way more. Oh, the romance comes out way more in the second one. I come in, hey, Jim. I come in the first words being the incest one, and people say I'm the one that gets out of pocket here. Oremo, the series that did a fake wedding at the end with Brosis and then chickened out by having them not commit to it after he dumped like 10 other girls who were into him. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really get the romance between the brother and sister. I just got it like she was very defensive of her brother. You know, oh, he's, I'm protect. It's like little kids. Little kids are like, I'm going to marry her. And they don't really mean it because they don't know what they're saying. So I don't really think anything romantic from it. I don't know. I didn't really watch it that way. There is another show that has that stuff in it. And I thought that show was really interesting. And I stopped it right before all of that happens. And I don't remember the name of the show, but I can describe it, and I guarantee you at least one of you is going to know what show I'm talking about. It's the one where the character, I guess he moves away, and then he comes back, and the show is handled like a visual novel. So the show picks up when he comes back, and it's like the relationship that he forms with one of the characters, and that goes on for a few episodes. And then the fifth or sixth episode, it goes back to when he first got back, but now it's his relationship with a different character. And so it's all handled it's almost like watching a visual novel and like a choose your path visual novel. Amagami? Let me see here. Amagami? No. It was a male character comes back. It's not Amagami. But the last segment, it's very clear that the final romance of the show is going to be with the sister character. And I was like, I'm out. I didn't even watch it. I turned it off and I was like, nope. I'm not going to even bother. There's not going to be anything even remotely interesting about this. It wasn't Amagami. I don't know what it was though. It was a male character that comes back, and there was the girl that I think she was living at the shrine, and what happened was it turned out to be really interesting. There was the one girl who was living at a shrine. She was basically homeless and living at a shrine, or she would go to the shrine every day. And then it turned out that her dad wasn't in the picture, but he was paying for her life, but she was estranged from her mom. And then you find out that it's because she's actually half sister to one of the other characters. Like, it was so interesting. But once they got to the final romance and I realized what was going on, I said, nope, it's off. I like Oremo. I own the box sets for the first season. I think the manga has alternate endings and chapters for different love interests. Yeah, this was a show that did it, and I want to say anime. See, if I search anime visual novel, I'm gonna get actual anime visual novels. Anime romance, multiple paths. Let's see here. Multiple paths. No, it's not Everybody Wins. Or if that's an actual show. It's all just like articles. I want a list of shows, but it's a bunch of articles coming up telling you like Amagami SS, it's not that. It's not Clannad. I'll have to find it. Yeah, I don't remember it. I just remember I jumped away from it as fast as I possibly could. Yeah, and I don't want to damage my search engine by typing in incest anime. Remember when you could just easily Google stuff? Anime. Okay, hold on. Oh, this is like it's not that. That's a comedy show. It's not fruit. I started watching Fruit Baskets once. Fruits Basket. That's okay. I wasn't really as into it as I thought I might have been. It's not Kaguya-sama. Yeah, now they're just. Wait. Oh, hold on. Is this it? Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Anime. No, because that's that show. I think that's. You know what I think? I think when you mentioned Oshinoko, and I thought that I'd heard that show before. I think it's because it sounds like that. Because everybody warned me about Oremo, and I didn't really think it was that bad at all. I had no problem with the show. I think it sounds like Oshinoko, but it's not that. I'll have to find it. If I find it, I'll post it in Discord or something. I appreciate Fruits Basket for getting most of the cast back in English. But yeah, I couldn't get into it too much. I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I posted a link on the stream topics. You might want to take a look at. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. They're re-releasing. Oh, or is this for sale now? Pre-order period. So they are releasing. Wait. Or is this available? Is this not a Ba0? Is this a straight up release? Or is this like a pre-order for something? Image is a fully assembled and painted painted. Is it blank? I don't know how these work. Yeah, it looks like reprints, but it also says painted. So I'm worried that it's not like a Gunpla where these are all the pieces. I wish there was a stock version of it. I'm gonna have to keep that page because I may want that. Hang on. Oh, it's in stream. Hold on, I'll link it to you here. Hold on. Hang on. Ooh, copy. Here, I'll put it here. It's a Gunpla. It's a Gunpla. There's a video from last year that says anime has a serious sibling problem. All right, let's see what we got here. Hold on, I have to look at this stupid page. See, that's Oremo. I don't think it's this one. See, some of these look too lighthearted. It's definitely not them. Yeah, I'll have to find it. I don't know. Just killed the Dark Elf. Oh, what are you playing? Final Fantasy 1? Yeah, oh god, this is really going to ruin my recommendeds. this is going to be uncomfortable. Oh, no. Hold on, there's an article. Somebody mentioned Spy Family. Somebody said something about Spy Family. It's not Domestic Girlfriend. Or is that what that show's called? I don't know. I really shouldn't be bothering with this, but yeah, that's the thing there. Yeah, I don't know. I have to find it, but yeah, that's interesting about the whole like sibling thing. I don't know. I sometimes it's very obvious that that's what they're doing, and sometimes it just feels like It feels like the idea is that they're just really close. What's there was another show that has a brother and sister, but it's it's either Snafu or the one that Chunibyo, Love Chunibyo and Other Delusions. It's one of those where he's got a sister that, like, you know, she's really comfortable with him, but it never really feels like that. I think it was one of those that had one. Why are these shows about? No, they're not about it, Heath. It just happens to be there, but some people kind of focus on it a little bit more, or it does feel like the focus, but I don't think all of the time it feels like a sexual relationship. I think a lot of the time it's just like they're really close. You know, they're very protective. You know, sisters being protective of their brothers is a normal thing. We see that all the time where, you know, don't be messing with my brother or something like that. But in anime, it comes across as, yeah, Snafu, the main guy, and his sister joke about it, but it's clear that it's not that way. Snafu is the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah. But there's people that would say, oh, this is, you know, it's uncomfortable that you're watching. It's like, no, not really. I mean, they kind of, yeah, why is it there to begin with? My understanding of it, and please tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like it's a cultural thing, is that Japan itself isn't as emotional and intimate as we are. And I don't mean intimate like a romance thing. I mean intimate like personal. And I think that there's a lot of that's not there. The parents are not like husband and wives aren't romantic with each other in the way I'm being general here. I'm being you. I'm making a generalization here. For what I know and for what I've heard, that relationships aren't really the same way. Familial relationships aren't really the same way. Husbands and wives aren't romantic with each other the way we think of them as, the constant romance and stuff. The relationships between parents and children is also kind of loose. So what ends up happening is, again, this is all my understanding of it. This is all how I sort of view it. What I understand is that brothers and sisters like that, they tend to latch on to each other in certain situations. When they're on their own and they're together, they tend to latch on to each other, but not in a romantic way, just in a personal way. Like they are each other's best friends and they connect to each other. The problem is when you portray that a certain way, it does sort of look like romance. When you watch a romance show and the two characters are supposed to get together, what do you always see? You see a good friendship that blossoms and becomes more, and they become very protective of each other. So brothers and sisters in anime often are very protective of each other. But I think a lot of the time, because of the culture and stuff, I think that comes through as they're probably being romantic with each other. And there's just that sort of assumption. And then for us, we don't know what the difference is, so we kind of see it that way. Don't they say saying they love someone solely for their partner? Like, it's not really a big thing for them to do over there, which, again, this is all my understanding of it. But it's what I've always heard. And we play a Metro. No, Steven, we're probably just going to finish talking up and then be done because we've been live for kind of a while. My girlfriend lived in Japan for a few years, so maybe I should ask her. Yeah, like public intimacy, displays of affection and stuff, kissing each other when you're out. Apparently, that's just not a big thing in Japan. Public intimacy and intimacy in general don't really seem like they're big things over there. And I'm not just getting this from anime. I've watched like Japan cultural stuff, and it really just seemed like I mean, the whole thing about, you know, relationships and low birth rates and stuff that's going on now, that's been going on in Japan for a while because their culture is, it seems like it's more about work than it is about interpersonal relationships. So it always kind of comes across differently. If the brother-sister has better romantic chemistry than the actual couple, I'm going to raise an eyebrow. Yeah, like that's always going to be the case. But Wario, I can't fully agree with that because the romantic interest, they usually just met, and the brother and sister have been together for as long as the second one was born. So there's, at the very least, there's a reason that they have a better relationship. When it starts to get a little touchy-feely or something, that's where you start to like, what are we watching here? I suddenly turn into Gina from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I don't think I want to watch this anymore. Oh man, now I gotta find that show. But yeah, I don't know. When I watched Oremu, I didn't really think that it was going to be like that. And that's not to say that there aren't people that like that sort of thing in there. Hopefully, just in their entertainment media. But I mean, there are video games like that, and there are stories like that, like visual novels. My understanding is that visual novels go in many directions, which is the whole point, which is the show that I was trying to remember, because the show reminded me of a visual novel. I was confused at first. When I watched it, I was watching it just as I was continuing, and then all of a sudden, it was almost like he went back to not knowing the other girl, and I went and I looked it up, and I was like, okay, why is this way? And that's what it is. The show gets like one episode in, or one or two episodes in, and then it branches off. So the next couple of episodes are what happens if he goes with this girl, and then it goes back, and then it's what happens if he goes with this girl. But I found out that the last one is him and the half sister. I think they were half brother and sister. And that's where I said, I don't really care to find out how this resolves. For what it's worth, Kirito's relationship with Asuna is actually pretty good. See, things like that are why I'm very careful about which anime I watch, and just the overly sexual tone most of them have nowadays. And there's some ridiculous ones. I've watched some anime where it's very clearly ecchi, and it's just not good. Japan also has bad problems with its massive declining birth rate. There's a subgenre of these weird rehabilitation stories where the loser otaku learns to become handsome and socially adept so he can get lots of girls and totally comes off as learn to be normal and propagate about Japan. I like when it goes wrong. I like when they do that and it goes wrong. We also say this of a historically marrying family wasn't the norm, especially in high society. Far better than a lot of isekais. Not that that's a high bar to clear. Darling in the Franxx is very much please get a girlfriend and have kids. I'm tired of anime giving. What's this? I'm tired of anime giving 12-year-old DD. I don't know what that means. We also say this, marrying family wasn't the norm, especially in high society. Yeah. I mean, we still look down on it, so that's gonna be the thing, but. I like how half the Western animations these days suddenly became a super bloody, and every second word. Yeah, it's such an overcorrection. It really is an overcorrection. Okay. No, it's not. I still have suggestions on my screen for what it might be. It's not Day with My Stepsister. It's definitely not that one. Oh, giving 12-year-old girls double Ds. Okay, all right, I see what you mean. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm over it. My biggest, if I have any gripes with anime right now, I'm over the high school setting. I really am over the high school setting. I think that if there's anything that turns me off of an anime right now, is probably just finding out that it's a bunch of teenagers. I really want to watch stuff with older people. I don't know why Let's Play wasn't more popular or isn't more popular, but I think Let's Play is amazing. Monthly Girls Nozaki I thought was a lot of fun. Not the greatest show in the world, but I thought that was a lot of fun. But I like that. I like anime with adults, grown-ups doing grown-up things. I want the drama to be about their jobs. I want the drama to be with their coworkers. I'm tired of it being in the high school setting. I don't think that it's as interesting anymore. I don't know that it was ever really interesting. I was just happy to have these fun stories. Unless the story is about them being at school. You know, something like Girls in Panzer, I thought was fun because it was school, but it was fantasy school. It was school on a battleship and they fought with tanks. That's not a sort of real thing. For me, I'm just done with the light novel isekai slop. At some point, this fad has to end. It's been over 10 years, and we're at the bottom of the barrel for these things. To be fair, America's birth rate is not much better than Japan's. Also, it's so true. I love Gal Guardians, but Galgun is so weird. I mean, the birth rate thing I think has been going on in Japan longer than in the U.S., but and the U.S. also has like a lack of tourism Japan has like a lack of tourism problem. So they need more, like they're running out of people. It feels like what's happening in Japan is that they're running out of people who live there. They have plenty of people in the major city centers, but then when you go out even a little bit past the city centers, there's just nobody there. It's like they're running out of people. And it's kind of a shame. I would move, but they make it so complicated. Yeah, the tourism problem is self-made. And to be fair, the tourism that is there is problematic too, because there's plenty of videos of tourists going there and they're pissy. But at the same time, tourism, like you're right, tourism there is a problem. There's a lot of stuff that they do because of tourists that if we did here in the U.S., everybody would call us. Everybody calls you a racist. And that's true. It really is. If you put a sign on your restaurant in the United States that says English speakers only, or if you were charging non-English speakers more money, you would be considered a racist. But they do it in Japan. Every video I've seen about tourism in Japan says try to order in Japanese, because if you try to order in English or any other language, they might charge you more money, or they make it harder for you. Or they flat out have signs that say no tourists, no foreigners. They flat out have signs that say that, but nobody calls them out for being racist, at least not over here. It's like, no, don't make a video about them and say, oh, they have these signs and they charge you more money. No, say what it actually is. It's wildly racist if you're going to call it that. We looked down on it even 100 years ago. We were like, it's normal. Third cousins and beyond, right? That's what they say in the U.S. Third cousins and beyond, you're okay. It's kind of like how every culture has their own pain points. You could show Japanese Mortal Kombat, and they'd be pretty shocked where a bunch of Americans would look at it and not bat an eye, like, oh, it's not violent enough for us to play something like that. Many of them do here and simply say free speech. I don't have to serve anyone. But then we have a law that makes them change it. We have a law that says you can't discriminate. But then in Japan, they don't really seem to have that stuff. Do they have laws? If they don't, if they do, then they're not being enforced. Culturally, it's just wildly different. That's what everybody says. And it is culturally wildly different. I'm back. I just saw my niece and nephew dance perform. I hope they did very well, and I hope you had a fun time. Watch Polar Opposites. I think you'll like it, even if it's in high school. But yeah, I'm like going back to the original point that I was making. I'm tired of like the high school as a setting. I want adults. I want grown-ups to be doing things. I want it to feel more relevant to me. I want grown-ups to fight with the fact that they like doing their things, but they have a job and they can't. So they can't go out and do things. I just had two of them. I just had Let's Play, which was excellent. And I had Solo Camping for Two, which was a lot of fun, but they were all adults. If you call them out for being racist, you get shouted down by weebs for being anti-Japanese. We're talking about a country that's just mostly Japanese. I saw what happened when Logan Paul went to Japan. Yeah, and I don't. When you have characters like Logan Paul and what was that? What was the Johnny Somali? When you have people like that going over there, I kind of get it. But at the same time, we have horrible people over here too. But we try, in theory, not to be broadly prejudiced. But then it happens in other places, and we go, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? Oh, they don't want Americans in their they don't want Americans in their restaurant. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Americans kind of suck. Yeah, Johnny Somali was Korea. And we say that like, we don't want to be prejudiced, or like, we don't serve, no Americans or something. It's like, oh no, Americans. This is what Americans deserve it because they're terrible. But then we do the same thing, and it's just like, oh no, you can't do that. It's like, all right, well then why can they? I don't know. I don't want anybody to be doing it. I don't want anybody to be prejudiced. Prejudice is a stupid thing anyway. Yeah, they've been ruining it for us. He was in Japan too. I think Japan was where I think he was caught in Korea, because I know Johnny Somali was doing some, and I think he's in Korean prison, but he was in Japan. I think Japan will have such a labor and population crisis if they weren't so wouldn't have such a labor and population crisis if they weren't so anti-foreigner. I mean, if you made it easier for some foreigners to go over there and start lives, I think you'd have whole clusters of people that want to do that, and not refugees. I think you would just have people that would rather live over there. They would rather engage in in the public landscape of Japan than they would rather do it here. And that's not saying that places are perfect. I'm talking about Japan specifically. It's not to say that those places are perfect, but when you look at the caliber of the problems that their society is having, they vary differently from us, especially depending on where you grew up. You tell people, cost of living could be a little higher, cost of products could be a little higher, cost of activity could be a little higher, but your medical is free, and most neighborhoods are nowhere near as violent. I watch video of places that in Japan that are considered bad neighborhoods, and they're clean, and I don't see any graffiti, and I'm not really sure I understand what the problem is. Like, when you consider what it looks like to grow up in a bad neighborhood in the United States, a bad neighborhood in Japan is dramatically better. So I understand why a lot of people would want to move over there. We have a law that says you shouldn't, but a lot of those cases get tossed out because we do really want to make do we really want to make a big deal of this? Don't force them unless you have enough money to stay in court. Hi-Fi Rush has been rated for the Switch again. Hopefully they do something. Yeah, the U.S. could benefit from it too. So, tell you as a Florida resident, we have plenty of no blank allowed places. Sadly, it's just in tiny print. But I remember there was a thing in Philadelphia years ago, where there was a restaurant and they said you have to order in English. They put a sign up and it said if they didn't tell anybody they weren't allowed in. What they told people was if you're going to order, you have to order in English. And I think it became national news. I think it was national news at some point that there's some restaurant somewhere. How dare you be prejudiced against non-English speakers? I think it was either here or New York. And it was I think it was here because I'm pretty sure it was a cheesesteak place. And there was a whole uproar about it. And it's like, it's prejudice, absolutely. And this is, I think, before we had like translation apps on your phone and whatnot. But it's a kind of crappy thing to do. It really is a crappy thing to do. If they can figure out a way to order, if people can figure out a way to order food and not speak English, then you should be able to order your food. But it became a huge deal. And then meanwhile, you have it happening in so many other places. You're having it in places where they're prejudiced against people from the United States. And it's like nobody bats an eye. And the people in the United States say, yeah, that makes sense. It's just such a weird sort of thing. It's such a weird sort of cultural difference. Cultural differences, that's why. Most Japanese probably never seen a foreigner before, so they're very wary when it comes to people outside of the country. So when troublemakers come around and start messing about in Japan, it messes it up for everyone else. Not to mention, Ronan, their only exposure to foreigners is tourists. They don't have refugees over there. They don't have a lot of people who just naturally go and live over there because they make it so difficult. Their only exposure is tourists, and those tourists are taking pictures and getting in people's faces and doing things they're not supposed to be doing, which even Japan has a problem with. It's so funny that there's such a back and forth there, because you would say, oh, well, they don't want foreigners because foreigners are very disruptive. But if you're a woman and you try to go to the beach and you want to lay on the beach, don't you have to worry about a bunch of people either taking your pictures or they want to take a picture with you? And my understanding is that the reputation of Japanese businessmen being a bit handsy is not incorrect. So there's already a bunch of problems. Actually, most of their exposure to foreigners are through media. Oh, that's even worse. Ronan, that's as bad as people who get all of their cues about Japanese society from anime. It's the same problem. Mind you, I don't just get it from anime. I also watch videos. No, I've talked to people that have been to Japan, and I have watched a lot of cultural videos, like cultural differences, societal differences, a whole bunch of stuff, and it's the same information. That's why I'm not saying this because I heard it in a video. I'm saying this because every time I watch a video about this stuff of people who are actually either living in Japan or visiting Japan, they all run into the same problems. That there is some level of discrimination or poor treatment against them. When my girlfriend lived in Japan, she did say she got a lot of predatory looks as she described it to me. So this idea that we're going to discriminate against foreigners because they cause problems is ridiculous, because you have plenty of people in your own space that also cause problems. They're just not causing the same problems. We're talking about a culture that really has only been open for less than a century and have a very specific way of doing things, like hundreds of cultural rules most of the tourists kind of spit on, or if they even know them. Like, say, certain people who desecrate religious monuments. See, but again, I don't think you need to be a local to understand you don't desecrate a religious site. You don't film a corpse in the woods. I feel like none of that has to do with being being outside of their culture. Yes, what they're doing is wrong and they think it's wrong, but I kind of feel these things don't happen for no reason, at least. Welcome to the South, Uncle. We have plenty of warm Southern hospitality, depending on who you are. Yeah, the South is kind of like that, too. My girlfriend lived in Japan. Secret photos are such a problem. It's illegal. Your phone like has to make a noise when it takes a picture. You can't have a cell phone that or a camera that doesn't make a noise when it takes a picture because of that. Issue is they looked at her as a sex object. At least that's what I got. But apparently that's common over there. That's common. Because I've looked up videos about beach. I love the beach. I'm a huge beach person. So whenever I fantasize about living in Japan, it has to be near somewhere where I can go to the beach. And every time I watch a video about that, the subject comes up that if you are a woman, you probably don't want to be there on your own, and you have to expect that people are going to try and talk to you and take pictures of you, and that it is uncomfortable. I mean, we're talking about the country that has for a long time, this is not new, for a long time has to have signs up everywhere on their trains telling people not to grope other people. This is not something I got from anime. This is a real thing that they've had to do. So this holier than thou attitude always feels like it comes from out of nowhere. Because what right do you have to tell everybody that they are not observing your rules when you have people that don't know how to respect other human beings? Yeah, Japan has women-only trains, and it's not the only country that does that. She liked Japan and said there were, and Heath, and that's sort of the overall point, is that these people that are problematic exist. The vast majority of them are not those people. Tourists disrespecting the local culture is everywhere. Like here in France, tourists from the U.S. do things that we just don't do here and act like we're the weird ones. And Mercy. In my 22 years at my job since I worked in transit, I have met French people. And some of them are super duper nice. And I've ran into some that had attitudes. And they were just the nastiest people. I do think that the U.S. in particular has earned a reputation of entitlement when visiting other places. It's true, but it's not everybody. I will say this. Granted, and I say this as a woman, there are a lot of places where we don't go alone, and and things we do to protect us. Oh, and I believe that 100% in the U.S., like in anywhere, and I feel like you would do that anywhere. But it's funny to me to act like they don't have problems, they don't have problematic people. So to imply that we're going to ban foreigners because they're all problematic just feels kind of like an overcorrection. If you want to watch an anime with adults, you might like Monster. It's about a doctor who's been framed about a murder and tries to clear his name. It's a psychological anime. See, I also want to watch something, Jav, that's more lighthearted. That's my other thing, is that I don't really need to watch anything that's like super intense or violent or anything. Like I don't mind that stuff once in a while, but I am at a point where I would rather watch a workplace comedy or a romance. I've gotten really big into romance anime or rom-coms. So I'd rather watch something like that, but I feel like a lot of that stuff just isn't there. It's always the one guy who ruins it for the other 99, which is me when I play Tetris. You might want to watch King of the Hills. You might just watch King of the Hill sub. I mean, if you could, AGM, if you could suggest to me an anime that is about a neighborhood of people, focusing mostly on the four guys that live in the neighborhood, but it's just a slice of life about the grown-ups and the neighborhood they live in, I would watch that. If there was a Japanese King of the Hill, I would absolutely watch that, because that sounds like a fun show. Part of the reason was always the foreigners. Both times their country was open to the world because someone showed up and blew them up twice. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. SpongeBob? Japanese friend of mine, everyone knows the issue they have, but no one talks about it because no one wants to be that person. Yeah, and that's another society, and Japan's also a society where they don't want to rock the boat, where if somebody's making a lot of noise, they don't want to say anything. They just quietly suffer about it and bitch about it later. And they don't, whereas Americans in the U.S., if someone's making a lot of noise, there's a good chance that someone's going to say, hey, shut up. Stop doing that. You know, you have, we mentioned the groping problem, and I can't imagine a situation in the U.S. where that's clearly happening, where some businessman is trying to get a little too close to some girl in a school uniform, and everybody sees it and just doesn't do anything. I guarantee you in the U.S., there's a good chance that guy doesn't make it off the bus in one piece. And I ain't talking about the anime. Right? Because in the U.S., we talk about a lot of horrible things that happen, and a lot of horrible things do happen with our knowledge, but there's a lot of blowback if you try and do something in public. I'm going to game rom-com. My wife liked the anime called, Oh, My New Boss is Goofy. I like that show. I enjoyed that. I never finished it. I don't think I finished My New Boss is Goofy. That show was great. I did like that one. Oh, man. I have to see if, I have to double check. I have to see if I finished that show or not. I forget if I got all the way to the end of it. We have a negative bias, so we always remember that one dickhead and don't remember the 99 decent people. Yeah, because that one a-hole is our concern. That's what we do, is that, and I get it. I get that that's ultimately at the core of all. We're going to wrap up here in a second, but I get that that's ultimately the core of all of this. That we worry about the one instead of the 99 because the one is the one that we're concerned about. The 99 aren't a threat to us, and the one is. So I understand why we do that, and it's a good thing. I mean, I have stuff set up here for the random time, right? You can't post a link in chat unless you're a mod or something. You can't post a link. Why do I do that? Not because I think all of you are posting horrible links or you're flooding the chat with links. I do it because every once in a while there's somebody that comes here and they want to link something terrible, or they want to immediately link their video and their channel or something. Like it's the one practice that happens once in a while, and as a result, unless you're a mod or me, you don't get to put links in chat. So I understand the idea of being overprotective, but I do think that there's a point. You know, there's a difference between I have links blocked in chat because I'm worried about one person causing trouble, and I have chat in emote only forever, or I just don't stream because I'm worried about somebody posting something. Like there's a sense of overcorrection there. My wife was listening to a few feet away and is very happy to hear you. Yeah, I love that show. I thought that was so good. Never did I really want two people to be together who probably don't even need to be together. But I was like, I kind of hope this works out, and I don't know why, but I just kind of hope it does. Oh, me stealing your social security link isn't malicious at all. No, it's fine. I want your bank account information so that I can put money into it. I don't want to steal from you. I want to give you money. So if you give me your credit card number with the expiration date and the digits on the back, then I can transfer money into your account. Don't actually do that. Let's just make sure that we don't do that. Rules aren't for 99%. They're to punish the 1%. But sometimes, Dragoon, the rules are put in place to protect the 99% from the 1%, but it only ends up hurting the 99%. Or it hurts them disproportionately. Blue Mob Occupied says, sorry about that. We'll help rebuild. Yeah, but Dragoon, but then they tried to take over the United States with anime girls, and it's working. Yeah, anime girls are taking over the U.S. and there isn't much we can do to stop it. Buy subs here at wait. Yeah, that's why I didn't say it was justified. Yeah, they found a way to get back at us. They found a way, and I gotta be honest, it's working. It's working. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. I think this is the show. What's the name of the show? Hold on. I think I actually found the show. Stop. Hold on. What was it called? Hang on. Somebody wrote this. Hold on. Oh, no, in the wrong spot. Hold! No, that's not what I said. Stop auto-correcting something that isn't not correct. Damn it. I think this is the show. Hold on. I'm going to post a picture. Don't worry, it's not a lewd picture or anything. It is a little weird, but it's not a lewd picture. I'm going to post it in Stream Topics. And I'll delete it if anybody feels uncomfortable with it. This is the artwork. This feels really familiar. For it. I think that might be the show, but I can't no one's saying the name of the show. Yeah, no one's saying the name of the show. Show pic. It's in yeah, oh Lord. What is that show? Does anybody know what that show is? What is this? We're talking about this here. Google image search it. I don't want to. Uh-oh. Wait, we might have one. Should I be frightened? Hold on, Wario might have it. So is that the show? I'm trying to see if I think this is the show. It was part of a conversation that other people were having on a Facebook page. Oh, wait, hold on. Yosuga no Sora. Hold on. I think that's it. No. Is this it? No, it's not this. No. Okay, that's a game. That Sora thing is a game. Yotsuga no Sora? That's not Squid Girl. I mean 15. Okay, so this is an article that said 15 anime like that. Rent-A-Girlfriend's on here. I would rather eat my own face than watch any more of that. I watched one episode of Rent-A-Girlfriend, and it's probably one of the worst shows I've ever seen. It's really crappy. Let's see. No. So it's none of these. All right. No, okay, that wasn't it. Seen the anime, but it looks the same. Yeah, that seems very familiar. Oh wait. This is it. Yeah, it is this. There is an anime for it. It's this. Yosuga no Sora. That's the name of the show. They move out of town, and when they go to this place, but it turns out they used to go there when they were kids. It's like their grandma's house or something, and they used to go there when they were kids, so they know some of the people that are there. But the brother and sister had a better relationship because their parents had died. And then the way it works is look, Ronan. I'm seeing Ronan in the thing. And then what happens is the guy meets one of the girls that they used to know, and then it turns into like this is the situation that happens to have them be in a relationship. And then later it jumps back and he never was with that girl. Now it's the other girl. So it's like a visual novel where you're playing all the paths. What I found out was that the final path was the sister, and I turned it off. I watched the other scenarios because they were genuinely interesting, and then once it was apparent that it was going to be the last segment, I turned it off. And I was like, nope. What is Rent-A-Girlfriend? I hear everyone hating on it, but I know nothing about it. So in Rent-A-Girlfriend, it's like one of those services where you hire someone to like, you know, be your friend or act like your girlfriend or something. Not sexual, not like a prostitute. It's like, oh, here we go. The series follows down on his luck university student Kazuya Kinoshita, who has been dumped by his first ever girlfriend. Feeling lonely and unable to cope with losing her, Kazuya finds a girlfriend rental service online and hires a #1 star. So yeah, not in high school. Here's the problem. He is unbelievably insufferable. He is one of the worst characters I've ever seen in a show. There is nothing likable about him. It's not like he hires her just because he wants some companionship. But he's like super shy. Like that's kind of what I thought it would be. Like, oh, he rents her for companionship, but then he's super shy, but then he starts to meet the other girls, right? So he does it again, but he gets a different girl or something. I thought that was going to be the premise of the show. He is awful. He gets like, he freaks out at her at one point because he's like, oh, you don't really love me. You don't really like me. And I'm sitting there like, because you hired her, you ass. It's probably the most unlikable character I've ever seen in an anime ever, hero or villain. It was such a terrible character. And then the girl isn't all that much better. Like, she's really obnoxious too. And then I don't know. I felt like the premise was that it was going to be, I thought it was going to be that it was like different girls and stuff, but it feels like she's going to be the main one. And it was awful. It was awful. Yeah, it's like intimacy services. It's not like a mail order bride. It's a service, and Japan has a lot of this stuff. Going back to like Japan's culture and stuff, they have it where you can rent. Oh, it sounds funny to say, but they have it where you can like rent old people. You can rent younger people. You can rent people that are your age. You can rent people from different sexes. I think you can rent foreigners and stuff. And the idea is for companionship because it's such a non-social society. It's like a non-socialized society or something where they don't just have like people, they're friends and stuff, but Japan has all these services where you can hire people to hang out with you. And it kind of works. Like there's a lot of, you can rent people to sort of hang out with you. You can go and do activities and everything. So the girlfriend one that's also a thing. And I think the boyfriend one is also a thing too. But the idea is typically on the outside. I don't know what it's like on the inside, but the idea on the outside is that you just go for companionship. You know, you want to rent a girlfriend because maybe there's a place that you want to go and you want to hold hands and walk around and be all boyfriend and girlfriend, but you don't want to actually have you don't want to be locked into it. Like we kind of have something like that here, escorts, but escorts are still treated sexually. There's still a sexual component to that. It's basically like Tinder. No, because Tinder, the expectation is for you to date on Tinder. It's like Tinder, but but you're flat out paying money, and the expectation is not sex. The expectation is companionship. You go and you want to go and hang out or something. You want friends to do things with. Like that's what all of that stuff sort of is. So it exists, and it's not, the problem isn't that it exists. It's that the character in the show is watch one episode. If you really watch an episode of Rent a Girlfriend. Watch the first episode and be sure that you have a way to remove it from your list, because I'm hard pressed to imagine that you're going to want to watch past one episode. It's just everything that the show could be about, it's not about, and whatever it is about is ruined by awful characters. Because I didn't really think that the girl was that interesting either, but the guy is so insufferable. It's such a horrible, horrible character. It really is. It really is. But yeah, that other show. That's what it was. Yes, that's the show. And it's a shame. And the one thing I will say about that show, the Yotsuga no Sora, you can watch just the beginning parts and watch it for just that romance. It's not like they do the other romance, the bad one, throughout the whole show. So you can watch it and get the other stuff, but I guarantee you're going to want to take it off your list, and you're not going to ever want to watch that last of it again. I read about Yuri manga about a girl hiring female escorts trying to find someone who once knew. I guess who they once knew. And even that manga made an effort to make sure that the main character was likable enough to root for. And Rent a Girlfriend isn't a bad idea, right? You have a girlfriend, you have a relationship. The relationship falls apart. You're having trouble handling it. So you're going to rent somebody for companionship. But then maybe it turns out that you don't miss the companionship. You just miss the one character, or you do miss the companionship. And as a result, you like the companionship, but you didn't like the other person. Like, I feel like there's a bunch of ways that you can do it, but you have to have a likable main character, and you don't. You have the worst main character I've ever seen in my life was in that one episode. And it bummed me out because I always look up rom-coms and stuff and different shows that I could watch, and Rent a Girlfriend for some reason always pops up. And now I understand why it shouldn't. If you want an idea for Rent a Girlfriend, it's like the main character becomes the author self-insert at some point in the manga. Oh, that's even worse. From what you said, watch one episode sounds worse than watch one episode sounds worse than be called a slur. Yeah, if you watch an episode, you're gonna be like, this guy is terrible. I don't want to watch any more of this. This is awful. Oh man, now I made myself mad thinking about that show again. And you know what sucks? You know what the worst thing sucks about it with Crunchyroll specifically? You have to be on the computer on Crunchyroll in order for you to remove things. So like I watched everything that I was watching. So now you know how it has like watch the next episode? It's full of shows that I don't want to watch. It's full of things that either I gave a couple of episodes and I wasn't really into it, or I gave it one episode and I hated it. I had to go and click on a bunch of different shows to get Rent a Girlfriend off of my I wanted it off of my screen. I didn't even want to look at Rent a Girlfriend. So I had to click a bunch of other shows so that they popped up in my feed. Yeah, you have to the login of shame. Yeah. Gotta log in on computer. I'm also kind of worried, Stone, because it's not my Crunchyroll, it's somebody else's Crunchyroll. And I don't want to be logging in at a bunch of different places, and I run the risk of messing them up because I don't know how that works. Okay. Hang on. I'm sorry. I just saw something, and there's no way. Oh, wait. I can't watch this. Hang on. Let me double check something real quick because there's no way it says that. Oh, okay. Different characters. Yeah. All right. Sorry. I was looking at something weird. This is the stuff the Juggernaut was watching. Wait. So that is the stuff the Juggernaut was watching? So you're ruining John's recommendations by what? No. I have my own profile. I don't use John's profile. I have my own. No. I'm smart to do that. What have you been watching? Yeah, I don't use John's profile. I have my own profile. It's just his account that I'm using. Sorry. There was an article that popped up. That was the best brother and sister relationships, and I saw the word Sora on there and was about to freak out. It's I forgot that Sora and Shiro were the brother and sister from No Game No Life, which is another one of the greatest anime I've ever seen. And another show that I wish there was more of. I don't like that there isn't more No Game, No Life. I saw the movie, and I didn't think the movie was that great. So that's probably another go read the manga anime. All right. Give me 1 second here. Oh, Trios in there. Okay. Remember that joke you had? Wait, the joke I had in Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter? Oh, I definitely don't remember that. Oh, wait, Juggernaut was like watching stuff? Is that what it was? I'll have to go back and check that out. I'm just glad we got that. Unfortunately, I'm glad we got that anime name just because it was going to drive me crazy. All right. But that is going to do it for today. I think we got a beefer out of that one. So that's going to do it for today. So I want to thank you all so much for stopping in, for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Listen, thank you so much just for everything, and I know I'm going to keep saying this, and I know it's going to sort of lose its luster that I keep saying it, but I just want to thank everybody for not just stopping and hanging out today, but for coming back for the streams have been a little longer than we're used to, right? We used to cap out at about 4 hours, sometimes 5 hours. 6 hours was always kind of a miracle. Yesterday, I think we streamed for like 8.5 hours. And all the streams have been like 6, 7, 8 hours long. So 6 or 7, between 6 and 7. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out for all of that time. I know that that's a 7 hours a day is a huge time commitment, and I'm glad that you guys are here. I know that most of you are probably listening in the background, which is fantastic. That's what I want you to do. 6, 7, I just came from the water park. Come on. Yeah, I kind of did that just without even knowing. That's how you know it's dead. That's how I know people hate the meme, and I think people are realizing that the meme is dying because now people are starting to do it more. And it's the dumb joke. Once old people start doing it, I think we're good. Once you get elderly people that start doing the 6, 7 thing, like how many pills do you take a day? About 6 or 7. Once you start getting that, I think young people are going to just move on. When's the next stream? Let's go to 400 hour stream. No, the boomers are upon us. Yeah, but I want to thank you all. I know that it's a huge time commitment to come here. Literally came here when the end of streaming. Drakus with a huge time commitment hanging out with us here. Thank God the meme is dying. But yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know what the future is going to hold for us. The extended future and the immediate future. For all I know, next week I could probably start looking for a job and find something. So. I don't know how long the longer streams and the more consistent schedule is going to last. I can tell you that I'm going to do my very best to make sure that streams are a part of my life and our lives. This last like 8 months or so, last year mostly, where I wasn't really streaming has kind of bothered me. I was finding things to do, and it was really interesting. I got to go downtown and rediscover the city, and there was a lot of stuff that I was able to do because I wasn't streaming, but I thought about streaming every day, and it made me sad that I wasn't able to do it even some kind of regularly. So I am happy to be back, and I'm happy that you guys are still here, and I'm happy you're here and you're hanging out with us, and I very much appreciate it. And I feel like I can't say that enough. I feel like I can't get that across enough, and I know that it's going to get annoying. He has this heartfelt thank you it sounds fake, right? When you hear the heartfelt thank you every time, it starts to sound either a little bit fake or it just sort of loses its strength, right? It's just not really the same thing, but it's all I know to say thank you to you guys for right now. Later on down the line, I can probably do a bunch of stuff, but right now, all I can really say is thank you. That's the best that I can offer you. So I hope to be doing some more stuff. I probably got a couple of YouTube videos that I'm thinking about, right? We gotta is Samus does Metroid Prime 4 take place on Mandalore? I gotta make that video. So but I appreciate it, and hopefully I posted a thing the other day. I don't know if there's anybody here that's not following on YouTube, I would appreciate it if you do that. I posted a thing on Blue Sky. I rarely promote just straight up promote myself on any kind of social media, and really the only social media I have is Blue Sky, but I posted over there just to say, like, I have a YouTube channel. If you want to follow it, please do. So I do appreciate that. For right now, though, I'm going to send you over to Trios. Trios is, I assume they're still live. Trios was playing Arkham Origins, so stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. Tomorrow, I don't think we'll be streaming over the weekend. If I do, it's going to be a community day, and it'll be tomorrow. So probably same old time, maybe running a little bit longer. We'll see how I feel. I don't know if I have anything that I have to do. Streaming all day usually means that errands will have to wait until either Wednesday or the weekend. So we'll see how everything goes. But if I do anything, I'll let you know on Discord, and I'll post it on Blue Sky that we're going to be doing something. If we do a community day, it'll probably be Smash Bros. So we'll see what happens with that. But for right now, I'm going to send you over to Trios. So thank you, everybody, so much for all of your love and support. I very, very much appreciate it. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I will see you all possibly tomorrow, probably next week.